You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
exactly.
Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's November the 25th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, live here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Al. How are you doing this morning?
I'm a little blinded.
Blinded by the light, yes.
Blinded by the light, exactly. But other than that, I'm all right. You know, it could be a lot worse, right? And yourself?
You know, it's not a bad Monday morning. I slept in, which was really weird. I woke up and I'm like, oh my God, it's like 9:15. It was, but yeah, I guess I needed it. I went to bed last night at 9:30 and woke up at 9:15 this morning.
Wow, almost 12 hours in sleep. That's, yeah. Well, that's the way I look at it too. You get that because your body's telling you that you need it.
Yep. Yeah, it kept me there. So like, you know, I must have needed it. And,
there you go.
Yeah.
Revitalized, all ready to do the news. All right, here we go. First story is up.
Okie dokie. Coming to us from the CBC, we give up. Illegal magic mushroom chain Fungi's closes all 30 locations.
An illegal magic mushroom chain called Fungi's has definitely closed all of its 30 locations across Canada. A spokesperson for the store, who identified himself as Chris Stewart, says they've been raided over 120 times.
Wow. We give up. Thank you, and you guys accomplished your task, he told the CBC News, directly addressing the police officers involved in the raids across the country. A majority of the 30 Fungi shops were located within Ontario in cities like Toronto, Ottawa, Cambridge, London, and Windsor. There was also one location in Montreal.
They, which are the police, have taken products, shut down warehouses. We're talking over $1 million worth of product, Stewart says. It's hard to keep going. We give up.
Yeah, in May, a newly opened Fungi's location in Chatham, Ontario, was raided by police just days after opening. The police service there said they would remain committed to actively combating unlawful businesses. It is important to note that the possession, sale, and production of magic mushrooms, psilocybin, and psilocin are illegal, the Chatham-Kent police said.
In April, Waterloo Regional Police raided a shop in Kitchener, Ontario, and it reopened just 2 days later. And in July of 2023, Montreal Police raided a store selling illegal hallucinogenic mushrooms on the same day that it opened.
There are just three examples of these are just three examples of the multiple raids that took place at Fungai's locations across the country. After a store is raided and shut down, it would promptly reopen about a day or two later before being raided by the police again. Stewart said the store closures have put over 50 employees out of work. He says in addition to that, they have been getting many worried phone calls and emails from customers.
Yeah, he says they're kind of panicking. We built a reputable name and people trust Fungai's. Stewart says they try to retain customers by selling products online at discounted prices. He says there are no plans to shut down the online store.
He says he's hoping the closures will free up police resources. Causing Fungai's to shut down is not bringing any of the serious problems we have on these public streets off the street, like opioids and stuff that are actually harmful to people and kill people, Stewart said.
And he's right. Of the 30 stores, 10 shops were located in Toronto. CBC News reached out to the Toronto Police Service, which responded back to say, we don't have any comment on this. Now, CBC News has reached out to the Waterloo Regional Police Service for comment, but did not hear back in time for publication.
Andy Hathaway, professor of sociology at the University of Guelph, says there are a lot of lessons to learn from cannabis when it comes to the potential legalization of magic mushrooms. It's somewhat reminiscent of the early days before cannabis legalization, where there were a lot of outlets, retail outlets operating, some above board with the full knowledge of the police, and some not so much.
Yeah, he says Fungai's may have pushed an envelope a little too far by opening too many locations. He says that he's noticed that there were 10 in Toronto alone. That seems like a lot to me, Hathaway says.
Yeah. He goes on to say, recognizing that this is a province with a conservative government, it would be interesting to see if there were any variations by province depending on what government was operating at the time. Hathaway says there may be many benefits to legalization, especially when it comes to consumer safety.
Well, he says that whether you're talking about club drugs or cannabis or mushrooms, the more underground it is, the less reassurance you get that you're actually getting what you're paying for.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah. Interesting, yeah. So yeah, they raided them, shut them down. They've had enough.
Raid after raid after raid, over 120, the article said.
Yeah, exactly. And they've lost over $1 million of the product in the process. So, but hang on here. A page had moved, but I got it fixed. Okay, here we go. Next story. From one that closed down to
coming to us from the Sudbury Star. Magic Mushroom Dispensary opens in downtown Sudbury.
Wow. Between the trippy illustrations in its window, an invitation to walk into a new reality, you might think you were entering some kind of sci-fi or fantasy situation. But no, Shroomies really is what its name and fungal imaginary, not to mention the 19+ warning on its door, imply a place to buy edible psychedelics.
The store, which is located in the former Elm News space at Elm and Durham, just so you know where it is Sudbury's first outlet for magic mushrooms. It opened this past Saturday when the downtown area was abuzz with a Santa parade activity, and will remain open for as long as it's quasi-legally can. We're just trying to operate no different to the weed dispensaries, said the franchise owner, Joe, who preferred his last name to be withheld. I believe in the movement and feel people need a safe place to be able to come and buy these psilocybin products without the complications of street dealers or mail strikes.
Shroomies offers dried shrooms with all their hallucinogenic promise, along with microdosing supplies and a range of edibles, gummies, teas, and chocolate bars that are infused with psilocybin. These are not wild mushrooms plucked from the rainforest, Joe said. The company, which opened in Vancouver and now counts several stores across Ontario, cultivates its mind-altering fungi in a lab.
Joe himself grew shrooms at his home in Sudbury prior to responding to a job ad with Shroomies. He applied to be a cashier, but ended up being elevated to franchise. He said he has struggled with depression since his early teens and found taking mushrooms every now and then, once or twice a year for him, was helpful for his mental health. I've been on the same antidepressants since I was about 13, and macrodosing will give me a reset when my antidepressants are no longer doing what they need to do, he said.
For those who are new to magic mushrooms and don't have this kind of experience with them, he recommends microdosing over just jumping into the deep end with these products. It's a lot easier on the system. This is how we talked about with cannabis. Start low and then build up, right? Shroomies now have stores in Ottawa, Barrie, Niagara Falls, London, Hamilton, as well as several in downtown Toronto.
Absolutely. I've been to visit the ones in Vancouver and Toronto. Magic mushrooms are not yet legal. However, in the same way that cannabis has become, and stores that sell them are often shut down by police, as occurred at locations of a chain called Fungi's in various southern Ontario cities. We are in a bit of a legal gray zone, said Joe. We can operate with retail storefronts, but we do keep getting raided due to the controlled substance laws in place for psychedelic mushrooms. It depends on the police precincts and the drug issues that are present within a community for something to happen to one of our locations.
The franchise owner stressed, however, that he will not sell mushrooms to a minor or anyone who is intoxicated, as mixing alcohol and psilocybin is very dangerous and not recommended, he says. He goes on to say he plans to install a doorbell soon and have the ability to buzz someone in so we can filter people out who are drunk and not have to hurt their feelings or fight with them.
Yeah, that's a really great idea, actually. While the store just opened on the weekend, Joe said there has already been a fair amount of interest in traffic. We have a lot of window shoppers, a lot of people just curious, asking about the legality of things, he said. And we've had a fair amount of customers as well. Shroomies is open Monday to Sunday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. each day.
Yeah, and check out their website if you want to see what all kinds of products they got.
Yeah, I was in their flagship store in Vancouver when it first opened. And I'm not sure who the gentleman behind the counter was, but they had a lot of wonderful products, and the knowledge and the customer service was really amazing.
Good. Because customer service is as my former boss used to always say, is paramount. It's usually number one in his life.
It is.
So, all righty, on to the next story.
Coming to us from Mugglehead Magazine, cannabis does not accelerate cognitive decline in men, Danish researchers determine.
New research published by a group of scholars from the University of Copenhagen and Copenhagen University Hospital have deduced that cannabis does not speed up cognitive decline among older males. Despite claims made by other researchers that the plant can cause schizophrenia and other mental health issues, this study has found that cannabis users are actually less likely to experience mental deterioration in their later years.
Men with a history of cannabis use had less cognitive decline from early adult to midlife compared to men without a history of cannabis use, the study authors specified in the journal Brain and Behavior on November 7th. They examined the data on 5,162 Danish men to draw their conclusion. That's a nice big,
it's not 21 or 20, right? Now, the investigators say the new findings align with previous rodent studies showing that cannabinoids are beneficial for cognitive function and memory. Now, a study printed in the American Medical Association journal, JAMA, this September had similar findings. Authors affiliated with MIT and Harvard Medical School found that sustained usage of medical cannabis did not result in any cognitive performance changes.
Cannabis has proved itself to be useful for treating mental health ailments like PTSD, depression, and anxiety. Other studies have suggested that the plant promotes enhanced creativity, improves sleep, and other benefits linked to mental well-being. On the other end of the spectrum, a Danish-American study completed last year concluded that habitual pot consumers are more likely to end up with schizophrenia as they age. Young men in particular are more likely to end up with a mental health disorder than females, they ascertained.
Which study are we going to believe? One-fifth of cases of schizophrenia among young males might be prevented by averting cannabis use disorder, the Cambridge University Press authors determined in the journal entry. A couple years earlier, an investigation published in the Nature journal Transitional Psychiatry found that those with family history of the disease would be better off not indulging in joints, edibles, or the like. And those are people that I would say they were predispositioned with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Individuals genetically predisposed to schizophrenia may be especially vulnerable to psychotic experiences as a result of using cannabis, the Canadian and British scholars wrote. The vast amount of varying cannabis research can be quite confusing. One minute you hear about its life-altering health benefits, and the next you're told it can make you lose your mind. This is particularly bewildering when both viewpoints come from credible sources.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Bias in the selection and interpretation of data is one factor. A limited understanding of the endocannabinoid system in the brain is another. Also, frequency of use, quality, and potency of the product being consumed, which may contain harmful pesticides. I don't spray anything with mine. Sample sizes and demographics. Subjects that are already in a poor mental condition may not be the best to access.
Yeah. The debate rages on among international pot scholars. Smokers may prefer to listen to the positive studies on the plant rather than decrease their burning rate.
Well, as they said, we've been arguing this for years. Like we were back in the days treating yourself magazines, at the different shows that we did, non-cannabis events that we covered. People would talk about that. But the thing is what we were always able to show them is that the number of people who consume cannabis went up, but their percentage of schizophrenia didn't change worldwide.
I found it interesting when I was down finishing my course in Mexico. Of course, I was the only Canadian to come in to the course. I was the only Canadian out of all of the students. And I was the only one coming from a country that had a longer standing legalized cannabis law. And of course, I've been using it for quite a while before that. So it was really interesting that when we came in and we were going through some of our studies, and we were given a case study that we had to go over and go back on, would this person be a good candidate for the medicine that we serve? And this person used cannabis on a regular basis to stay off of street drugs. So it was interesting to hear the different viewpoints from the different people, depending on what they were taught by their country, to this person needs some serious help. And we went right from this person needs some serious help and they really need to go into detox, and oh my God, they're addicted to this, blah, blah, blah. To me, and I was one of the last ones to speak on it, it was kind of interesting. I said, I am thankful for cannabis because the person that talked about having to go into detox, they called it a gateway drug. And I said, I have to agree with, this person over here in the fact that it is a gateway. But for me, it was a gateway medicine. And without cannabis, I wouldn't have found mushrooms. I wouldn't have found iboga, and I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Gateway out.
Right? I would be somewhere, I'd either be dead or I'd be off on cocaine or I'd be off on alcohol. So cannabis has saved my life. And it was quite interesting to be in the middle of that conversation.
I imagine it was. It was. Alrighty, last story before we go to break.
Coming to us from StratCan, Cannabis New Brunswick launches Good to Know Cannabis Awareness Campaign.
Shout out to StratCan. We always find some good Canadian news on their website. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, Cannabis NB, the provincial cannabis regulatory and retailer in New Brunswick, has launched an education campaign aimed at informing consumers about the risks of illegal cannabis products. The campaign, called Good to Know, uses recent findings by the Research Productivity Council of New Brunswick, which showed chemical contaminants, including pesticides, found in illicit cannabis samples, particularly vaping cartridges, in the province.
The provincial agency first launched the Good to Know campaign in 2022, which at the time focused on similar testing by RPC that looked at samples of several cannabis products obtained from markets in New Brunswick, including dried flower and edibles, and tested them for things like THC levels, molds, heavy metals, and pesticides. They should have started this a lot earlier. This year's... Sorry, I'm trying to read this with a straight face. This year's the education campaign focuses on sharing information through digital displays and billboards, video ads, and Snapchat, targeting New Brunswickers 19 years and older. The campaign messaging will also be leveraged in Cannabis New Brunswick stores and on social media.
Now, according to Lori Stickles, president and CEO of Cannabis NB, she says, our commitment to safety and education is the foundation of Cannabis NB's culture. It's built into the sales experience and training of our teams. While legal cannabis must be tested for contaminants, illicit cannabis does not comply with Health Canada's good production practices. It is important that consumers have access to information, understand the risks associated with illegal cannabis, and make educated choices on quality and safety by turning to Cannabis NB and its certified private retail stores.
In 2024, Cannabis New Brunswick also participated in awareness and education activations at two major festivals, the Moonlight Bazaar in St. John in August and the Harvest Music Festival in Fredericton in September. Nova Scotia also recently launched a similar public education campaign. Ooh, I've seen this one. I love walking into the stores and they've got these posters up all over the place and I'm biting my lip.
Yeah, and what are the posters saying?
I mean, the same as a lot that we're seeing up here. Nobody checks illegal cannabis for poop. What else do we have here? Illegal cannabis has a lot of nasty baggage. Like they have these signs up talking about illegal cannabis. And I find this incredibly hilarious that it's even happening in New Brunswick with the whole gram scam. Yeah. I did that on purpose. I really didn't have that slip of tongue. I did that on purpose. There were a lot of Canadians, because Organigram, of course, used pesticides that they weren't allowed to use, and they didn't flush properly. And this cannabis went straight across Canada through the legal process. This was, they were legal. And they shipped this out to countless patients. And a number of us, have ended up with injuries not to the cannabis, but to the illegal pesticides that the government run or the government approved agency kept putting in its thing. And it's funny that New Brunswick is talking about how they test everything and how they do everything. I found it very hard to not laugh. I am one of the people that was injured by Organigram's weed through another licensed producer that they sold to. And, I get a check once a year, as an apology for permanently injuring me. And we know others that were even worse injured than me. Like, I'm very minor.
Correct. Now, I can tell you about the Nova Scotia situation. It was actually criticized by a clinical psychologist. And he says that representing cannabis is safe and at no risk is inaccurate. And that was what Nova Scotia was saying. Was that
one of the therapists here. And if Organigram was still in charge of everything, I would tend to agree with him. But I mean, we know what cannabis can do when it's grown properly and looked after properly. Right. We are both success stories on how cannabis has helped to save our lives. To not be dramatic, but it's true.
True.
And so, I'm kind of embarrassed of that particular psychologist or psychiatrist. But sadly, that represents how Nova Scotia looks at things. A lot of the people still have blinders on here, and that makes it very difficult to talk about a lot of these medicines.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I've closed off that story because the rest of it just says that there was another, like in Ontario, where they had the buzzkill thing going on. It seems to be like Alberta's had it, Nova Scotia's had it.
Yeah,
New
bad bud
Brunswick.
is what they called it in Alberta.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, so it's just it's a thing that they're doing across. I would say it's coordinated, maybe. I do.
Everybody
All right.
decided to do it close to the same time, and yeah, it's all
Exactly.
good.
All right. Shout out to our YouTube viewers, just so you know. Hi there, everybody. Other than that, it's time for us to take a break, and we'll be right back after our medication session. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Camelford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Camelford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back from a medication session, and are you having an awesome day?
I'm having an awesome day, especially after seeing that commercial is back. Yay!
Yeah, everything's been updated, just so you know.
Yes, I see that now. Thank you for the surprise. That was awesome.
You're welcome. You'll see it on your show as well.
I'm not even going to tell them.
Okay, all right. Okay, next story of the day.
Coming to us from MSN, mother of 3 dies at a psychedelic tea retreat in the Amazon jungle.
That's never good. A British woman has reportedly drank a tea brewed with psychedelic medicine ayahuasca has died at a health retreat deep in the Amazon rainforest. Mother of 3, Marion Rainford, 54, was staying at the ayahuasca in San Pedro Pistacha retreat in Bolivia when she died last month.
Sorry. Witnesses say she died a short time after drinking the ayahuasca tea, a mind-altering concoction made from 2 Amazonian plants, reports the Telegraph. Rainford complained of feeling ill 10 minutes following drinking the tea before her experiencing breathing troubles, they said.
Despite attempts to resuscitate her, she died an hour later and before a doctor arrived. Her daughter, Rochelle, 32, said that staff at the retreat told her that she had suffered a medical emergency.
Rochelle said that after contacting the British consulate, her mother's body was returned to the UK, and a post-mortem examination confirmed she suffered a heart attack. Oh, the funeral was held last week.
Ayahuasca is known as Yaga?
Yagi
is made from the bonus. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Okay.
Bannister Capas's Capi vine.
All right. And the leaves of the chacruna plant found in the Amazon rainforest. It's generally taken in the jungle as part of a ritualistic ceremony guided by a shaman singing traditional songs.
Yeah, in recent years, many Westerners have flocked to ayahuasca centers in the jungle as it's reported to have beneficial effects on conditions such as depression and anxiety, as well as aiding people to quit serious addictions. But outside of the Amazon, ayahuasca has an ambiguous legal status. It is classified as an illegal Class A drug in the UK.
Britain's Prince Harry, writing in his memoir Spare, admitted taking the ayahuasca therapeutically and medicinally to help him overcome PTSD suffered or linked to his mother's death.
Yeah, he made it quite famous over in the UK by doing that.
He did, eh?
Yeah, he also took other medicines, I believe. I believe he's taken peyote and 5-MeO and iboga as well.
Yeah. Now, during your education, did you learn anything about ayahuasca? Maybe.
I've learned a little bit about ayahuasca as time has gone on, and my involvement. It's not one that I have studied implicitly, but it is one very much like the one I've studied implicitly. People can have bad reactions to it. People can have allergies to it, and people really should. It's one of the ones actually out there that I've learned has probably the biggest dieta for heading into it. Most shamans want you to do a 2-week dieta where you avoid alcohol or cannabis or certain foods like that. You have to avoid sugars and salts and all the whites. And then there are other healthy foods that they don't want you to take or don't want you to eat as well. And so, yeah, it's there's a lot of prep work that needs to be done. And sadly, as the story proves, it's not always the right, the prep work isn't always, 100%. And, we can have reactions to these medicines.
And we may not even know what actually caused the heart attack.
No, it could have been something that had absolutely nothing to do with the ayahuasca or the vines. It could have been something that no matter where she was going to have this heart attack at this time. And maybe if they had been closer to a hospital, it might have been different. Yeah. Who knows? Yeah. But hopefully the postmortem exam has told them more about whether or not this was a predisposed condition or not.
Correct. Exactly. All right. Move on to the next story. What's up?
Coming to us from Forbes, Texas AG sues Dallas over cannabis decriminalization measure.
What? Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has filed a lawsuit against the city of Dallas and local officials, targeting a ballot measure that decriminalizes cannabis-related offenses and bars police from enforcing state drug laws. The announcement of this legal action made last week is related to Proposition R, also known as the Dallas Freedom Act, which was passed in November with a nearly 67% approval.
Yeah, the measure decriminalizes possession of less than 4 ounces of cannabis and restricts the Dallas Police Department from making arrests or issuing citations for such offenses, except in cases involving larger felony investigations. It also bars officers from using the odor of cannabis as probable cause for searches or seizures. As of today in Texas, possession of up to 2 ounces of cannabis is classified as a Class B misdemeanor, carrying a penalty of up to 180 days in jail and a maximum fine of $2,000. Possession of more than 2 ounces but less than 4 ounces is a Class A misdemeanor, punishable by up to 1 year in jail and a maximum fine of $4,000.
Just think, Canadian cannabis patients can carry just that, basically that amount of cannabis legally. And here they are. People are going to jail for 1 year. And Mr. Paxton, the people voted. 2/3 of the people said, hey, we want this. Are you not supposed to be representing the people? Or just your own ideology? Like, come on here, buddy. The state contends that Proposition R is preempted by Texas state law, including a health and safety code, which criminalizes the possession of cannabis, and the local government code, which obligates municipalities to enforce state drug laws fully. The lawsuit alleges that the charter amendment is unconstitutional under the Texas Constitution to extend that local laws may not conflict with state statutes. The lawsuit also argues that Proposition R bars Dallas police from enforcing misdemeanor cannabis possession laws utilizing the odor of cannabis as probable cause, or extending city funds to test cannabis substances, with exceptions in those narrowly defined cases where the alleged offense is a violent or high priority narcotics felony.
Therefore, the state asked the court to nullify Proposition R, arguing Dallas exceeded its legal authority. It also asked the court to stop city officials and police from enforcing the measure and to ensure state drug laws are followed. Earlier this year, Texas AGI Paxton also sued the cities of Austin, San Marcos, Killeen, Elgin, and Denton for adopting amnesty and non-prosecution policies that he claims violate state laws on cannabis possession and distribution.
Now, as far as marijuana there, it says Texas has not yet legalized cannabis for recreational use, but has a medical cannabis program in place under the Texas Compassionate Use Act, which passed in 2015. It also legalized the production and sale of industrial hemp and CBD products in 2019, following the Farm Bill of 2018, which legalized hemp, defined cannabis having no more than 0.3% THC, by separating it from cannabis under the Controlled Substances Act. Currently, 24 U.S. states have legalized recreational use of cannabis and 38 states for medical use.
Yeah. In the November presidential election, several cannabis-related ballot measures were proposed, but most failed. In Florida, nearly 56% voted yes to Amendment 3, which allowed adult use cannabis. However, it did not meet the required 60% threshold to amend the state constitution.
Similar ballot measures in North Dakota and South Dakota each failed to achieve majority support. Arkansas's voters could have expanded the state's medical cannabis program, but the state Supreme Court ruled prior to the election that the votes cannot be counted.
The cannabis legalization measure that passed was in Nebraska alone, making it the 39th state to legalize cannabis for medical purposes, though its validity is still being challenged in court. Meanwhile, in Texas, a lawmaker had recently filed a bill to legalize and establish a regulated market for the production and sale of recreational cannabis. However, past cannabis bills have stalled in the conservative Texas legislature, setting up the next session as potentially crucial for cannabis policy reform in the state. Now, through my course, I also met one of the gentlemen in my course was from Texas.
Okay.
And he's like, the way he explained what's going on in Texas right now, it sounds to me like 2017 Canada. There are legacy dispensaries literally all over the place, like every second street, every second corner. This guy's son actually manages one. Nobody does. People are walking down the street smoking a joint, and
so they've got a law in place that everybody's ignoring.
Everybody, police, politicians, except for this one guy. This one guy is deciding he's going to sue.
Paxton, yeah, he's a controller. Yeah,
things that are already happening, but the cops don't want to deal with legacy cannabis. They know that that's a waste of their time. They know, legalization is coming, even not just at a state level, at a federal level, and they don't want to waste their time and their resources with cannabis, something that the majority of them actually use themselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Go Texas.
Yeah. Okay, a lot of people in Dallas. Hey, Mr. Paxton, like 2/3 of the people in Dallas want access to their cannabis, and if you're supposed to represent the people, hey.
Yeah.
All righty, on to the next story. Here we go.
Yeah, coming to us from the International Cannabis Business Conference, Denmark announces plan to make medical cannabis pilot program permanent.
Good.
Go Denmark.
The government of Denmark recently announced its plans to make its medical cannabis pilot program permanent. The pilot program, first introduced in 2018, was originally designed to help federal lawmakers and regulators gather data on other research to be better suited to craft national laws and rules. The government has issued over 20,000 prescriptions since its launch. The scheme was introduced in 2018 to give selected patient groups, example, patients with MS or cancer, a legal opportunity to be prescribed medical cannabis as part of the treatment, stated the Ministry of Interior and Health.
We can see that many patients who are prescribed medical cannabis by their doctor seem to benefit from the treatment. This applies, for example, to cancer patients who may suffer from severe nausea after treatment with chemotherapy, or people with multiple sclerosis who may have severe pain. And this is coming from the Minister of the Interior and Health, Sophie, I don't know how to pronounce it in her language, so Lodi stated. If it's up to the government, patients must continue to have a legal option to use medical cannabis, which is why we plan to make the scheme permanent. But now we have to see how parties to the agreement stand, the minister also stated.
Denmark's medical cannabis pilot trial is slated to end in 2025. The proposal to make the medical cannabis pilot program permanent still needs final approval. Now, according to, I can't even figure out a name, the Ministry of the Interior and Health stated, on behalf of the government, Sophie Lohodi has invited the agreement parties, SF, Liberal Alliance, In-House Listen, Dinks, Focal Party, and Alternative to negotiations on the trial scheme on medical cannabis.
Yeah. According to a recent study conducted by researchers from the Ukraine and France and published in the US as well, the National Institute of Health, 57 countries have adopted medical cannabis legalization measures. A recent market analysis by Introspective Market Research Projects that the legal global medical cannabis industry will be worth an estimated $91.065 billion, and they're talking American dollars, people, by 2032. Introspective Market Research estimates that the emerging worldwide medical cannabis industry was worth over $13 billion in last year in 2023. Holy camoly, $91 billion by 2032.
Yeah, that's a big bucks, eh?
Holy cannoli.
Big bucks.
Holy sh. That's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
And why are countries still saying no to getting their part of that pie? That's a big freaking pie.
It is. And some people say, well, it's only it's because of the money is why it's being legalized.
Which is fine. Like, let the people who think who aren't believers legalize for the money, because eventually they're going to watch it and become believers. So,
well, they'll know somebody. Eventually, they'll know somebody or met somebody or somebody in a family will use medical cannabis. And hey, my mother was against cannabis, but she saw the benefit that it made in me. So Yep. Alrighty. Last story of the day.
Yeah. Coming to us from MSN. OPP shut down illegal cannabis storefront in Leamington.
There you go, police department. An illegal cannabis storefront in Leamington has been shut down by police, and a Chatham woman faces numerous charges. On November the 6th, officers with the Essex County OPP Community Street Crime Unit and the OPP-led Provincial Joint Force Cannabis Enforcement Team searched Island Fire Cannabis in Leamington.
Police said that they seized quantities of illegal dried cannabis and other illegal cannabis products, including edibles, shatter, and vape cartridges, with an estimated value of $13,500. Police advise with the shutdown of the storefront, anyone who wishes to enter the premises must apply to the Superior Court of Justice for permission.
Entering the building without authorization can lead to arrest and charges of break and enter. Now, 39-year-old Chatham woman has been charged with possessing cannabis for the purpose of selling, possession of illicit cannabis, and possession of proceeds of property obtained by crime under $5,000.
The accused was released from custody and is scheduled to appear before the Ontario Court of Justice in Windsor on December 30th. The Provincial Joint Forces Cannabis Enforcement Team, you know what? They probably spent way more than $13,500.
Oh, they did. Oh, I guarantee they did.
The Provincial Joint Forces Cannabis Enforcement Team, which also includes the members of the Windsor Police Service, investigates illegal cannabis incidences and focuses on the apprehension of those who produce, sell, distribute, import, export, and the use of cannabis outside the parameters of the law. Like, I mean, $13,500 worth of cannabis. They've arrested this woman, and they probably spent at least $27,000 doing the investigation and going through it all.
Yeah, and they're not done. They're not done. They're still adding to that cost, but she's got to go to court and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously there wasn't much in the way to supply. It was either a very good day, or maybe supplies were just kept low, or just never know. Someone could walk in and.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of places do that. They only keep enough there that, like they might go through that in a day or two, and then everything else is off-site at a different place with a different person. But no matter what, like they spend at least, I would say, pushing $30,000 so far. And like you say, more to go to court. And, judges and court attorneys, and that's not cheap.
Yeah, and if they can't afford a lawyer and they got to use what do you call those lawyers?
Yes, we're paying for that. So now our tax dollars of pushing probably $40,000 or more dollars by the end of it have gone into arresting this woman, investigating this woman, charging this woman, taking her to court for $13,500 worth of product, and probably product that wouldn't cause the issues that the Organigram product caused.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All righty. That's the news for today. You got anything else you want to mention?
I don't think so. I'll see everybody tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Got a guest name?
I do. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Like, what is his name? We have a gentleman. He's coming on from Ontario. He manages a dispensary out there. Oh my goodness. His name is. Oh, come on. Up in Smoke is the name of the where's his last name? His name is Matthew. Welcome, Matthew. We don't have his last name. He is the owner-operator of Up in Smoke Cannabis Retail Store. What's cool, there's two things that are really cool about him. He, Up in Smoke actually sponsored, was one of the people involved in sponsoring the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference this past year. So cannabis has now stepped in as vendors. We had cannabis people for vendors at the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, which was really, really cool. And also Up in Smoke is one of the first legal coast-to-coast Canadian mail-order marijuanas. So he is a mom, and he can legally ship to me here in Nova Scotia from Vancouver, British Columbia, which is really amazing. So now if there are BC only products, I can now get my hands on them, which is just really cool.
Oh yeah, we know some of those products. Yeah. All righty. Other than that, that's our news report for today from the Legacy420.com news desk. That's the Pace News, as I said. Thanks to our buds at Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, thanks for tuning in, and don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
I'm going to take us back down memory lane.
Okay.
Okay. I've got a spot here all lined up. Who do I see there? Whoops.
Oh.
There we go. You see that? You are handing out. You're actually.
Oh my God! Yes.
We're in the grindhouse.
I didn't see me there, Al. I was looking at the picture on the screen, and I'm trying to think. Okay, who is that?
Oh, sorry.
I recognize that bald head anywhere.
See, the article was always called "Keeping Pace Everywhere."
Yes.
Remember that saying that you used to always say before the at the beginning of the documentaries?
It was something about adding the E to make it peace.
Correct. Yeah, it was something about share pace everywhere, so it creates peace. So it's people everywhere advocating cannabis education.
Oh my God, Al! Yeah, I mean those are experiences that I'll never ever forget. First of all, as you were saying, being at the Toronto Home Show or the Toronto Women's Show, and these are just regular shows at the convention center, and people are walking along, and all of a sudden there's a table there, and it's all to do with cannabis, and the cross section of people that we would get. A lot of people in favor, but we used to come across some people who weren't very happy about having us there.
Yeah, that's right. That would happen. Well, here's there on the screen. You can see the National Home Show.
Oh,
Um,
right.
yeah, yeah. We
Yeah.
would go to these things.
Oh my God, look at that.
But do you remember what happened that night when we had it there with Boris and in the restaurant, and who came in the door?
I'm not sure. What happened?
You remember that we were all up on the up at the front by the front window
On the stage?
On the stage, and the cops came in, and
shoot!
They stood there at the doorway, inside the doorway, just staring at everybody.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, and then people were saying when they were leaving that they were getting their picture taken from across the street.
Really? Isn't that interesting? Oh my God, I'd forgotten about that, Al.
And then, not only that, the Belleville Intelligencer got involved in it as well, and it became part of the editorial. What was the Belleville police force doing?
That's right.
Bothering law-abiding citizens who were discussing politics that the government is asking for input on.
I forgot all about that. You're absolutely right. And is that a grow-up game right beside it?
Yeah, that's the grow-up game right beside it, man. And you know what? I still got a couple games. They stopped because of COVID, but right up until COVID, we were still holding anywhere from about 2 to 3 games a year. People were still coming
Al,
we were still playing them.
We should do another one.
We have to. Oh yeah, for sure. Exactly. I've got people that are on a list that are waiting to play. People who haven't even played before that want to play. So it was always a great time.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate. Correct. Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the hackers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching The Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Nice day today.
Hey, guy.
What's
this?
Alan! Al! Alan! Yeah, I don't think you can hear me, you know. Yeah. Alan! 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 Alan!
We're over here.
Al!
We're over
Alan!
here.
Alan! Alan!
We're over here, man.
Alan!
Look over there.
Alan! Nice, that's not Alan. Steve, Steve. Steve! 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 Steve!
I don't know any Steve.
Steve! Okay, boys,
have
plan to
you
break
seen
over.
this
Pull your
before?
fish fingers out. Come on. We have some scuba divers
Yeah.
approaching. Now, you know the drill. Everyone into position. Okay? 2, 3, 4. Da da. Da da. Da da. Da da. Da da. Louder, boys, louder. Give me more cello. More cello, Roger. Use the gills. Brian, I love it. I love it. You're even scaring me. Andrew, are you chewing?
No.
Well, I hope you bought enough for everyone. Come on, spit it out. Okay, back into positions. And a 1 and a 2. Oh, no, that's not Steve. That is Alan. Alan! Alan! Al! Alan! 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 Alan!
He's still trying to find us.
So
We're
what
over
you
here,
say my
buddy.
name?
Behind you, behind
hey,
you.
Hey! You say Alan?
That's actually from a BBC nature special. There's a few of them.
Well, I've heard about the Alan thing, but I've never watched the video.
Have you ever seen? You know that I guess it's turned into a skit. It's like, hey, what's your name? Ezekiel. What's your name? You've seen that one, right?
No.
Okay, so there's we played the original on the 420 show one day.
Oh yeah.
And the ending is not what you would think.
No, man.
No. So if you're interested in what I'm saying, Google it. I don't want to play it again because it's actually
right. Okay. Let's see. In the show today, we've got the top 5 highest or strongest cannabis strains. We've got some recipes. We got some news, sports news. Got some news. Got a review as well. A couple reviews, I think. I think we've got a couple reviews.
And we're going to also watch Sherry Ann Baker's newest bit at Elevate. She went to Elevate a couple of weeks ago and did a little thing for us. So we're going to show that as well. And because I'm really into this show and I enjoyed the movie too, The Day of the Jackal is now playing on Prime. And
Okay, so we'll get into that and the entertainment end of things.
Yep.
So good.
Watch the trailer as well.
Yeah. So what else is new and exciting before we get into the top 5 list?
My eyesight is shitty. I can't see a fucking thing. Everything's blurry. But and it's snowing.
It's snowing. Well, while we can chuckle at that, it's a medical reason, I would assume, why everything's blurry.
Diabetes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So will that go away does that mean as far as does that mean that your readings are off, or it's just something
it might mean a few things. I'm in the process. I got a new doctor, so in the process of finding out what the fuck. And it might just be stress and tired and not feeling well and life. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, I can see. It's just everything. My eyesight's changing, I guess, is what it is.
There's that too, right? We're all getting older.
Yep. I also
You don't wear glasses though, do you? You don't wear reading glasses, do you?
I've had better than 20/20 vision all my life until, but now I'm getting orbs and I get black spots and things like that. So obviously the diabetes is affecting it.
Yeah.
So we'll find it.
You'll find out. Yeah, exactly. So not being that you were in Northern Ontario, how's the snow? You gotten any? Getting any? Have any?
Like I said, it's been snowing since yesterday morning.
Since yesterday.
Yep. And
for 24 hours now.
I've got about 6 inches on my car.
6 inches.
Yeah.
We got we don't have any. We
Snow.
just have green. We just have green grass.
Nope. You're gonna have a very mild winter this year.
Yeah.
No. We're supposed to have an El Nino year, I believe.
Oh yeah. I've been told a couple of different things.
Yeah, me too.
Some people said it's going to be a mild. Actually, you're the second person telling me a mild, and another person has told me it's supposed to be really rough. So
I find the best place to get the most accurate information is from the Farmer's Almanac.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean,
the Weather Network
track everything. Well, I watch the Weather Network too, but they go by the almanac as well. So
there's not a lot of. I'm not looking at a lot of snow. Let's just say, but we will finally. Our highs will finally be in the negative numbers in about a week's time.
Yeah, it's going to be -9 on Monday, and it was -5 today is the low up here.
Oh, that's your low. That's not your high then. So
no.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm high, but yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what else. Anything else new and exciting up there for you? Got snow.
The holiday train is on the way.
Holiday train.
Have you ever seen the holiday train, Al?
No, I don't think so.
It doesn't.
I've seen it promoted, but I've never seen it actual.
It doesn't go through where you are. What it does is it goes. It comes up from Toronto and goes right up to Thunder Bay and beyond, and it goes through the provinces and heads out west.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it goes all the way out west, but I know that it comes through Terrace Bay. It doesn't stop here, but it comes through here because we're a train town.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's too bad it doesn't stop there.
Well, you see, it stops in Marathon, which is an hour south of us, and then it comes through Terrace Bay on the 2nd on the way to Schreiber, which is the next town up. And they actually have a thing there. They do a thing. Right?
Oh,
there's usually a performance there and all that kind of thing.
Right.
It's just 10 minutes up the road, but we have a big train field here because of the mill, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I guess it's more of they stop there. If they stop there, it's more of it wouldn't be for the holiday train. It'd be more of commercial.
CP goes through, and I think hey, dog, lay down, please. Thank you. Sorry. Like I said, it goes through. I think probably a half a dozen trains go through a day.
Yeah.
Rose, lay down or leave. Thank you. Kitty snacks. Excuse me 1 second.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Lay down.
Why don't we, I'll just run. I'm just going to run a short little clip, and we'll come back with the.
And I'll argue with my dog.
You argue with your dog. Okay. All right. We'll do that. We need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto.
Now there's
Exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you.
There you go. How'd you make out?
She left.
She left. Okay. All right. On to the top 5.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right. Today, as Al mentioned earlier, he was having some problems reading because his vision is off. So I went and grabbed the top 5 list, and it says the top 5 strongest cannabis strains of 2024 update. What do you think, Al? What do you think's on this list?
I'm thinking some Kushes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can see that. Some Kushes on there.
And some heavy sativas.
Heavy sativas. Oh. All right, let's find out. Here we go. I'll just scroll right down to the
I
list.
don't know what to think, actually.
I know. Here you go. Cookies gelato.
Oh.
It says it's combining a sugary sensation with Girl Guide cookies and gelato. I know I've grown a bubble gelato. Very nice. So
yeah.
They say THC is around 28%.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like a high THC or do you like a low THC?
Myself, I'm gonna say medium to high.
I don't mind the lower ended THCs because they don't overwhelm me, right?
Right.
Sometimes a high THC will trigger a mental health event.
Yeah, I've had strains over the years where I found, and I've actually had them tested, and one of them was a Humber Valley Kush. It came in at 17%. That I enjoyed it better than other strains that I had that were higher.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. There's a strain that I like that's put out by Tweed, and it's 18% usually, and it's just their indica, right?
Right.
And although I won't get it again because it doesn't puff up nice and blah 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 blah, but I enjoyed it when I had it because it wasn't overwhelming. Like I said, I have to be careful. Sometimes I get a little
too high.
Yeah.
Well, they say this one says bringing about a euphoric rush with relaxing touch. This hybrid makes sure you don't go too deep in one direction, even if you're headed for the stars.
As we just said.
Yeah, there you go. Here's some information on it. 50% sativa, 50% indica.
I like a 50-50 or a 60-40.
Yeah, 5 to 6 feet tall, ready middle of October if you're growing outside. So, okay, Royal Gorilla. And just so you know, this comes from Royal Queen seeds.
Never heard of this. So this is their brands. Yes, okay.
Yeah, I met them at Treating Yourself Expo. Let's see, Royal Gorilla. They say the gorilla genetics have been around in the U.S. for a while.
So that would probably consist of a Gorilla Glue strain, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really say what it's. It's probably below the picture here. 26% THC content. So there you go. Super Dub or Doob, D-U-B-B.
Doob.
Super Doob crossed with Chem Cess crossed with Chocolate Diesel.
Oh.
3 to 5 feet high, 8 to 10 weeks. It's going to take you to grow it indoors. And it's a 50-50 plant.
That might be interesting. That sounds like something that might be good down in the basement.
Yeah, indoors, you're looking at, I'm going to say 8 to 10 weeks on that.
That's not bad.
No.
Isn't it usually 16?
No, that's for sativas.
Oh, okay.
Indoors, 8 to 10 weeks for an indica.
Okay.
Yeah, even a little bit less. See, green gelato.
Another gelato.
Yeah. The parent plants are sunset sherbet and thin mint cookies.
I've had both of those and I enjoy them. I would probably like that strain.
Yeah. They're famous for their sweet flavor and strong high, and they have a 25% THC percentage.
You'll have to post that. You'll put that list in our chat there.
Yes, I will. Let's see. I'll just keep that. And then let's see. Fruity tones, sharp with mint, spicy kush, and warm cookie flavor. Yummy. 45% sativa, 55% indica, 5 to 7 feet tall, early October outdoors, 8 to 10 weeks inside. And it's only 3 to 4 feet tall.
And do they have prices?
No.
Oh, okay.
They have a button that says buy. Next one, Hulk Berry.
Who?
Hulk Berry.
Never heard of it.
Neither have I. It says it has obtained a cult status in a short amount of time following its success at the 2014 High Times Cup. 28% THC. They say it's the breeding of OG Kush with strawberry diesel. Mix of an indica and sativa effects and a fruity taste. There you go. Here's the information. 65% sativa, 35% indica. Late September outdoors. Wow.
Huh.
That's nice. Nice and early. The high is clear and uplifting.
Huh.
Triple G. What do you think's in this? Let's see.
Cannabis?
They say, yes, it's a coincidence that the name of the strain is similar to that of a WWE wrestler. I was thinking more of the line of 3 different gelatos or something when it said Triple G.
Yeah, they're going off of Triple H. Yeah.
Okay. It's an indica dominant, means it'll more than get you relaxed and euphoric. And it says it might go a long way in treating your systems. Expect the taste of berries, candy, and chocolate to hit your tongue. Will spice, diesel, and earth tones waft around you. I like the idea of what hits your tongue, the chocolate, candy, and berries. There we go, 26%. Are you Gorilla Glue by Gelato?
Who?
Gorilla Glue 4 by Gelato 33. So there's your Triple G.
There
Gorilla
you go.
Glue Gelato.
There you go.
There you go. Top 5.
Yeah. That's yummy. I like that last one there. I might have to.
Yeah. So do I.
Check on those.
Hi to our viewers on YouTube as well.
Hi. Can you post that link
Yes.
in our chat?
I will.
Okay. Are you high? What are you smoking?
Yeah, what are you guys smoking?
I'm smoking roaches, unfortunately. It's the last week of the month.
So there's our 5 strains. I should have put that in as part of the comment, but I didn't. I just put the link in. Today, I'll be getting into that in the review, which I believe is probably coming up shortly, and we'll get into that. So, all right. Anything else you want to add to the top 5 top 5 list?
I got to look at that list.
Can you see it?
Well, that's the thing. I said I got to, and
yeah. You'll have to take a look. Like I said, I put the link in the chat, so anybody who's wondering, can take a look at it. Alrighty. Okay, let's make our way along. Let's go from what's going to get you super high with the strong THC levels to something that's going to help you with your munchies. All right, recipe time. I always like doing recipes. I don't get into this big detail on how to do everything. We just sort of name off what they are, right? And I'll end up putting the link in the chat. I'm gonna put that in right now. Recipes. I'll make sure that I put the word recipes in there, so everybody will know what I'm doing, what it's for. So there you go. Yeah. So the recipes for today, they are coming to us from Food and Wine.
Ooh,
Food and Wine. Yeah. Where's cannabis recipes?
I like that mainstream websites are picking up on cannabis recipes and stuff like that.
Yeah. That was when I did the search. That's what I thought was.
Well, when I was looking for stuff to talk about today, I actually I posted a short clip of Matthew McConaughey and the chef making steak, Gordon Ramsay, and they were using spices to season their steak. McConaughey style spices. So I thought that was interesting.
Right.
I was watching the video before we started, actually.
Okay. So the 9 cannabis recipes to try at home. Here we go.
There you go. 9 of them.
Number
1.
How to make canna butter.
Oh, that's easy.
Everybody always asks how you make butter. So this recipe list includes how to make butter. All right. Now you got cannabis infused tea with rose and lavender.
I do that. I if you take a little bit of cannabis and some mushrooms and stick them in one of those reusable pods for your Keurig and let it run, there you go.
Bingo. Okay.
You could even put some lavender in there if you wanted to.
And you just gotta click on the link. It says "Get the recipe." It's right there.
There you go.
Yeah. Cannabis infused citrus caramel blondies.
Oh my Lord.
Sounds good, doesn't it? Orange zest and caramel all go into these show-stopping blondies. The recipe's modified version. Swapping in canna butter in for unsalted butter.
Yep.
Cannabis infused olive oil.
I have some in the fridge.
So do I. I was working with it yesterday. Cannabis infused pasta with clams and green chiles.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not into the clams
right
either. All right. Let's see what else next. Cannabis infused olive oil citrus cake. And look at it, it's got the citrus right on top of it. It's a cornmeal cake with a vibrant citrus glaze and fresh fruit add layers of tart sweetness. I think you'll like this one, Al. Cannabis infused chocolate pretzel cookies. Oh, I see Al is gone. He's had to run off. I don't know where he's gone to.
I had to get some water. I'm sorry.
Okay, I didn't know you left. I just happened to change what tab I was on just to check to make sure on things, and you were gone.
Perfect cookies.
Yes, cannabis infused chocolate
pretzel cookies.
Ooh.
You know, I'm not big on chocolate covered pretzels, to be honest with you. No, chocolate is made to be with chocolate, and pretzels are made to be with pretzels. Yeah, it's.
I like chocolate covered.
I don't like the flavor, the combination of the chocolate and the pretzels. they have, you know, the rolled gold. I've gotten a bag of the rolled gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. What's next? Cannabis infused brioche French toast.
I can't remember the proper pronunciation of that.
I haven't got a clue. I've had French toast, but I
I
think
love French toast, and it's very easy to medicate your syrup. Or your butter.
Yes, it is. And you can probably throw
Or your
something-
sugar.
Yeah. They say with an extra luxurious touch from canna butter.
Woo.
Yeah, where do you put butter in French toast?
On top.
Well, this has got extra strawberry jam, lemon juice.
Can't you see it? There it is right there, buddy. That's that white thing there.
That white thing.
That's the butter.
Oh, okay. So it says
you take a slab of butter, can of
yeah.
butter, and put it on your French toast and let it melt in. And then that way you're not burning anything off as well, right?
Yeah.
You got to remember when
I just throw the eggs in the thing, beat them up in the bowl, throw the bread in there, and throw them on the frying pan.
But you got to remember that when you're heating up anything with cannabis in it, you can't when you're frying it up, you're frying over what you should be heating it up.
Oh, yeah,
to.
you don't want to overcook. You don't want to get too
So
high.
if you make your French toast
Yeah.
and then take your can of butter, which is already made, and put it on your French toast, you're not burning anything away. That was my point.
Wasn't it make it soggy?
Oh God, no. So what do you think the syrup does?
Syrup, yeah, okay. Infuse the syrup too.
You can't eat that crap, can you?
I haven't had French toast in a long time. I eat very little bread. It's just I get bloated from it if I eat too much, so I don't eat very much bread. All right, on to the next recipe: cannabis infused salted caramel fudge brownies.
Oh, I saw something like this the other day.
Look at that. 2 layers of brownie with caramel squeezed in between.
The first brownies that I ever made, Tim and I, we took about an ounce of leaf and stem and all that and ground it all up. We didn't know any better. Ground it all up, and I said, well, just use it as flour instead of flour.
Right.
It was horrible. But wow, were we stoned.
Yes. Those were the days. Those were the days. Okay. From there, I don't know if that's the end of it or not. Okay. Yes, that's the end of it. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. 9 of 9.
9 of 9.
9 of 9. That's right. So there you go. Recipes.
If we like to talk about recipes every show. So if you've got one that you've made, have at her. Send it to us.
Hey, we got a question. Warriors Dude Nation says, "What's up?" Hey, we're just talking cannabis recipes. We'll be talking some news. We'll be talking some sports. We'll be talking about a few things. All righty. So, recipes. Done that. Anything else you want to add to the recipes?
I had where's that one that I posted? Let me find it here really quick.
All right.
Because I thought that this would be a good one to medicate. And I posted it. And it's a little video, so we can watch the video. And 1 second here. How do I do this? Share this one.
Yeah.
Share that one. All right. So let's watch this.
Yeah.
And then this would be very easy to medicate. You just medicate the chocolate and then do the steps that it tells you to do.
Is that sponge toffee?
It is. Let me.
Cold come Christmas morning, and this is the perfect gift for those people because it's cold, not in the conventional way, but it's cold cane candy, and it's super easy to make, highly addictive, and just flat out delicious.
That's so damn good.
We start with
Oh,
our
yeah.
main ingredient, our cane sugar. Then we get a little bit of sea salt, and finally our golden syrup. It's got a really unique flavor, and I really highly recommend it. You can always find this in the British section of your grocery store, but if you can't find it for some reason, use honey or corn syrup. I know that little voice in your head is telling you to mix this, but that's not what you want to do. Just let this dissolve over medium heat. When it's dissolved, we're going to add in the candy thermometer. When it comes up to 300 degrees, we're going to take it off of the heat, whisk in our baking soda, and then pour it into a dish. That's it. It's very simple. Just don't fuck it up. The temperature rises quite quickly here. Heat about 298 degrees. Add in my baking soda. Then I mix it for about 10 seconds here. You can see it just starts expanding. It's fully incorporated here. That's when you want to add it into your baking dish. I've lined it with wax paper just so it comes out of the pan very easily. And you can see once I pour it in, you can see it expanding up.
A super easy way to
think
clean
so.
this pot is to just fill it with water, bring it up to a boil, and all that sugar is going to dissolve, and this pot is going to be spotless. I got my candy foam now. All I got to do is smash it up into bite-sized pieces.
You want to make sure before you start breaking this, it's fully cooled. So I usually let it sit out on the counter for about an hour and then pop it in the freezer for about 15 minutes. And then that way I know when I'm breaking it, it's completely cooled and it just easily breaks apart and melts in your mouth.
That's so damn good. You can use whatever chocolate you like, but I've got some delicious dark chocolate. It's going to taste really good.
I like to melt my chocolate using a double boiler. I also got my cookie crumbs in a separate bowl. Everything's ready to go. Once the chocolate's melted, you just dip in your honeycomb candy. You can do partially dip in it or completely submerge it. Just toss it into those cookie crumbs, roll it around for a bit, then lay it onto a baking sheet, let it harden, and then honestly, you have your cold cane candy, which is freaking unbelievable. Everybody has a few naughty people in their lives who deserve to get coal come Christmas morning. And this is the perfect gift for those people because it's coal. Not in the conventional way.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
That's all right. We'll take it off.
Yeah, that I think that would be a really yummy, and it's coal, so you could use it for Christmas.
And you can infuse the chocolate for sure. There's no doubt about that.
I think everything there you can infuse.
I think you could as well. Yeah.
I think the best way to do it would be when you're making the foam. Put some RSO in there, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah. It's put some oil in there or whatever. But you
butter, whatever. Yeah.
If it would, I'm not sure because it mentions how you cook it off until you get it right down to like you want to stir it, but don't stir it. I'm not sure if it would separate or not. But I guess you could try. Someone could try it and find out, and if it doesn't separate, then hey, good stuff, right? But no matter what, you can still infuse the chocolate. Oh, I'm talking about chocolate. I got some sad news yesterday. Our local chocolate store is closing.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, it was great stuff. Just go to the chocolate store and buy some and melt it down. And
have you been into the butter tart bakery in Alderville?
No. I don't travel that direction very often.
It hadn't opened before I moved, so I didn't get in there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I couldn't tell you. All righty. Well, from recipes, we should go into maybe reviews. What do you say?
What do you have to review?
We'll talk about it on the other side. Today, for a review, I've got a vape cartridge that have you ever had something that you've put it away someplace and you've lost it?
Yes, I have a button that I've been saving that popped off my fucking shorts, and I finally got some thread and a needle, and I can't find the fucking button.
Well, I couldn't find this vape cartridge. I didn't know where it was. It went missing. It was still in its package. And it turns out that when I got a coat back that I had left at a friend's place.
I was in the coat.
It was in the coat, and it was at Buddy's place for over a month. But I didn't know it was there. I thought, I looked all around, but I couldn't find it. But that explains why. So yeah, my vape cartridge that I got here today because I can't smoke joints in the house. It is from Legacy 420. You find them at legacy420.com. And the strain that I am doing, it's called Tangy. And it is. It's just
Tangy?
that. It's tangy. It's the Red E brand, which is the Legacy 420 brand. And it tastes tangy.
Which is up for sale, I hear.
Yes, Legacy 420 is up for sale. Exactly.
So Al and I have both been what do you call it? Interacting with Tim Barnhart since Legacy, literally since they opened, because we were at the opening. I remember.
Yeah. I used to go to the old store all the time, and hearing Tim's stories about Project Long Arm stopped by today. And that
yes,
was
we've heard the stories. Yes.
Yeah. And he's got it up for sale. He posted that he's turning 65 in a few months, and
time to run away with his young lady there.
Retire without the business.
Yep.
So he's got it up for sale. It's a 10,000 square foot facility. It's got a lab. It's got food processing areas.
That
concentrates where they make concentrates. Is
but it tells me about the current state of the business of cannabis in Canada.
Yeah,
because this is happening a lot of stores, both Indigenous and legal stores, and not so legal stores, are closing down.
Yeah, well, I know there's the one person who I saw on Facebook, the store where they work at has closed.
I think that it's the climate in Canada with regards to cannabis now. I think that there's something going on within the Indigenous sector of cannabis. A lot of reservations are not allowing it, and some are. Southern Ontario has a lot of reservations that are allowing it. We have none up here in Northern Ontario.
No, yeah, well, it's up to each reservation, just like it would be up to, for example, down in the U.S., up to each state. Here is federal legal, but we still have the provincial regulations, which vary from province to province, and same with municipalities, right?
And then we have our federal medical program, which is so medical.
Yeah. I see. I saw a post by Allison Murden. She was mentioning that she was talking with a patient who informed her that the doctor said to them that Health Canada is being really questioning a lot of stuff that's over 3 grams. That they're trying to push a 3 gram limit for home growers.
For home growers,
that's what they're getting in the clinics. As far as like a patient goes in and gets a clinic, and then they purchase their cannabis from the licensed producers, that's 2.5 to 3 grams. But at one time, like it was much higher, something like 14 when it came to the home growing end of things.
My first was 3 grams, because that's what he gave me. I'm up to 5 now. And I've already had the conversation with the new doctor, and she just wants to do some research and make sure she's allowed. That's all.
Right.
She's fine with it. She just wants to make sure she's allowed.
See what the
she's heard that
medical association says.
Well, yeah, she's
you know what they say.
She has heard that doctors can't prescribe unless they take a course, which is bullshit. But there is a course that is available to practitioners and nurses that is about cannabis, but nobody wants to take it. So you don't hear about it. You don't hear doctors talking about it. I spent the last 35 years with this doctor and learning, and he had to learn, and so what's up, Al? You okay?
Well, I was trying to see in my review here. I thought, okay, let's see how much of a cloud of vapor I can create with it, and of course, that
Didn't work, did it?
That leads to a coughing when you do that. So, but no, it tastes good. I'm enjoying it. I can't give you any numbers on it or anything like that. I can just tell you it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. It's Legacy 420's Red E brand that they produce themselves. So the numbers were at the they were not on the package here that I've got with it, but it was on the board when I bought it. I just can't. It's been a while. It was like I said, it was lost in my coat. So
what are those worth?
And something that you guys always see me with in the videos is because I'm using a vape pen. But this battery, it doesn't seem to die.
Really?
It just keeps going. It's excuse me. It's a box hot battery. It's all fancy colors. But it just keeps on going. Like I think I've only charged it like twice. Like when I got it, I charged it, and then once since then.
I don't use the vape pens. I mean, I use my Shatterizer. Obviously, it's right here.
Yeah.
But I don't use the pre-buy or pre-filled vape pens because it's usually distillates and isolates, which I don't like.
Yeah, that's why if I go and get one, I look for it to say live rosin in it.
Yeah, well, you see that I can make my own, so why should I?
Yeah, correct. And
I'd rather get some hash or some shatter, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Talking about hash, review. Since we're still on the review end of things, how is the dewdrop?
It's dropping dew.
Did it drop you?
Yeah, it makes me sleepy. I don't have any hash, or I'd be using it, but I've been getting the Nug brand because I enjoy it. I like the soft hash. The other one that I have found that is really also yummy is Vortex, and their hash is usually soft as well. They had some blonde there, but I don't think that the blonde would really roll out. I've dropped a few snakes into my water already.
Mm-hmm.
The fall off. Yep, there you go. That's the one.
That's for next week's show.
There you go. I like the Vortex. That's the one that I started getting.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you that was I'll have a story for that one too.
It's similar to the Nugs.
Yeah. Yep. Well, yesterday, some people have asked me. I've got my dewdrop right here, and it's sitting on top of my Apple.
Yes.
And people have asked me, like, how portable is it? Yesterday I thought I'd check that out, and I'm out in the country, right? So it's not as if I could just go for a walk downtown or anything. So I went for a walk. I went out and got the mail. I went over to the pond.
I walk around with it all the time.
Yeah, I went over to the pond. I went up down the trail past the windmill that we have here for the pond, along the trail some more, and back here to the house. And it worked just fine. It was always the chamber on it was always full.
I wouldn't take it with you in the car or anything, but
No, not. Yeah, I wouldn't take it to try to use in the car. I'd take it in the car to take to some place to use someplace else.
I'm trying to get Tyler, the owner of my cannabis here in Terrace Bay, to bring them in.
Yeah.
I think that his hash people will like it.
See this thing right here? This thing here, which does have a lid on it. Okay.
Yep. You're going for Dave's trick, are you?
Yes. Going for Dave's trick. Dave suggests that in order to clean your apple.
Yep.
And just so you know,
or your dewdrop.
Or the dewdrop, because the dewdrop fits in here as well.
How many dewdrops will fit into a can of dewdrops?
Oh,
probably two.
You might get two. You might get two apples in here, but I don't think you'll get two dewdrops.
Mm.
Yeah, you put your ISO, or if you've got high grade alcohol, whatever, put it in here, right? And then at the end of the day, when you're done with your apple or your dewdrop, you just take it and you stick it in here. You put your lid back on it, right? So your alcohol doesn't evaporate. And in the morning, you take your lid off, pull your apple out, rinse it. You're done.
Yep.
It's clean, ready to go. Put the lid back on. Your alcohol is still there.
I have not found anything that's big enough for it yet, so I'm still looking. But you know, I have noticed, Al, if you take the dewdrop, and I don't have a apple, if you take the dewdrop and fill it completely with hot water and just shake it and then dump it out, it really cleans itself really well. And then once in a while, I'll do the ISO thing as well.
Right. Well, you know, mine is dirty, and it's dirty in the photos I took of it yesterday, but it's dirty because I used it. So, but it's due. It's due to be dunked and cleaned. So, alrighty, we're done that into things. Review that done. I'm gonna run another promo right now. Okay, on the apple, and then when we get back. Oh no, wait, hang on. I'm gonna hang on that thought.
Make up my mind, Al.
I want to make up your mind because I want to time some things here. So we're just gonna have a quick 20-second break, and then we're gonna head to the news.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay. All right. We're right back, guys. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Hey, there we go. Don't forget, catch that Saturday morning. Non-stop, man. Works really good. What do you think? I'm sure you
need
enjoy
to
it.
put some cartoons in there as well.
What's that?
We need to put some cartoons in there as well.
Put some cartoons. Saturday morning cartoons. Hey, there you go.
Yep.
Hey, I guess I didn't ask this question before. News. Do we have a news article? Or were we too high before the show to think about that?
There is one here.
You got one?
Well, I don't remember what it is. I'm looking. Yeah. Here we go.
Okay. All right. I gotta run the intro. All right, there you go. What's the news?
I'm posting the link in our chat, and I can't read all the small chat stuff, but basically the appeals court upholds Mississippi ban on medical marijuana advertising. Now, in Canada, you're not allowed to do any cannabis advertising at all. So they say, although you keep seeing cannabis advertising.
Oh, I've seen signs around. Yeah.
But it is not allowed, as you know. Mm-hmm. It is not allowed for an LP, a legal producer, provider, whatever you want to call them, to outright advertise products.
Mm-hmm. You can't run ads on TV or whatever, but I've seen promos on signs.
Oh yeah. You know, when all this legalization stuff first happened, you'd go down to the Budweiser stage down at Ontario Place, which is closed now. You'd go down there, and Tweed had a huge kiosk there, soliciting new people to come and sign up when they were doing the sign up thing and stuff like that. And then you would drive down the highway, the Gardner Expressway, which cuts right through the downtown core of Toronto, and you would see signs all over the fucking place about cannabis this, cannabis that, Tweed, Cannabis Corp, or whatever, whoever they're called now. It was all over the place. Now, not so much, but you're starting to see things like when you go into a legal store, you will see propaganda from Health Canada all over the place. Flyers and things like that. So, and now they're starting an education campaign. When you remember all the stores that were popping up, Tweed was having stores pop up, and they were using it as recruitment centers for people to come in and learn.
Well, they had the Buzzkill store there for 4 days.
Yeah.
All right. And now, like each province seems to be doing it, because Nova Scotia had something. New Brunswick is running something as well. Alberta has an educational thing that they've been running, and this all started October-ish. And it's been other provinces have been running it too.
And also, I while I was looking for stuff to talk about, that cannabis hypermimesis syndrome.
He did better than me.
There's some new research that tells you why it's happening and blah 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 blah. You smoke too much, go and eat something, you'll feel better. I've been I've had to take an ambulance ride. I thought I was having a fucking heart attack, and the first thing the doctor said in Emerge was, you got hypermimesis syndrome. I was like, I just instantly like, you know what? Don't even.
Don't even go there. All right. We're gonna go into some sports, but I've got to deal with the dog. So I'm gonna do the sports really quickly, because I don't have anything to show. I just got 3 things to mention. So let's get into there. Sports. All right. Being that we didn't have a live show last week, and so I got a few things I gotta get caught up on. I gotta get caught up on. Okay. The Dodgers won the World Series.
The Dodgers won the World Series.
The Argos won the Grey Cup.
Oh my God. Are you fucking kidding me? And you see, in 2024, the Argos win the fucking Grey Cup. I didn't even know. The last time they won the fucking Grey Cup, I was sitting on my sister's car going up and down Yonge Street. That was what, 30 years ago?
Yeah, they won the Grey Cup.
Congratulations. I wish I had some sound effects loaded.
And it was Paul over Tyson in boxing.
Yeah. I don't know what to think there.
That's the end of my story.
I don't know what to think there.
But being that we didn't do a live show, and the show before that I had missed the Dodgers thing, so I thought, well, okay, I'll just do a quick little rundown there and let everybody know.
I did not know about the Argos.
I didn't even know that they were even in the Grey Cup. I saw the stuff. And, holy fuck! So, and I recently had a friend stop in before a broadcast, and he's a big Hamilton Ticats fan, but he was actually going to Ottawa, and he was going to go see them play up there, but that was before anything was obviously before the Grey Cup. So, all right, I'm going to run this quick little promo, and then we're going to come back with some events and entertainment stuff that we got to discuss.
Yeah, and I've got a piece by Sherry Ann Baker from Elevate.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you in about 2 minutes.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
There you go. We're back. What are you looking at, Al?
I'm just sharing the show. I forgot to share the show on
Okay. Yes. That was the Apple. As you mentioned, as it shows there, it's coming soon. You're well aware of this, but I am finally done putting something together. Video, short, sort of a documentary, but not a documentary. It's just about the Apple. And I've got a movie or clip that is actually, it's about 52 minutes long. And it's video footage of Dave and Master Glass actually creating a Apple. Did you get a chance to watch it?
I did. I watched it. I skimmed it.
You skimmed it.
I skimmed it yesterday. Yeah, I figured I'd watch it when you show it.
Yeah. And so I've got to just got to figure out when I'm going to actually release it to the public. And
did you let Dave see it yet?
No, I asked him if he wanted to see it before we released it, and he said, "No, I'm okay." And so I said, "All right." Yeah, it's they actually created Apple and talk about how it's made and the whole.
I enjoyed. I've said this before. I really enjoy chatting with Dave. Always have, and he's very animated, but he knows what he's talking about, and it was very interesting to sit there and watch them both do what they do.
Yeah. Now that I've got this one done, I'm going to create another video. I just basically a glass blowing video because we did make some video footage without any sound to it. And so I'll probably be putting something like with that together. There'd be lots of different things they can create with the footage that I got that day. So, all right. That's my movie end of things. You said you got some events or entertainment movie you want to add to this?
To this?
Yes.
Yeah, we can watch. I like I said at the beginning of the show, I have been watching the new series. I don't know if they're calling it a limited series or not, but it is the newest version. The newest version of The Day of the Jackal. If you've ever seen the original, it's a very intense movie, the original. which I believe is Richard Meacham. And then the remake is one of Jack Black's first films with what's his name, please?
I don't know, Jack.
Bruce
I don't
Willis.
know the movie.
Bruce Willis plays the jackal. But this is really well done. It's a limited series on I believe Prime.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the
Take a look. All right.
trailer, just because I thought it was cool, and I'm having a hard time with Windows here. There we go.
Who's the target?
My clients need to know if you think it's possible.
It'll cost.
Police all over Europe are looking for him.
We are reaching out to all our international partners for assistance.
He's an exceptional assassin. He will kill again, unless we stop him.
There's no record of him anywhere. This guy's a ghost.
I know I can find him.
I've heard good things about you, Bianca. Don't let me down.
His code name's Jackal. He's a mimic. Oh my God! Somebody's hiring the Jackal for another kill.
What do you do?
If I told you the truth, then I'll lose you.
This is a wild goose chase, and it's not helping our department's reputation.
Are you saying we should just walk away? That's not the job I signed up for.
There's only so much I can do to protect you.
I will find him and I will kill him myself.
One man is not worth all this loss.
I like to win.
So do I.
I just want to know who you are.
There's
Looks
a
like she
couple of
What's that?
There's a couple of other really good series that I'm watching as
Yeah.
well. Landman, which is just started, and of course Yellowstone.
It looks
Here's-
like she's bound and determined to find and get this guy,
Yes.
even though they want to stop going at him.
I don't know if you know about what the Jackal is, but it's loosely based on a true story out of, I guess, the 60s, 70s, I guess, maybe even earlier. I don't know, but it's loosely
on
based
true
on
story?
on a true story. Yeah,
Oh, good.
yeah.
Yeah,
About the assassin name as the Jackal.
Yeah. Now, as far as events, we do know that the Kind Winter Fair is going on in Toronto this weekend, or not this weekend, today. It's 2 days, Monday and Tuesday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I knew it was coming. I didn't know when.
Yeah.
Now and we also have the video to watch.
Correct.
from
Yeah.
Melody.
So yeah, it's I saw a post on Facebook about yesterday, which was business day, from my understanding. Packed. But this is
Really?
what the post said. Yeah, packed, just packed full of people. So
Where was it? Down at the
in Toronto? No, it's not in the exhibition grounds.
Okay.
No, I can't think of the name of the street offhand
I
right now.
can't light my joint with my Shatterizer.
No, you won't get enough heat to light it. So yeah, busy times down there. So I've gone to the Kind Winter Fairs in the past. and things were covered. It was outside, but covered, and there was heat. I don't know what they're doing this year. But
That's the one that they did under a tent last year, isn't it?
yeah. We went the one year. We covered it.
I don't remember.
No, yeah. That was
they all go together. We've done so many that they all
blurred. Yeah, exactly. All right. And you said you've got something there on the
Yep,
event?
I've got a piece by Sherry Ann, who went and covered what is it called again? Elevate. Also in Toronto. So we'll watch that and then we can chat about it when we're done. Excuse me. Hang on.
Elevate. See you soon.
Let's try that again. There we go.
Two parts to my answer here. I think the most important part of my success is definitely the people that I work with, teams that I've put together. They're a great group of passionate individuals and they love what they do. And so I think that's first and foremost. Without a good team, there's no way you're going to be successful in this industry.
Regulatory challenges that you would see we're facing right now in Canada.
To hit that 30%, so they can go to tobacco, stuff like that. So I think we just gotta play the new regulations and from the standardization. That's also a little bit difficult too because everyone has different equipment.
Question, I'm just going to go off script for a second. There's a lot of talk obviously about standardization, and within the context of that, it's been basically left from Health Canada to the industry. It's almost like sending kids to the room that have been fighting and going, look, you guys go and sort this out. When you figure it out, you come back to us. Is that the stance? Is that the way the industry is currently putting itself together to present back standardization opportunities to Health Canada?
Yeah, for sure. I think also it is.
Or understand data. Data is important. Roadmap. But how can retailers use data to improve the consumer and customer experience?
Well, as you said, data is very important, and I'm pretty much a data geek, so I will stand by that. But it's not everything. For me, or for everyone, data doesn't equal success. It's how you use it. Good morning.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I recognize some of the brands because of us being involved in events and going and covering events that were there. So, but yeah, I don't know where that was held at though.
I believe it was at Danforth. I've not been. The
yeah, I don't know. Yeah, let me just
is new to me.
We have a piece of device that we can figure that out. Get an answer to that question. Elevate.
I think it was at the Danforth.
You think so?
I think so. I may be wrong.
Yeah. There's lots of opportunities for me to choose which one I wanted to go to. The one that has the answer, and it doesn't. Oh, there you go. Albion Road.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Albion Road in Etobicoke.
Etobicoke.
Yes. Yeah. So there you go. That's where it's at, or was at. So okay. Anything else offhand? Entertainment.
Nope, almost time to go clean off the car.
Yeah. You got medical appointments this afternoon.
Yes, I does.
Yeah, that means you gotta get a head start. You gotta get ahead early because you gotta Yeah.
I
What are
have
your
a
roads
whole
like?
three- a
You
whole
can- like
I
you
have a whole
obviously haven't.
3.5 minute car trip. Not
Ah,
even. I
you
am
can-
1.3 kilometers away from the hospital. So
Oh, geez, that's not bad. You're good there.
no,
Yeah.
I probably could snowshoe it if I had to.
You got snowshoes?
It's just at the top of the street. So
Yeah.
no, I don't. No. My snowshoeing and skiing days are done, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I was an avid skier when I was younger. I enjoyed doing the moguls at Horseshoe Valley.
Good. Yeah, I like doing little snowshoeing just around here around the property. So
Do you ski as well? Do you do
no.
cross country skiing?
No, I don't want to kill myself.
Cross country skiing to me is
Oh
like,
no.
oh.
No, I don't do that either. No.
I have.
It just allows me to continue doing my walking because walking is my exercise. So, all right. Nothing else offhand you want to bring
I
up
don't
before we
think
say
so.
goodbye?
I don't think so. Why are we saying goodbye already?
Well, I'm just sort of looking at what else we got left to cover.
I don't think we really have much else to cover. So goodbye.
No. Yeah, because our events and entertainment, according to my list, is the last thing that we have on.
Well, hopefully I'll be able to see next week.
Yes, exactly. No, I know what you mean. So, all right. Other than that, I guess we can say bye, guys, and we'll see y'all next week.
Bye and bye bonds.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
Last time I checked, I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh, really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well,
looked.
you got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That makes sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen. I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Exactly, because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either. But she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her own head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods, because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think, okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, MJ always makes comments about the fact of, 5 years ago, this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
no.
Now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, you know, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
Exactly, they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, be you know, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud keeper, the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, you know, like, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this because there's lots of other people.
Right, we gotta go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out, and we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. Okay, who wants to do number 7?
You.
Just did it. Alright, it's been a while since you did. Okay, on to number 7. And then I'll get up and I will get the barbecue.
That is smush.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
That
Look at that.
is completely flat.
It is flat. Oh, damn.
Even got footprints on it.
Yeah, this is 7 coming around right now.
Well, I think number 5 is
All right.
the one you missed.
Visual appeal.
Oh, I just okay. That was okay. That's all right.
Wow. It's hard to accurately
Hey.
judge a bud that's looked like that.
I'll go there.
All right.
7.
I think they stole. I think they stole the rosin out of it before they shipped it.
I don't know.
Yes.
So what was your number 7 like, Al? Where'd you go? Al!
Oh, I just seen one.
Oh, what are you on? 2 or 3? Where?
Yeah.
3.
Oh, the dog was
Okay,
there.
Roma
Yeah, it's
strain.
hard to say.
Okay.
Number 3, yeah.
Roma strain.
I heard it's back. There he is.
I lost my mic. I had to
what was
reboot
your-
everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
How
I
was
thought it had been tested
your number
for it,
7?
but that's not.
I still
Oh,
have
yeah.
number
Was it
7
no?
here sitting in front of me. I'm taking a break.
No.
And you're
just
what?
the smell. The
I'm
pleasant
taking a break.
No, okay.
Right, because they do aroma strength. Is it a strong smell, and then is it an enjoyable smell?
It didn't
But yeah,
look like
that's
that.
not a blonde.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Number 5.
Huh?
There's a
Stickiness.
hair.
There's
that
a hair.
was-
Stickiness.
I wasn't sure if it was Tessa's hair.
Stickiness.
No, it hasn't been out of the package. That's why everything was
Yeah.
open in front of everybody.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure everybody saw it.
Oh, I can
It's
see it in
not-
the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
Tessa.
I can see it.
Does anybody want
Contaminants.
Dude, hang on.
What is it?
Hang on.
What did you find?
a hair?
Oh yeah.
I just wanted to
You
see
found a hair. Is it a dog hair, human hair, or
no
cat
the
hair?
package was opened right here.
It's not purple.
No, it's crimpy and it's like blonde.
Blonde hair? Package your hair.
Right there, look at that. See it? Yep. Yeah. There you
So
go.
there was
There.
hair. You gotta change that
Okay,
to
here's
hair.
this. I don't know if you can see, Al.
Cross out the no and put hair.
No, not really.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, that's too bad.
Visual appeal.
No moisture.
Hard to tell. It's been squished out.
Have number 7.
We have to smoke it for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Aroma strain.
And once you're done number 7, we move on to the pre-rolls.
Pre-rolls, yeah. I'm gonna get up and fire up the barbecue at that time too.
I like the smell.
I'll have to try to jump back and
Papers.
forth.
The gazette.
Gazees, papers, papiers. Adam is dissecting it here.
Oh, this still has some of number 1 in it.
You can smell it, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Smells familiar.
I like the smell of it though.
Oh, wow. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Really? I know. And you know, nothing has been sitting. They were in the box until I brought them up and brought them here.
Have you found any really dried buds yet?
No,
No,
not
I
really.
wouldn't say so. No.
And they were all pretty manicured, eh? They're pretty manicured well.
Oh, my.
So really, the only thing that because I haven't found any contaminants at all, and you've just found a hair, so that's
Yeah.
really the only contaminates that we've found.
It would,
Right.
Well, yeah. Was it laying right on top of the bud, or was it inside? the bud?
Well, I just have to. We know it wasn't Sarah's because Sarah's not a blonde.
Right.
When I took it, it was a little bit like stuck.
Yeah, it's stuck
But
on.
not
there.
Like
Okay.
that
in
look,
it.
that
Right.
bud looked
Stuck.
like somebody
Yeah.
stepped
I'm just
on it.
trying to make sure it wasn't something that floated.
Yeah.
You know,
No.
That's
between
why
it
I-
was
That's why I asked if it was purple.
Oh, okay.
I don't think we have.
I
don't think we have a blonde hair here.
Yeah, I thought it was.
My hair's brown and gray.
Because you're the third person.
Yep. I think everybody's going to have to stand up and prove if you're a blonde or not.
Was there any aroma to it?
Yeah.
Oh, there is. But
Al's having a moment.
I have a distinct smell that I smell from it.
Poop?
No.
Never mind. I put my shoes back on then.
This strain has the distinct odor of poop.
Pleasantness.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not done with it yet.
No.
11 from yours. Yep.
Squishy, squish was
This
usually squished for a
sticky
reason. They're
was-
trying to hide
I
things.
forgot to get that.
Okay, now I didn't see any physical contaminants, but I saw it come off of there, so I saw hairs.
Hair.
Correct. Yeah, it's hair bracket.
Hair.
Hair. Okay.
Great play
Okay.
and movie. Hair. Just saying.
Okay, does anybody want hot dogs or just burgers?
Yes, please.
I'm gonna have whatever everybody else is gonna have.
I'm happy with whatever's cooked.
Yeah.
All right.
Just be thankful we don't have to cook ourselves.
Okay, so now you're rolling up a joint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at my paper.
You might have to drop the umbrella soon, Al, because it's getting dark in there. Or is the sun foggy? Or
It's just behind a cloud.
cloudy? Okay.
Cloud. That's all. While Wayne's grinding that, I'm gonna fire up the barbecue.
And the big chunks are getting stuck in the grinder. There's the scissors.
Usually
Gone.
after every joint, I have that one.
What's
It's pretty
that?
good. The cigarette.
Oh.
It didn't grind very well. I had to break out the scissors to grind it good.
Oh, no, really? Oh. That's not good. Oh.
You're doing a good job.
Put you in the corner.
I'm all seasoned. Rolling for a long time.
Hey, barbecue is started.
There you go.
So there's no seeds or anything in there.
No seeds?
No.
Any lumber?
A little bit, yeah.
A little lumber.
There's two nice sized pieces there.
Oh.
Can you even hear the music, Al?
I can just barely hear it.
Better?
Yeah, it's better. You can hear me over the music? Sounds good. When it's ground up. So ground it up.
That's probably the way to do it. Look at it all as a bud, grind it up, roll a joint, and then pass the leftovers back around. Second viewing. No, I didn't find any more hairs. Didn't find any seeds. Or...
Right. So what am I doing?
Now.
This is coming this way. That's what I was doing.
I like that.
You like that, eh?
I like
that. I like that.
Got that Northern Lights taste to it.
I've got some Northern Lights down in the basement, Wayne.
Oh yeah.
I'm sexing and I'm waiting. Still haven't found any balls yet.
Did that.
Awesome.
Wayne did.
Yeah.
I'm smelling green.
It's too bad. I just threw it in.
Sorry.
Yeah, I like that smell.
Yeah, it had a pleasant smell.
Joint's going? Yeah.
It smells nicer than yours.
Yeah, I'm definitely putting a guess in on the strain for this one too. So 2 out of 7, I'm guessing the strain.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I know your first guess was a black domino.
Black domino, yeah.
But would a licensed producer be?
I don't know, but the
blind
original,
dumb?
whatever they say it is, I'm going to be looking in to see what the original genetics are of it.
You've been naming them? Have you been, Wayne?
Just 2 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a question.
Yeah.
I saw that, but I just bypassed those
Oh,
two.
yeah, fair. You did
The
seven?
last 2 questions.
Yeah.
No, I have no way of knowing what they are at all. I'm not that good at it.
Well, there's
I
just
know what I like.
There's certain strains I've always sought after, or that are
Yep,
really memorable
yep.
from a friend, and yeah.
Yeah.
If you gave me a White Widow, I'd know it for sure.
Yeah.
I'm tasting some and 1 or 2 of them, like some Bubba Kush.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And especially that, I think it was the second sample that was purpley. It was really purple.
Yeah.
I think it was like one of the only ones that was purple.
Well, the first one was purple, and then the third one was purple.
The third one, there we go. It was almost black.
Where are we?
We're still talking about strains here, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, we're talking about which one out of these samples, which one was purple looking.
You gotta go run for their money.
Right.
And 11 is overall enjoyment.
My dog.
Give them a run for their money.
My dog is doing laps. She's walking around the hallway. She's bored.
Yeah.
Yeah. On payday.
Okay.
There you go. I win. What do you win?
Well, you post it on your social media, you could win prizes. Pictures, if people were here taking pictures and posting it on their Instagram or on their Facebook and tagging the Karma Cup, they could possibly win prizes. Yeah.
Nice ash.
Yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Here we go.
So you're on number 7, yes?
Yeah, this is the last one. We're just finishing up. We're doing the smoking test, right?
Do good that way.
I'm just looking at the ash. I don't remember what I was thinking.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live and we're coming to you from paceradio.net, and you'll find us on Facebook and YouTube and our YouTube channel as well. And yeah, that's about it. But at several locations at many of those spots, several places on Facebook. Yeah. The Twitter doesn't do live broadcasting anymore, so that's
I don't. You know, you should try Blue Sky because
you can't stream live to it
on Blue Sky. I haven't tried it.
Everybody's
exiting X anyways, and they're all moving over to Blue Sky. Or anyway.
Yeah. Well, see, I used to always say X and Twitter and all that stuff before the show, and now I got banned on LinkedIn, so. They thought
I lost
that
my account on TikTok.
they didn't. I don't think they liked the news show.
Well, yeah, I got banned on TikTok for, several posts because I'm pretty blunt. They don't like anything having to do with cannabis. No, cannabis. Anything
Yeah.
having to do with schmatsies or any you can't even say the word. You have to call this guy the mustache man. Like it's just ridiculous, the censorship over there. So I got in the 3 strikes and they pulled up my account, which had 4,500 followers, which isn't
Right.
that many. But on TikTok, you can't go live till you have 1,000. So I'm sitting at 420 right now. How ironic is that? Today, 420. Rebuilding the other account that I had attached to it because I didn't lose both accounts. We were attached together. But yeah, I've lost some followers. Jan Arden being one of them. But
Oh, yeah. You said Jane Arden was in town.
yeah, she's got
Yeah.
2 concerts like last night and tonight. They did a second one because it was like by second, by demand kind of thing. And I
Right.
unfortunately, yeah. But anyways, it is what it is.
It is. It is.
Yeah,
So
but I
tonight,
have
you
this.
know, tonight, just for some conversation and stuff, I got some studies here. I got Health Canada's done some licensing test licensing issuing, and we're gonna go to Australia before the night's over as well because something is strange there.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Yeah. So, but talking about strange, we were having a conversation before we went live, and you were telling me that you had some company. Oh, and the fact that you've had some snow lately.
Oh yeah, we had like it was like all snow every day, all day. But yeah, I was like saying like
Snow, like that's like a 4-letter word, you know.
yeah, I know, but it's like we got like a lot. Wait till yeah. So yeah, but I was hearing some clomping in my veranda,
Yeah.
and there was a
Oh.
deer in there. I opened the door, and there's a deer standing there trying to get into the dang garbage that was on top
Now,
of
for the viewers who don't know, you live in an urban area.
I live in downtown Cranbrook, BC, with a population of 20,000 people, but we have an urban deer problem. And it's like we've had this for like about 10 years since I've come back, but every year the population grows because they have babies. They're having like 2 and 3 at a time. These ones,
Oh,
not Kenya. Like they're
oh,
triplets, these deer, and they're
yeah.
crossbreeding with muleys. So you got crossbred whitetails and muleys, and they're eating
What's the
garbage
muley?
in your gardens, and like they'll eat anything. Like I said, they were picking. I had to keep the bread that I get from work in my car
Yeah.
now because I just didn't even think about it. They were eating the bread through the bags in my carport.
Right.
So I quit putting the I quit putting the bread out. Like I leave it in the car until I can bring it in, right?
Yeah.
And then yeah, I figured okay, the garbage was over the one day. It's like okay, the cats wouldn't get up there. And I thought okay, goddamn raccoon's back, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. The door's now up from the outside is kept closed, like because I was leaving it open so I could just open the door, let the dog go ripping out, right?
Right.
I closed the door because that's who's coming
Okay,
in.
so it was open. It was open when it
Yep.
got in there
There's some
yesterday.
clomping, open the door, and Mr. or I guess Mrs.
Okay.
was a Joe standing right there trying to get into the garbage to eat the bread that
Right.
was there. I was like, "Are you?" So I screamed at it. She ran out, and yeah, you'll see her.
All right. Well, here, let's just see. As everybody can see, Tamara's got lots of snow. Like, wow. But yeah, here we go. We'll play the video clip.
Yeah, but yeah, I've got cameras everywhere, right? So
Right.
I ain't getting. Yeah, you can't trust no one these days. But yeah,
Okay.
so, yeah, all of a sudden you're gonna see. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Because you can see your stairs. Yeah, you come down the stairs.
There it is. And then she turns around and looks at me like, what do you mean I can't eat your bread? and then hangs out for a while because there's another video after where she stands there and attempts to come back and I slam the door behind her. Right? Like these blatant buggers. But again, like I said, like we were on our anniversary too. We were out having hot dog roast in the backyard and 3 of them just come sauntering in like, here we are. What do you got to eat? Like, did you invite us for dinner? Like, they're just, but they're also like not nice. Like when they have their babies and stuff, like their mothers.
Right. Oh yeah.
And they have stomped dogs. They have
Well,
like chased people with their dogs. They have
Mhm.
scratched up people's vehicles, like because they will like, right? They will
It can
attack.
be. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like
I know
not
that.
chase after you like a bear. Like they're not going to tear you
Yeah.
apart. But
They
Yeah,
can they can cause some damage. Yeah.
well, never mind. We got bears out up at the golf course, which is like 5 blocks up.
Oh, yeah, that's not far.
No, and then like I said,
Not for the way the bear travels.
we live in the Rocky Mountains, right?
Right.
And
Yeah,
we
well.
got people building up New Lake. We got people building up at Jim Smith. We got people building because we need housing. I don't dispute that. We need the housing, but they're building way out, right? We've had fires. But again, these town deer have been here for a while. Most of these deer have never
Oh
been
yeah,
out
yeah,
before.
you know, it is
They're
their
just been reproducing here for the last 10 years.
man, that's where they're at. That's
Yeah.
where the that's what they know.
And people don't want them
Mhm.
culled. Like we've had discussions here, we've had protests here about dealing with them as in a cull situation. We can't really haze them because they don't stay away. I know there's a pilot project for birth control for them in Victoria. I don't know how far that's ever gone. So,
Right.
but yeah,
Mm.
in my garbage.
So-
And the garbage is in a bin. It's not like it's laying out. It's not. We have
it's
bins.
it's in a bin, like in a garbage can.
Yeah, like it's in the garbage can, but the lid was open because I just put a garbage bag in there because it wasn't quite
Yeah,
full.
like a Rubbermaid.
Garbage to it,
Or
right?
even so they must just bite on the handle or bite on the
No,
lid.
the
I
bag,
guess.
no. So it's a big garbage, like the big garbage bins you roll out, and the lid was
Yeah.
open, and the garbage bag was in it but open because it wasn't full. So I could add more stuff before I tied
Okay,
it up,
so
right?
lid's
And
off
the
of it.
fucker was right in there digging the fucking bread right out of the garbage bag.
What's up for tonight? What am I eating?
Yeah, like
What's for supper? Yeah.
but they
Wow.
know there's food here, obviously.
Mhm. Yes, yes.
It's like, oh, well, we'll just go to her place. She's probably got some bread laying around somewhere.
So update time. CSP, how's things going at the CBK?
Well, not the greatest. We had snow, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, this last weekend we called it because there was no way of us getting in there. I've still got stuff stuck in the mail, and without that stuff in the mail, I can't even make candy. Because last weekend I kind of used up whatever I had left to make the
Right.
candy and stuff that I had, and then I made that hot chocolate, which used up some of the tinctures that I had. So I've got lots of flour, and I've got stuff to make butter. So it's not like we're without. It just won't be as fancy.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure that
They
most
don't
or
care.
all the
They don't
people
care.
there,
They will be grateful for whatever the hell we bring.
right? Yeah, they're very understand. Yeah, it's
Like if we make
they know
some
that there's a strike.
sandwiches with infused butter, and we make some cookies with some infused butter, and take out some cannabis and some papers and whatever else. But I mean, I'm low on everything. Like I'm low on mitts and toques and everything. I've got a few toques and stuff left, but everything's gotten pretty low, and that's kind of But again, it's Christmas time, so
Well,
don't pay your bills for that, right? And
yeah, you
it's
gotta
also
think
the
that
season of giving.
you would still have some stuff,
Yeah.
if the strike wasn't there, right?
Oh, if
Mhm.
the strike, if that
And for
package
someone
came
to
back,
send you something via courier,
it would cost way too much money. I'm not even
Yeah.
expecting that. Yeah, no.
yeah.
And like I said, with the snow, I haven't made it out to the res either but Josh said he would drive me out there on
I
Friday.
saw that. I was glad when I read that because I had thought about that myself earlier. Geez, be nice if someone would just offer to
Yeah.
take you over, or couldn't you find
Yeah,
someone? to take you over?
it's just like I just hate being on the highway and I mean it's bare and dry right now. It should be fine. It'll be fine. But I'm just not good on the highways in the winter. Like I've just had too many close calls. I'm just
Yeah, well,
I've
you've
ended
got
up in the
some
ditch-
snow,
I've ended up in the ditch one too many times in the winter.
right?
In a vehicle. Yeah.
Hey, if Josh is going to take you over, then
And
great.
I might just send him by himself because, like I said, and he's a truck driver. I should trust him. But I'm
Well,
looking-
yeah. Well, if he's a truck driver, then
Yeah.
put
I
your
will just take a lot
grab
of.
your phone, put your face in the phone, and don't look out to the sides. And
You know what I did?
before
My
you know
first
it, you'll be
time-
there. Huh?
I was in the back seat of a car, getting off my first flight in 30 years into Toronto to go to
Yeah.
TY Expo, and then I got in a rented vehicle with two crazy people from Calgary, and I was in the back seat on the 401, and I'd never been in a car, and we were going so fast, and I'm like, I mean, we were like, and I'm like,
Yeah, that's normal.
I'm from fucking Alberta, right? I'm living on ranch in the middle of nowhere. My closest neighbor, 7.5 kilometers. My kid had a meltdown getting in on an escalator at the Calgary Mall because he'd never seen it, right? We were just like, not kidding you.
Wow.
So I'm in this car, and all I hear from the front seat is, "Do you need a joint tomorrow?" Fuck! I said, "Hand me 2." Because, like I said, all I saw was all these cars whipping past me, and these 2 lunatics.
Yeah,
Driving, you know,
yeah.
and
Which is, like these, I would assume that these people would expect that they'd be
no, they'd
talking
never
to you.
driven in Toronto before either.
No.
Oh
So
my
they were
God.
just trying to keep up with the traffic.
All he did was sit there. And I didn't have it because we didn't have the big smartphones back then. That all I had was a little flip phone.
Flips, yeah.
That was my experience on the way to a cannabis fest.
Well,
Thank
I
God there
hope
was
you get.
cannabis there.
Yeah. Well, I hope you get out there because that would help a lot. I would assume, like, if you could come up with the agreement and everything.
Well, that's the thing. And I mean, I do have that.
And that would help.
That little bit of cash that was sent by, that beautiful anonymous that's still stashed away. I haven't gotten anything
Right.
added to it, but I've got that. So that even
Right.
can buy something, like take it. I'll add a little bit, like I'll have to add some of my own money maybe, but I don't even care at this point. I have a couple bags of bottles, but I have no truck and no way of getting it there.
But well. What about when with Josh when you guys
He's
go?
got a Jeep. He's just got a little SUV like mine.
So it's just a bag of bottles or something.
Oh no, there's like 6 bags, and then I got more coming. So it's like I'll wait. I got a friend with a truck. We'll just go on like a
Oh, okay.
Saturday.
All
We'll
right.
just get them all.
Then
loaded.
that's money that you turn around and use for the CSP.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah. That's good.
absolutely.
It all adds up, right?
I don't care. Yeah, I started to go pick bottles out of the ditch myself if I had to, and I will.
Mm-hmm.
Might just take a little longer to get stuff, right?
Well, now it's covered in snow.
Right.
Yeah, you have to go after it melts, and same throughout the winter. I'm sure you'll still be able to find some in the wintertime, but you
Well,
just don't want to go after fresh snow. You want it when it's been
yeah.
hasn't snowed for a while, right?
Well, the store too, like they give me, like right now I've got bags of peanuts that were outdated. I've got some chips again. They've got bottles
If
of
it says best before, it doesn't mean that they're expired. Just so you know.
no, they're just best before dates, right? And we
Right.
can't sell them once they're the best before. There's nothing
Yeah.
wrong with them. We eat them. Like there's nothing wrong with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely nothing. I got like 110 cans of tomatoes.
Like if they were 2 years past the best before,
Oh,
right?
Right?
That'd be
But
a
even the
different thing.
tomatoes aren't like 2 years old. The tomatoes were outdated like a month ago.
Yeah.
But I literally got like
You
4
don't all of a sudden just go from edible to not edible in a flash. So no.
No, I'm gonna make infused tomato soup.
So lots of snow. So and people obviously having to deal with the snow at the site.
Yeah, they had their tents collapse. We couldn't get in there. They have no firewood. The town came together, and some people did get out there and plow out and get them some firewood. But they're all in tents, right? The snow was wet and heavy, and then it rained, and then it froze, and then it snowed again. So it's been kind of and then it got warm, and now it's cold. Like it's not even that cold; it's -6. But that cold, warm, like gets to 0, right, to 1 degree,
Right.
and then it drops down to -6.
Oh
So,
yeah. Yeah, that's the thing that messes you up.
but I mean, some of them do have like the one guy's got a camp, like a wood stove in his tent.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's got it set up with pallets, so he's got pallets as walls, kind of thing. And he's got like a tarp as his roof, and then he's got a wood stove in the middle, right, so he can come up. But I think the best thing, I don't even know, like teepees would be great if we could, get, or if we could get our hands on something like that for some of them. But again, I don't
Right.
know. Some First Nations
Yeah.
that are there, I don't know the reasoning as to why they're there and not on their own, where they're, where they come from. I
Yeah.
don't ask questions like that.
No.
None of my business.
Just
I don't care
yeah,
where you came from. In fact, today I actually, 'cause
everybody's a
I help
person.
people off site too. Like I've got people that that I
Yeah.
don't live
I've seen you
houseless,
post that.
and
But
I,
you said-
I had another one added today, and she's yeah, another one, like she's Anyway, so that's another one that we've got that's been added to the offsite, right? And I've got 4 or 5 of those, so I've got 5 now. 5 of those.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, they're very appreciative. Like,
Yeah.
especially because they're all low income people.
Yeah.
You know, some of
Well,
them
it sounds like being that you, some people have gotten in there, they've done some plowing.
Yeah.
The
You can get in
snow
there
is stopped. You know, you won't have lots, but you'll have, you know, some cannabis and maybe
Yep.
some butter. Like,
We've got all those papers because, like I said, at the Canadian Lumber sent all those papers. We've got
yeah,
papers for everybody. Like I said, I'm running low on, like I said, toiletries and that kind of thing too. But hopefully, you know, hopefully if I, like I said, it's kind of, you know, I hate keep posting, please, begging, blah, blah. I hate that.
Oh, yeah.
But I got nothing to even do a fundraiser with. To be fair, I don't have a basket of stuff that I could give away, or you know what I mean. So
Right, right. If there was somebody who could offer up a basket of some sort.
But here we're
A
still
hemp
in
seed.
the mail strike, right? So the mail strike is kind of holding up a lot of everything too. And I'm not bitching about
Is there, is like, for example, is there some place that you would have access to where, you know, where people could create a basket for you to raffle off, like that you could get to them?
Amazon.
Just so-
They don't have anything. I could be able to do
Yeah.
like a wish list for Amazon.
Yeah,
Amazon
yeah.
delivering, of course, because they don't use Canada Post. Like I said, I'm not mad about Canada Post. I like that's, you know, I totally think that they should get what they get, what they deserve, but it's kind of making things difficult for me, but it's making difficult for everybody.
Difficult for everybody. I saw a
Especially
report
small
on
businesses, right? I've got
on
friends.
TV, and the
Well,
amount of mail that goes through the system has dropped.
Well, but packages haven't. And that's the thing. A lot of people with Etsy, a lot of these people that are doing like small business from their houses, all use Canada Post because you can get the Canada Post app where you can make your labels and everything at home and they
Oh
pick it
yeah.
up at your home. So I've
Oh
got friends
yeah.
with small businesses that use Canada Post and they're suffering because they can afford the $22 for a small package from Canada Post with their business card because that's what it cost me because I have a
Right.
business account with Canada Post too with Canadian Therapeutic.
Mhm.
Cannabis Partners, right? Because it was a non-for-profit, so I could get a business card with that. And
Yep.
the difference is a $22 package comparably to anywhere about $30 up per liter. FedEx is $86, I think, for one small package. That's
Oh.
huge. So people aren't like, and most people pay shipping, right? But even
Right.
like for myself, like I was ordering that Lumi, right? Deodorant. My deodorant was $17, but after shipping, it was $60. And I was like, I'm not paying $60 for freaking deodorant. I did that.
Better
I did
smell
that
nice.
twice. I did that twice
Better
because
smell
the
like
first time,
cannabis.
yeah, no, I did that once because the shipping was free because it was, you know, and the second time they charged me $65 because it was like in US, right? And I'm like,
Right.
I'm not paying $60 for a tube of fucking deodorant, so I canceled it. But anyway, but that's what the difference is, right?
Yeah. 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 Well, I mentioned at the beginning of the show that I had a couple of studies and things here. I got one here that says that cannabis does not accelerate cognitive decline in men.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's been some studies, maybe in the past, that have said that. Yeah, this came out of the University of Copenhagen University Hospital. Despite claims made by other researchers that the cannabis can cause schizophrenia and other mental health issues, this study has found that cannabis users are actually less likely to experience mental deterioration in the later years.
Yeah, I agree. And I'll
Mm.
tell you why. Because everybody that walks in that store that smokes cigarettes, their cigarettes are I can remember everybody's cigarettes. And I smoke copious amount of cannabis and I have for years. The people walk in the door and I know what cigarettes they smoke. I don't even have to ask me anymore.
Is that because that's not because they smell like they're cigarettes. It's
No, because they're all in the same damn packaging now. They're all black packaging. You can't tell but when they come in, it's automatic. Oh, and I just grab them out of the can. Like nobody even has to ask me for their cigarettes anymore. No one.
Good.
They're regulars. No.
They say men with a history of cannabis use had less cognitive decline from early adulthood to midlife compared to men without a history of cannabis use.
Was there no women in this study or just men?
This is just a men's study.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I had a couple women's studies last week, so
No, I get that. But no, it's true. I agree 100%. I
yeah.
think when they were saying that, you get Alzheimer's, you forget. I don't.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't buy steroid. Makes you sterile either.
You know, this study involved 5,100 Danish men.
Oh wow!
So it wasn't just a little
No, it wasn't a
21
small
person
That's
study.
a really good, substantial one. Yeah.
They say that the findings align with previous rodent studies, showing that cannabinoids are beneficial for cognitive function and memory. So obviously they've been doing some tests with mice at one point.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
Alan, yeah, this is even involved the American Medical Association.
Right.
It says here.
But the thing is, I think that some of the studies are blowing them out of the water because they expect one thing, and then it's the exact opposite.
It's
right?
it's to repeat the same thing over and over again, and you start to believe your own lies.
Oh, we'll gaslight you. They will
Yeah.
gaslight the hell out of you to the point that you think that you know that we don't.
You can hear
We
my
know politicians that do that all the time. They've been, and right from the get go with Reefer Madness, they were gaslighting us right from the get go. It
right.
was harmful. It was
I'm just
addictive.
gonna gotta yell
It
at
was
my
all
dog.
these things. Is your dog needing outside? But yeah, like I said, they've been, brainwashing us for decades about all
I
kinds
think
of
so.
things. The propaganda. They've been. Do you need to go let her out? Okay, go ahead. I can
Yeah,
yap.
well, yeah. Gail must be busy, and so
Yeah.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
so
ahead, mother.
you'll keep talking.
Of course I will. But like we were saying, right? Like basically, Reefer Madness, we've been being fed propaganda about cannabis for decades, 75 years before it actually became legal. And we had to, and even now, like the stigma's still there, where it's the devil's lettuce for some people. And oh my God, you smoke weed, you must be brain dead. That's proving right there that cannabis doesn't make you brain dead. The old egg in the frying pan, right? This is your brain on drugs.
What?
Well,
sounds like a commercial I've seen before.
Right, but that's what I was kind of getting to, the fact that we were brainwashed. And I said right down to, remember the egg cracked in the frying pan. But they've been lying to us. The propaganda from the very beginning, the 75 years of lies about cannabis.
Yeah.
And this is just growing it more and more. Right? They said that it made you, that you had no cognitive memory, you had memory loss, schizophrenia, all this stupidity in reality, ridiculousness. Then now they've done a couple studies with a substantial amount of men finding out that, not again. We found out that we were wrong.
Well, talking about that.
Harper did in the 90s, or what was that? In the early 2000s, Harper, they did the, right
Oh,
after the
yeah.
And as soon as they started finding no harms in it, poof, that study just automatically disappeared. Nobody ever heard about it again.
Yeah, and he was saying how cannabis was much more harmful than tobacco smoke.
Oh, God. It was heroin, don't you remember?
Yeah. Talking about crazy things, okay. And I don't really mean to get into the politics of all things, but there is it says here, the headline says that the new CDC director says that cannabis is a gateway drug and thinks it's lunacy to believe cannabis has medical uses. That's what it says.
And then they just appointed Dr. Oz, and he's anti too.
Yeah, it says virtually lunacy to believe. He said it was a veiled attempt to legalize after another substance for abuse. He says apparently he's a doctor. He says, I don't, in my medical experience, recall ever seeing a medical indication for cannabis.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know who. Yeah, but
he didn't say this last week, okay, but he said this in the past. Yeah.
I am not shocked. Because anything and everything that anybody that it's going to be the opposite.
He says when you think about it, there's a lot of countries in the world, and there are a lot of pharmaceutical companies all over the world. And if there are some real potential for this drug, I would think that somewhere it would be researched and studied and demonstrated scientifically.
It has been.
And what if he realizes it's against the law in the U.S. to do that? Oh, come on.
That is so disheartening.
Oh
my God. Like, are you kidding me? Oh.
Now, as far as heroin, he says you can clearly demonstrate by just interviewing heroin users that a significant percentage of them start with cannabis, and therefore it is reasonable to conclude it's a gateway drug.
Oh my fucking God. Where does this fucking crackpot come from?
I don't know, but he's in the new administration, the upcoming administration.
Of course he is. Yep. Oh my God. They're doomed. We're all fucking doomed. Never mind just them. The whole world's doomed. Fuck.
All right.
The whole world goes, fuck you, we're not complying, and they become the pariah. That can only happen, right?
Yeah. No, but I would hope, and this was I don't know, like 15 years ago. The guy is quoted as saying this. So I would hope that by now he would have changed his opinion on this. Now, I don't know whether he has to go through for confirmation and people can ask him questions on things like that, but
will they make it a priority is the thing, right?
Yeah,
you want to build privatized jails, and even like that other crazy guy's not going to be the attorney general or whatever. So it's still like they're all crazy. Like it's like this insane people running the insane asylum. Like it's going to be a wacky, nutty.
It's almost break time. You'll be able to take a break.
It's okay. I actually have been staying off CNN and staying away from watching it because I cannot.
Staying away from the news.
I can't. I would rather watch other stuff because right now,
Hey, well, we got lots of stuff going on the Pace Radio Network's YouTube channel. Over 1,500 videos there. You got lots of stuff you could get caught up on.
Well, again, I've just been kind of like not paying attention to much of US.
Yeah.
I've been watching like with the ICC and stuff like that, and I'm proud to say that Trudeau has said that he would arrest that person. But again, like
I see there's been a ceasefire. I see there's been a ceasefire.
Yeah, exactly. And Melanie Jolie is really standing up on the world stage, and I appreciate that. But again, like I said, that's what all I can manage right now.
Yeah. Okay, break time. When we return to Mara and I'll continue this discussion. I got a couple more studies and announcement from Health Canada about some research that's going on. So,
but there's
you're
no
watching
research.
Yeah, well, it's a place that's going to be able to do some. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with, and then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And we're live with the Pace Radio Show. And I just had to run out the stairs and let the dog back in.
I know.
I looked at the timer. 30 seconds. Can I do it?
Right? I know. And then, like I said, I took him out before. So, but usually it's like, right where as we're closing off, he'll start whining again. I know.
Oh, yeah. She's got lots of room out there. And then there's a fenced in run that's big. There's trees and hill and everything in it. And she wanted to come in. So
no,
she's gonna lay down until after.
It's not cold out there, is it?
No, not like you guys. It's cooler tonight. I can see some shininess on the grass, So
but you can still see the grass.
Oh yeah, we still see the grass. Oh yeah, it's not a problem.
Right? Yeah, no, no.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
grass. No grass.
Yeah. So there's another report. It says that CBD mitigates symptoms in Alzheimer's patients in the Colombian study. And here they always blame cannabis for making people forget things, and here it's part of the plant is actually helping people for that.
They've been saying that for a while, that it actually preventatively stops the target on the brain stem that causes Alzheimer's, and they've been saying that for a while. Like at least a decade for sure. And I don't understand why it's taking so long. But again, legalization in Canada has kind of opened the doors, I think, for more studies to be able to be done. Or if it's not legal in the country, right? Germany too, without opening up, that's going to open up, right?
They say that researchers estimate that every 3 seconds, someone develops dementia somewhere in the world. Every 3 seconds, like holy smokes! By the time I'm done reading that sentence, in a couple.
Well, it's the same with any, your eyes, your any health, yeah. But I mean, like I said, we've always said it should be the first line of defense and not the last line of defense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We don't know what the preventative benefits are because they've never studied what the preventative benefits are and what, what possibly things it can prevent you from, glaucoma runs in my family. I said to my eye doctor, I'm never going to get that. I smoke too much weed. And she just laughed, right? But again, my grandmother had glaucoma. But again, we know that glaucoma is something that cannabis can treat, right? It's something So, right. So that again, preventative. It
Yeah.
should always be preventative.
Well, Dr. William Courtney, he always says a vegetable should be part of our dietary supplements that we consume.
Right. Hemp fields. Cows used to eat hemp.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like, I think that's
Yeah.
we're lacking so many nutrients in our bodies from the lack of attention to our health because of money. Because if they've been trying to, make it faster. Everything's moved so fast. It's got to be quick and easy, right? Let's make it so
Yeah.
that it's all processed real quick.
You
So you
don't,
can microwave
and
it out the door, right?
you don't have those wild fields of hemp growing in places, and you say livestock eating it, or it being in feed of chickens or whatever.
Right.
We don't get to consume that anymore, and as time goes on, the further we get away from the beginning of prohibition, more autoimmune conditions kick in.
Autism, all kinds of things have popped up, right? And again, our pituitary gland is something that we don't pay attention to. We have one pituitary gland, and if it's not working properly, it will not recept even the cannabinoids into your receptors. If they're not, or if it's like dried up in any way, shape, or form, it's not recepting. Your cannabinoid receptors will not work either. Then, right? So that's one thing I think a lot of people that feel like they're not getting any medical benefits from cannabis, that it could be a problem with their pituitary gland, and that's something that people don't think about getting tested, right?
I was gonna say, like, is there a way to be tested for that?
I'm not even sure, to be honest, because I've never had mine tested either. I've never thought about it. I'm just learning about these things, right? Because I learned so much, just over talking to other people and what they're finding that works for them and why, and their research into it, right?
Well,
But yeah, it's something that was brought up recently, and I'm like, So I don't know. I'd have to look into that and talk to my doctor if there is. There's got to be a way because I test everything. You know what I mean? Thyroid, lymph nodes, glands. There's got to be a way. Like there's got to be blood testing or something to. Maybe I don't know. We'll have to find out. Let's find out. Google it.
Yes, it's so easy to do that these days.
Right? Let's talk to my doctor, but I guess we'll just take Google.
There's that. Dr. Google.
Right?
So let's see, what else have I got here in front of me. Another report on CBG. So it's good that they're seeing that they're analyzing that cannabinoid, and they say it's a promising therapeutic agent with potential to treat cancer and pain. So
there are several ways to test the pituitary gland.
What's that?
There's several ways to test the pituitary gland.
Oh, is there? What does it say?
Well, there's a visual field exam. There's also hormone testing, insulin stress testing, blood and urine analysis testing, a CT scan, or an MRI. So there's, I guess, different levels of where they figure they have to go with it. But yeah, a number of tests can be used to evaluate the pituitary gland, including, and then there's all these different things.
List of things.
But yeah, blood
testing. And if they find that that's off, that could be a reason why they're not getting any benefits.
It affects your hormones, right?
It affects your growth. Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So and it also for your testosterone and estrogen levels and everything else for women, all kinds of things that your pituitary gland actually has a lot of bearing over, right? And a reason why I'm finding out about this is because menopause. But yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, there's all kinds of things. But anyways, I'm sure there's other, things that maybe cannabis can be helpful for, because we're already finding that there was a lot of women that do use it for that point, right?
Yeah. So on the CBG end of things, therapeutic pain, cancer, people, we always talk about cannabis, being beneficial for cancer. And this helps break it down to as wise. It's not just all about THC and CBD.
Right.
Mm.
And like CBCs too. Like even with Daryl, for instance, with the Zero High, he
Yeah.
makes a CBC tincture, right? And he makes a
Okay.
CBD tincture, and then he also makes a THC tincture, and then he also makes a 50-50 tincture, right?
Mm.
So there's
Wonder if
three.
it's... Go ahead. Keep going.
So he's like I said, those are the ones that he's given to me to give out for anxiety, sleep. The one cancer patient too, right, as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure about CBGs though. I don't think we've gotten any of those. And then he's got rollers now for pain and dermatitis, right? And also a salve that he gave us the last term too. Because again, we're grateful for that sponsorship for sure.
For sure. But yeah, the rollers. There was a brand that company that I met at Can Expo last year. You Feel You, and a lot of people were raving about the benefits of using the roller. And it's not detergent, all right? It's not
No.
not
I know.
deodorant.
I did hand out some of the icy pot too, and people, of course, love that, right? But again, you
Yeah.
can't put that on an open wound, right? Because it's got
No, I know, but
eucalyptus and menthol on it, so you don't want to be putting that on an open wound. The salve itself, they can use for like cuts.
it's gotta be hard, sore muscles, achy.
Yeah, that's
Um,
what that's for. Yeah.
living in a tent,
Oh yeah,
having the cold.
yeah.
No,
Never mind the fact that a lot of them have got disabilities, like,
yeah.
and yeah, it's just
So
it's
being able to have something like that can be beneficial.
and their ages too. Like, none of them are really young. Like, there's a couple young ones out there, but a lot of them aren't very young. A couple of them guys are in their 60s at least. Yeah, it's kind of sad.
Well, I know how they feel.
Yeah. And they're trying to survive in this, and like I said,
Yeah.
in this cold, and like there's just like if you don't have any heat, there's just no way of keeping warm. Like I said, I froze all day at work in a 15 degrees and 15
Mhm.
degrees inside, and I
Yeah.
froze sitting under my coat with a space heater. So I can't imagine what they're going through.
I wonder if there's I've seen some CBG products, but I wonder if there's strains. Oh, it says it can help with prostate cancer, glioblastoma.
Well, they've come out with CBD strains, so they come out with CBC strains.
Yeah. Pancreatic cancer, breast cancer. Here, I'm just gonna do that. What did we say earlier? Do a Google search.
Google. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. Let's see what it comes up with. Got a
It's
list.
all kinds of information.
Seven of the best. Here we go. 7 of the best. This is from herb.co. CBD strains, 7 best CBG flowers to buy in 2024. I want to just bring this up.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll not hear. Maybe we'll recognize some names here. And
well, like I said, the technology too. Like when we first, it was what Northern Lights. There was not a lot of options.
Northern Lights, number 5. Number 5. Yeah.
What's number 5?
Northern Lights, number 5. That was always a popular strain. So here we go. CBG. Let's see what we got. Strains, benefits, blah blah. Okay, Goliath hybrid.
Okay.
Let's see. They say it has a unique fragrance, heavenly blend of terpenes that transports your senses to a botanical garden of aromatic delights. Doesn't give any numbers. not read. A white CBG strain. That's what it's called. Mimosa.
All hybrid.
Yeah. It's 12% CBG. See that there?
Yeah.
The CBG content of around 12%.
What's the THC and THC like?
Well, yeah, they don't. Yeah.
Are you gonna, what are you getting out of this? Medical benefit then? Just the
That's
CBD?
what I'm focusing on the CBG for people to try to get the benefits, the medical benefits of CBG. See Marathon. Super glue CBG strain. Jack Frost. Right, it's 18%. Jack Frost almost sounds familiar.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. So there you go. Different strains that are high on CBG.
Are they just CBG though? Like you know, that's what I mean. Like, because I mean, let's face it, most even CBD strains have a bit of THC in them. No.
Oh yeah. There's by all means, I'd say there's THC in those strains. It's just that that was the focus.
CBG.
That was the focus of the list was CBG. So
right.
Yeah, the I'm sure it's got all the other goodies in there too.
Oh yeah, I think so. But again, high benefits from that, right?
Yeah, because like a normal cannabis strain, you know, like for example, like the strains that I'm growing, they're not high on CBG.
No.
It'd be one of those 0.00 things.
Yeah, right. Well, that's the thing with most of them; they don't have a specific. I think even Barbara's only like is maybe 1 or 2%. Like.
Yeah, well, that's why I was interested in the strains.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the Great Gardener had like a bunch of CBD strains, right? Not in Tucson there. They were growing.
Oh, a number of CBG strains.
Yeah. The House of Great Gardener. I don't know what they're called now. They went to, but yeah, because I know Barbara. I think they took Barbara right to CBD.
Yeah. Barbara. I'm just trying to. That's the one. That's their their well-known one. Yeah. The big one. Yeah.
There's a couple other ones too. I just don't see him post much about. Well, I do. I don't retain it.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You see it, you read it, and you move along. It's as if you're thinking, okay, I'm gonna keep that for Wednesday's show, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's so many hybrids out there. In fact, I often wonder if there's actually any ones that aren't anymore. Even the indica and sativa all have combination names, which means that they're two read together, which means they're a hybrid. Whether they're two sativa strains or two indica strains, they're still a hybrid then.
Garbage.
Right?
Yes. Everything is so mixed these days.
Right?
Yeah, but some people say unless you can find original strains, you're basically everything is hybrid.
Yeah. And where do you even find original strains anymore?
Yeah. Well, I know there. I looked up a strain that I was growing, and it was on a seedless thing, and it showed all its genetics all the way through, and it was just phenomenal the amount of different strains that were connected to the final one that I was purchasing.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I know. I wish I could find, like I said, that old skunk that we used to get back in the late 80s, early 90s. That was good. That was the best weed I ever smoked, and it smelled just like a skunk. I've never in forever.
I'm doing a variety of different cartridges tonight.
Testing is always good.
I didn't realize. I just knew that I had them in a cup, so I dumped them out just for the show. I went, holy shit!
Oh my god, how many? I know I've got. I'm not gonna lie, I got 3 on the go right now too, because I just have that many batteries. So if I got an empty battery, I gotta get another
Yeah.
stick,
Well, that's the nice thing about the 510 thread is it's just all interchangeable, right?
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like I said, I like this little cam. It's a good little battery. It does.
Yeah, and you can put your cartridges on that.
Oh yeah, any of them,
Any
right?
510, right?
Oh, it'll take the 5 grammer. Yeah, you can get
No,
5.
the 510 thread.
Oh, I'm talking 5 grammers, 2 grammers, anything. Yeah, they're all got
Yeah,
that.
these are all ones and twos. So, yeah. So that's CBG. Okay, they say that CBG and CBD appeared to suppress prostate cancer development in mice, and to some degree, for example, but the two in combination exhibited potent anti-cancer effects, even in mice unresponsive to some word that I can't pronounce.
You know, they found that that's the thing, though. All the studies that they have found in mice when it came to cancer,
Uh-huh.
it's proven that cannabis reduces the size of the tumors that they've, there's just been so many positive studies done with mice and rats, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of them, and actually, there's
Wow.
even one of the biological drugs that I was on for like 10 years. It was based on with mouse genes.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Well, I think that's why they use them in so much human testing for pharmaceuticals.
Right.
Is
The
because their genetic makeup is similar to ours.
I had just started on the medication, and it was probably, I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 months, and it was my birthday, and my mom got me a birthday card, and on the front of it was a mouse with its cheese, and like she didn't know, she didn't know, right?
Oh my gosh,
We had a good laugh.
that's ironic, right? When they don't have a clue,
Yeah.
it kind of fits with the moment.
Correct, and being able to laugh and have fun with it and the whole bit, and so around like years later, still talking about it, right?
Right? Remember that cheese medicine you were on? Well, it sounds better than the
Uh,
others,
yeah,
Yeah, no, it's funny how, these critters, and they've been testing cannabis on mice for a really long time. This is like not a new study. All of a sudden they, started,
mhm,
they started testing cannabis on mice back in the 70s, did they not? Or was it before
yeah.
that, 60s?
Now, hang on. It says here that in the review says that CBG has been shown to reduce appetite and induce weight loss by blocking the CB1 receptors, and to increase the activity of brown adipose tissue. I don't know what that is, which is responsible for burning calories and generating heat. So this is where they've talked about in the past, where they talked about how cannabis has actually been shown as helping people with weight loss.
Right.
And that's but you don't hear anything, see anything more about it. So
No.
knowing that there's still, because people always related to cannabis, munchies, weight gain,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. And that's true. And again, too, like the whole fact is that the munchies, it does stimulate the appetite, but it doesn't, not everyone, not every strain
Correct.
does.
No,
Right?
no. Just avoid the juicy fruit, man. I'll tell you, it's
That's a bad one. That's not
yeah.
a bad one, right?
And I had a strain that I had for years, which I don't have anymore. That was Humber Valley Kush, and I would go visit my friend 420 Deb, and that's what she always said. That when I left, she had to go get something to eat because
Yeah.
it always gave her the munchies. Yeah.
And I was always looking for something that would give me the munchies, and it doesn't seem like many do, Like it's odd.
Yeah. Well, see, the problem.
Right?
Yeah, I find the problem is it can cause overconsumption and in food, right? And if you've got like I've got a slow system because of my narrowing, so things take a little longer to get through, and so things can back up, right?
Yeah. I understand.
Yeah.
And
So,
yeah, I need something to make me hungry because I have no appetite ever. Like if I and
right.
cannabis doesn't like that's
Juicy fruit. I'm
no.
telling you,
Oh, yeah.
I cursed
And you grew that way
it
too,
so
right?
many times. It's so good. It tastes so good, and everything was good about it. The only thing I didn't like about it was
Give you the wicked munchies.
wicked munchies.
That might be a thing.
And especially at that time, I couldn't afford to have wicked munchies. 'Cause that was really early on in my
Oh yeah.
condition, so.
Couldn't eat that much Ichiban, right?
Yeah. So
I feel that.
yeah. But hey, it's one of
Up
those things. We gotta be able to laugh about our condition and have fun with it.
right? Well, if we can't do, then who can? And that's the
Yeah.
thing. You have to. I've never been so comfortable about some of the conditions I've got because we can talk about it, right? Rather, where before it was
Yeah. Now they say in many areas CBG has shown to be promising. Human trials will be crucial. Okay, all right. They haven't gotten to that point yet.
Well, let's hope that they come to that. I mean, I know that medical science is moving forward fairly quickly.
Right.
But if you got something going on in the
And-
States where you got a
Yeah.
medical thing that says don't believe
Yeah.
it, and
The
let it do the
reclassification
job,
of it.
right? Like if they're not into it, and she's gonna put or whoever's gonna put a kibosh to any, cannabis research in the States, how is that gonna affect the
Mhm.
rest of the world?
Well, it says here, according to the paper, it says the next decade could see CBG integrated into mainstream medical practice, revitalizing the approach to many chronic and debilitating conditions.
Right.
Revitalizing, speech impediment, fine.
Well, as long as
So,
it's not
yeah.
as long as it doesn't get nobody high, we're all good.
Well, I'm not seeing anything that's yet, anyways, in this report that I'm
Well,
got in
just
front of
CBD, you
me.
don't get high, right? And
Yeah.
that was the selling point. So as long as you don't get you high, there should be no issue. There's no euphoria to it.
Yeah. No.
Don't get no euphoria.
No, there doesn't seem to be any. Talked about here, okay. Minor cannabinoids that may have anti-cancer effects on blood cancer. So it could be one of them. Yeah, no, it's good stuff. It's a long report. Marijuana Moment always has long reports.
Right.
And they have medical stuff that comes up.
That's great.
Yeah. And they always say, we need more research. So when stuff comes out, I like to be able to talk about it and bring it up, even though it's stuff that, people might have been discussing for years. But now instead of being discussed, we can point to the paper or point to the study and say,
Right.
no, this is no longer just anecdotal.
Right.
This is now something that is in black and white.
Right. Exactly. And that's what they need to see. Right? They
Yeah.
need to see. Because if they don't see it in black and white in paper, they don't want to hear about it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right. Time for us to take another commercial break. When we return, we'll just kind of just continue discussion. We'll get into this Health Canada testing thing that I was talking about earlier. And we got to go to Australia too, see what's going on.
Right. Sounds
Yeah.
good.
You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back and we're live, and we got to talk about this Health Canada licensing thing, which I think is probably, I'm not sure on the subject matter. It's just the fact that they've issued one, and we're gonna go to Australia. But yeah, Health Canada, they granted a cannabis testing license to Brock University.
Oh.
It's in St. Catharines here in Ontario. It's received an analytical testing license from Health Canada. The license will allow the researchers at Brock to analyze cannabis samples, chemical and biological components for effectiveness and safety.
And safety. There you go.
Yeah. I'm just quickly trying to try to find some words here that look good. Oh, they're going to use the waste material. Oh, the license will also permit them to do this. Okay. And this is to help those within the industry to find value-added components in waste materials.
Oh.
So these waste materials can include leaves, stems, and roots.
Oh yeah.
So they want
I
to
think
find
that-
uses. They want to find uses for them.
Yeah. The roots we know are useful. Actually, if they test them, they probably find a lot of CBD and CBG compounds in the roots, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they need to do. Is they need to test that to find out if there's any benefits like that in them.
Yeah, it says in quote, developing valuable components in this waste material can help a company mitigate costly disposal fees and or develop new revenue streams. Money.
Wow. Well, they're
Um,
throwing so much out that they could actually find new revenue streams if they weren't throwing so much out.
they say that testing will also help companies look into the addition of particular flavors and scents to their cannabis edible beverage and vaping products to ensure products remain within all of Canada's allowable THC limits. I just hope they do worry about more than just the THC limits.
I can't even. Like, I just kind of shake my head, like, public safety. How about you worry about, like, that we're not getting ripped off and not getting any THC levels at all?
Well, yeah, well, they'll find out. Well, I guess that'll be
No
with
THC levels at all. Like, you guys are just
yeah.
we're not getting that. There's
Well,
no
I
euphoria.
would hope the testing also includes to review the accuracy of what the companies are doing. Because I know that Ontario does that. They do randomized testing on product that comes into the province. The OCS does it. And they'll do randomized testing to make sure that the product is within the regulations. Mind you, the variations are pretty spread too, right?
But are they reporting that? Sending it back? What are they doing with it?
What do they do with it? I'd have to find the report on that again to let you know. But I know that it's brought to the attention of the company, obviously, and the product is dealt with somehow. I just can't remember exactly those details.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's see. They got 136 laboratories across the country that does testing.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know. Well, Legacy 420 is my tester. Make sure I get my product tested. And there are companies out there that do offer it. I'm not sure if
Are they only doing it for the labs? The testing for the big corp, or are they just like what?
Well, what Legacy? Well, they would be testing.
No, I'm talking about these 136 labs.
All these other 136 labs. Yeah, I couldn't.
Before there was one in Victoria that we could get access to as patients, and it was
Maybe I don't have it open anymore. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all.
Because the 136 labs, there was a link in that.
Oh yeah.
That would have brought me to the list of the labs. I'm sure it would have. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I closed it off, so I don't have it in front of me.
That's probably why you can't get a blood test, because they're all testing weed.
Yeah. Okay, so Australia. Australia has a medical cannabis program.
Yep.
And in Australia, the medical cannabis sales have quadrupled in 2 years.
Wow.
Like that's big numbers. Now I don't know what the numbers are, but going up, 4 times is huge. Medical cannabis sales in Australia have quadrupled in past years. Okay, expected to spend an estimated $1 billion in cannabis this year. That's just for medicinal.
They don't have a rec market.
Huh?
They don't have a rec market at all there. It's straight.
Well, yes, correct. Now, that's because in another article, and I think it's probably in that one as well, probably somewhere deep down. It says that Australia's Senate votes down cannabis legalization bill.
Yep.
That was today that this came out, and I think you've got medicinal cannabis sales that are that high, but yet they don't have the recreational.
Well,
They voted
because
it down 24 to 13.
goes this way though, right? If it's
You only
recreational, they
got
have numbers of people of who's using it. Medical, they have to all be registered and they know exactly who's using it. Right?
yeah.
Recreational, they have no control over it. And
Yeah.
Australia's government wants to be in control. Like I've talked to many Australians, like look at the way they were treated with COVID. They were locked up. You can't like you were locked up. You came in and out of the
Right.
country, put you in a camp, and you stayed in that room for 14 days. Like they didn't fuck screw around. There's no human rights and no charter, no nothing in Australia. So they want
Wow.
complete control. So if they have a medical program, everybody's got to be registered to know exactly who's consuming.
Yeah,
what.
yeah. Well, it's like that in Uruguay too. Even though they have that, they still have to register. Yeah.
Oh, but that's going to change right away because they just got a new government down there too.
No,
They
yeah.
got
There you
real
go.
government that actually Uruguay, you cannot smoke. They delegalized everything, right down to abortion with this new
Oh, okay. Yeah, because there are places that don't allow the smoking of cannabis.
right. So they're going back in time now. They were back in time. Now they've got the government they had before that legalized cannabis and decriminalized
Mhm.
everything and made everything so open in Uruguay. Back. That just happened like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's 8.8 million Australians that consume cannabis. They project, but
Oh,
yet it still got voted down.
It would have been voted down
It's a lot of people.
right?
Hmm?
It wasn't a referendum vote. It was
No.
voted down in their parliament. And
Correct.
again,
Correct.
they want to keep control of the
Yes,
people.
that's right.
That's exactly what.
Now they say that what was voted down, for example, was home cultivation for personal use, gone, as well as home processing of edibles, gone, which is something that us as patients weren't even allowed to have at one time.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, they would have been allowed under the bill. It would have authorized the creation of cannabis cafes where adults could use cannabis in social settings. Hello? Like, yeah. Would have liked to have seen that.
Right there, like when they open that up to a general population, it's revenue, building tax base, employing people, helping generate more economy. Like it's just better for the economy. Like
Yeah. Yeah, it talked about. It says here that they found there was strong agreement that cannabis growing and sales should not be overly corporatized, and an agreement that big alcohol, tobacco, and pharmaceutical industries should not control the industry. Yeah, but yet it's
but yet trees down there with their grubby little
It's
hands.
not just like they had that vote. Like that means I don't know how many people live in Australia, but they're still supposed to be representing those 8.8 million people.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, it's all about control.
The
Yeah, Australia's a funny place at this point too.
Yeah,
Like,
because I'm thinking in North South Wales.
I can't even talk to my buddy that I usually talk to because he's a Trumper. So
Okay.
I'll just kind of let that go to the wayside.
But when you were talking to him,
They
he was
make
telling you that
Australia.
it was
I was like, oh my god, really?
yeah. Because there are places that do allow it, but it's federally sort of like I'm gonna say it's like the U.S. that has no federal or federally against, but there are lots of places that it is legal within the states. Now here's something that people complain about. Well, actually, this probably works out to be a perfect ending to the show. Because what did we start talking about at the beginning of the broadcast? Do you remember?
Cold.
Cold, and we're talking about getting kicked off of LinkedIn and
Oh, yeah.
TikTok and all
Censorship.
that.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. It says here, headline says marijuana vape company slams Instagram and Meta for blocking cannabis-related social media content.
Oh yeah, it's like they pick and choose.
Mm.
Some people can get
Yeah.
away with all kinds of stuff, but yet they'll let
It's
your
Puffco.
thing.
It's Puffco. They're a very popular brand
Yeah.
of yeah.
Like I said, they pick and choose. It's
Yeah,
weird,
a friend of mine, he's got their portable dab ring.
right?
Yeah.
And their business, these are legitimate businesses. They're glass companies, right? They're not selling anything illegal. Let's put it up there. Like a Puffco is not illegal. Even you're in Canada, even what you put in it is not illegal. They're
Yeah.
allowed to
Yeah.
sell these things, right?
Yeah. I'm just trying to see if there's
Because these servers are based in the United States,
that's where it's
they follow the U.S. rules, whatever state that they're in.
yeah. Yeah, it's their Instagram post. Let me just see if I can play it here.
But it's the same with TikTok too. Like you can get away with saying Mary Jane, but you say the word weed or marijuana, bonk, you're gone. Muted, taken down, video censored, and a knock against you.
Right.
They're that sensitive.
Oh, it's not it.
Even posting hashtag to marijuana has got me in trouble sometimes. I've had to appeal it.
Yeah. It's not it. I was thinking might be a video for this, but there's a couple of videos, but they're commercials. Okay. Oh no, maybe it's it. Yeah, that's a video. Let me just listen to it just to see what it
We
is.
were also talking about like the CSP, and the patient off site just texted me and asked me what these brown papers were for. And I said, does it say Canadian lumber? I said, they're rolling papers. Well, how come they're so small? That's the filter.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I can see that.
She's an older senior, so
Yeah.
I'll have to deal with that when I get off here. But I'm just like,
yeah, that their Instagram, Meta, so it's Facebook, clamping down. It says crazy how this platform sells sex yet blocks medicine. One user replied, pointing out that they just saw an overtly racist reel supporting literal hate, and I bet Instagram will just let that live.
Yep.
Yeah, it says that the Facebook and Instagram have had a rocky relationship with the cannabis community over account suspensions and deletions.
Yep.
In 2018, yeah, they said that they were concerned that Facebook was shadow banning cannabis pages, including those of states of cannabis with regulatory agencies.
I believe they are. They do the same way. Let's put it this way. Right off topic, Al Jazeera did a study. 2 Facebook pages. One was in Hebrew. One was in Arabic. They suppressed the Arabic, and the Hebrew one blew up.
Mm.
Same time, same period, right?
Yeah.
They had to do that.
They say here that in 2023, so just a year ago, right? That they announced, Meta announced that they had updated their cannabis advertising policy to permit the promotion of some non-ingestible CBD products, and also loosen restrictions on hemp ads.
That's bullshit. because they just nailed me on CSP for asking for toques and mitts and edibles. You need to see
Yeah.
cannabis. Yeah.
They say that the companies can advertise CBD products, but
Oh.
they have to receive written permission from Meta.
You're kidding
So
me.
otherwise, yeah.
Let's alert them that we're here and get your written permission so you can watch us. Make sure we're not doing anything against guidelines.
Yeah, they're talking about Twitch. They said they had previously clarified rules in a way that was inclusive of cannabis, except exempting marijuana-related references from the list of banned users' names, just as it did for alcohol and tobacco. So you can use a cannabis username there now.
I'm honestly surprised we've gotten away with doing this show on this platform for as long as we have too.
Yeah.
Without being,
Yeah.
have some sort of issues. We've never had any, thankfully. But you just never know when all of a sudden they're just gonna.
It even mentions Apple because of their for putting apps into their app store.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah, there's it doesn't make sense. It's getting to the point where it's useless. Like it's like those age gates. Like really, 5-year-old pick on an age gate. It's like in Quebec, banning pictures of a leaf. Like what other leaf picture do we ban?
They ban more than that in Quebec. Lots goes on in Quebec we don't even know.
Oh, I know. Yeah. There's some people out there it's crazy. We reported on what some people think that there's no medicinal
No, there's a
value.
lot of independent reporting going on, which is good, thankfully, that are actually just people on the streets. They're just uploading their videos and putting their narrative with it. And
Well, that's the thing now. Yeah, exactly. That's where I guess as long as they don't get removed off the social media.
well, the ones that are truth you should do. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's the
But
thing.
yeah, there's like I said, it's pretty bad.
But hopefully, and would that change if the U.S. federally legalized cannabis?
Yeah.
Would
it
social media sites be more apt to accept
Yeah, it would.
that
It would.
advertising? They could still age gate it somehow.
Yeah. And it would. It would totally change everything all over the world, the whole dynamic. Of all of it.
Yeah.
If the
Yeah.
United States would just pull their head of their ass on all kinds of things. But that's
Exactly.
that's a
No.
big barrier. That's a big holdback. But again, even during the election, how many states had that in the referendum? But high enough barriers on it.
Well, cannabis
right?
Cannabis lost several in several votes this round.
But they put it at a 60% barrier.
Well, yeah. I was talking to a resident from Florida yesterday, and I said to them like the majority of you guys voted for it, wanted 57%.
Right.
He says, "Yeah, I know, but the laws it's set at 60%.
That's not even fair. That's not democracy.
He said, "That's not right."
No, it's not. It's not.
How
Because
do
you're letting a minority of people tell you what to do.
How do those lawmakers get in there? Do they get in there with a 60% vote? No, they don't.
No. And that's what I mean. You're letting a minority.
Do they have to keep voting until they get 60% of the people who agree with them in order to get them to be in office?
No.
50% plus one, or however the
highest bidder,
done.
the white guy with the highest
Yeah.
votes didn't have to be 50%.
Yeah, it could be just based on your
You could have two and guy had one and you
well, it
win.
depends on how many people running. And like here, obviously we have several, but down in the US, they just they have a two-party system, right? So.
It's just unbelievable. Like I said, that set the barrier so high that it's almost unattainable.
Yeah.
And you got
There's
the
so
majority
many.
of the people telling you what the majority should do. That makes
Yeah.
no sense.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's just like
Illogical.
Yeah. You know, and then there was another one that was accepted on by the people, but it was killed by the courts.
Oh my God. So the people
Yes.
decide, but then the courts say, no. You guys aren't smart enough to decide for yourselves.
The courts didn't accept some wording or something to do within the
Oh my
vote of the vote.
No wonder people say that America's not free, and it's the same here, because all it takes is one court case to blow it all out of the water.
Oh yeah, it can. Yeah.
Rule of law.
Well, you know, it only took one court case for it to change the cannabis laws in this country. They got the ball rolling.
Right. Unreal.
Yeah, you know, here we are now. What,
We're better
24
off
years
for sure.
later? 25 years
They're
later?
not. Like,
What's that?
I said, we're better off because of the court system for our
Yeah. Well, without it, without it, we wouldn't have had it. We wouldn't have had a medical program without the courts.
But again, our courts are more fair because we don't elect our judges. It's not a political thing like it is down there. They elect
Right.
their
We don't have
judges, they elect their DAs, they elect their sheriffs. And then it's all
Yeah.
political because whoever wins and you got the greasiest hand gets to rule. I think that's absolutely fucking ridiculous because half of them aren't even qualified to be doing what they're doing. As long as you've got a good slit tongue and you got lots of money behind you, you can be the sheriff. You can be the judge. Well, that's how they do it down there. They all vote on it. It's ridiculous.
I know.
And then there's no political influence. Yeah, okay. It's no political influence.
Hey, that's the way their system's set up, and
Well, I don't know who set that
whether-
up. I should just, they should go back in time and maybe give them a slap.
Well, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to be the devil's advocate here, and be on what would they see as? Would they look at it as that sheriff represents the view of the people that he is protecting?
No, he should accept the view of the law. The law's black and white, right? You should accept the law. He should be appointed.
I agree.
He should have the qualifications, not just because he can, like I said, run a good race. No.
Yeah.
You should have like we do in Canada. You don't have judges sitting on the bench that haven't worked their way through the ranks, been a prosecutor, and then get appointed to do that job. Then they're unbiased. They're fair.
Yeah. Some people might say, "Well, who appointed them? What was their political leanings?"
No, it's all Superior Court judges. They have to be unbiased. All of them. In our system, there is no political leanings.
You never hear conservative
because
judges.
They keep their mouths shut. They stay out of politics. There's no.
You hear more on the Senate end of things. Conservative.
But the Senate is political. Where our courts and Supreme Courts are separate,
which is supposed to be apolitical, correct? Not involved in it either way.
From our political, right? No political anybody, even the Prime Minister, can't tell a Supreme Court judge what to do. He can't tell the RCMP what to do. It's totally different. In the States, Donald Trump is going to have everybody doing his bidding.
Yeah, that's a whole different show.
It's a whole different system down there, and that's why they.
Exactly. Hey, he couldn't apply for a job at McDonald's, so.
I should be able to go across the border now. If he's a felon,
you
can travel wherever you want.
You are a threat to the citizens of the U.S.
Oh,
you cannot cross the border.
He's a threat to the citizens of the world. Just saying.
All righty. Okay. I see it's the bottom of the hour.
Right?
Yeah. For those who are tuning in, don't forget following this broadcast at the top of the hour will be Newbie and the Doobie. Mary Jane and Timmy will be broadcasting. I'm not sure which episode we'll be running, but stay tuned. You'll be able to find out. Right? Oh, I know what I had to remind you about before we go. Okay, I'm gonna run this. I'm gonna run this 2-minute clip. Right.
Okay.
Right. And we'll be right back, folks.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
You just cut it out now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happers.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over.
First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper. Right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it. Okay.
There you go. That's a promo I've been running for the Apple, and I got an update on things. Coming soon is coming real soon. I have obviously got an update on this. I have it done. It is finished. I have it. Yeah, it is finally done. It is a about a 52 minute long movie, documentary, whatever you want to call it, of the Apple. Yeah, I sit down. As you can see, I sit down, have a talk with them. There's video footage of them creating one, and we get into some questions and answers as well. So it was a good time.
That's good.
And not only the Apple, but also the dewdrop. Right here, the dewdrop. We talk about that during the video as well. So,
How'd your can work?
Pardon me?
How'd your can work to clean it?
Oh, I haven't used it yet. But I've used the dewdrop and it's gotten dirtier. And I've got company coming Friday. So I think I better put it in. I think I better put it in there tomorrow.
Give it a bit of a bath before the company comes in.
Yeah, give it a bath before my company comes. That way it's clean.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, awesome. The nice thing about it though is what you see. Like none of like the stain, the brown. None of it is. There's no ash.
No.
There's nothing floating.
No, well, because hash just kind of doesn't have any carcinogen, right?
It'd just be accumulation of particles that are in the smoke.
Awesome.
So,
perfect.
All righty. So yeah, I'll be releasing that soon. We'll
Awesome.
be able to see that here on the Pace Radio Network. It's also on the 420 Pace Network, and it'll be on the 420 Radio Network as well. So, and our YouTubes and so on and so forth. Yeah, it was a good time. I really enjoyed it. And I got lots of more footage. I'm gonna make some more clips, and we'll be able to run them as well.
Perfect. That's
So,
great.
all righty. Other than that, you got anything else?
Yep. Time change for cannabis and coffee with marijuana will be for 10 a.m. on Mondays now instead of noon Mountain Standard Time because of kids and stuff. So I'll be following Al right after Al in the news on Monday at 10 a.m.
Okay, so that is 10 a.m. Mountain, 12 noon
Time,
Eastern.
noon Eastern Standard Time, 9 a.m. West Coast, and 3 p.m. Atlantic Time.
Noon? Why not have a coffee at noon? Coffee and just some cannabis. It's
And for
great
me,
time.
it's just right after I get up in the morning and I'm just having my coffee and a doobie at about 10 o'clock. So it works out perfectly for me.
Yeah, out here on the east, it's lunchtime. So why not? People have a coffee at lunchtime, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
do.
Or, while you're having your lunch, you can join me and have your lunch.
That's right, exactly. All right. Other than that, thanks to our sponsors, legacy420.com, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Camelford Lifestyle Shop, and at ease.ca. Other than that, thanks to everybody for tuning into the program, and we will see you next week. And good night. Bye-bye. Let's share Pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're still in entertainment. Bring it on.
I've got a dewdrop to test.
Yes.
To test out
So,
today.
You showed that to us, but how does it work?
Dave.
Dave, and I'm gonna mess up pronouncing his last name.
Pereira.
Pereira, correct.
Yeah.
Or Electric Dave on Instagram.
Yeah, and he's also the maker of the Happle.
Correct, and I've got that.
So
right
it's
here.
it's not Electric Dave though.
No, it's electric.
Electric. Electric.
Yeah,
Just so you know.
yeah, correct.
When you're looking for him.
ERRLECTRIC.
Electric.
So there you go. This is his dewdrop.
Hold on now. Here, hold on. There you go.
This is the dewdrop. As you can see, it's nice and clean, and it's nice and clean because I have not used it yet.
Okay.
On the top of the stem, this is the piece where your hash will stick to.
Mm-hmm.
You light your hash, you stick it in here, and
in the water.
Yeah, I've put
hash goes in the water.
Yeah, no,
no.
There's a glass enclosure.
Oh, okay, I see.
All right, and then
here, let's make you bigger.
Nice.
Oh.
Wrong one.
Oh. It's not going bigger than that. No. Okay, just go ahead, Al.
Okay, it's probably So there you go. It's hand blown. Dave does them all. And we've seen Dave at many events.
Yeah.
And so
he's very well known in the community.
Correct.
And an amazing blower.
I've got some hash here, Now, what I have found, some hash will work really well, and some hash will melt.
Uh-oh.
And when it melts, it makes it a little harder for it to burn because it's melting. So,
Well, yeah, because it's also dripping.
Correct. Exactly. So I got leaves falling on me.
Yeah, you know what? It's really weird here. It was green up until about 3 days ago, and now everything's starting to
Falling.
turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've got some hash burning here.
Do you find you waste a lot with these toys?
No.
No.
Okay, just gotta make sure it's burning. Ah, it's not burning. Come on, hash. I should have maybe put some on here previously. Tested it out. But then I would have smoked it all. Yeah, I got her going.
I haven't had any hash in a while.
So I put it inside there. You can see it filling up with smoke. You just see it doing its thing. It sort of looks like our background.
Yeah.
Nice and smooth. Oh,
Wow,
yes.
nice.
Yes, I like this.
And you could flavor the water as well, eh?
Yeah, I imagine you could. Yeah.
Put a couple of droppings of some terpenes or something in there.
And it's very, very nice. Dave says it's got a new reinforced stem on it here. And I'll tell you, this lid, it's just glass on glass. I have to tilt that to clear the chamber. It seals that well. Yeah, it's got the little bubbler in the bottom. Pork holes. The handle for this has got some ridges on it, so it's not a completely smooth surface, so it's good to grip onto. And the thing about smoking hash too is it goes forever.
And what's the price range on those? You could have just said you don't know. Al.
I don't. I don't know. I don't know. Now I can tell you, the apple that I've got, the apple here.
Yeah.
I purchased it at Spirit Leaf in Campbellford, and it's a smaller version. I gotta clean it. This was $55, but it depends on the store, right?
Yes.
But if anybody's interested in one of these,
you can buy direct from Dave.
Correct. Yeah. Check your store, your local store, if you see if they've got one. Oh, stuff.
I was checking out another store. It says it's $55 too.
Pardon me?
I was just checking out a couple other stores. They're $55 too.
$55.
Yeah. Good. Yeah, it's coined one of the best hash pipes in Canada.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
no wonder Nugs was like, we want to brand it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you got a little cough on me, but
yeah, but that's a concentrate for me.
That's right. Exactly.
Any concentrate can make
nice,
a hack.
Nice and it pulls nicely. It's easy to hold on to. And then it'll be easy to clean. Just like the apple will be easy to clean as well.
I put my student glass, I take it apart and put it in the dishwasher on the top.
Well, there you go. I don't know if I'd put that in the dishwasher, but
yeah, it might be a little too thin.
Yeah. But it's
Holy
it's
moly.
good stuff. So you can check out Dave's Instagram at electric Dave ERRLECTERIC Dave. I should have probably pulled him up on Instagram. And here is his page right here. There we go. Electric Dave. Some of his posts of his stuff. Oh, look at that. He's put an e-nail on it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, see, I was wondering if the top had a different feature because it looks
wow. That is cool. I might be able to do that. I might be able to do that.
You know what? I enjoy I use the student glass more as a bong than a. I don't even have water in it at the moment.
No, you just use it dry.
Just use it dry with the module as my vaporizer, and throw some shatter in there or some diamonds. I've got 1 scoop of diamonds left. Yeah,
right.
It's my movie watching bong. I don't own a bong. That's the only thing. I use my shatterizer and my student glass.
Now here it is with a banger on it. Is that a banger? On the front of it there?
Yeah, that's. I was wondering because the way the thing, it just looks different.
Yeah.
Here, let's make it big, Al. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
That's cool.
Funny. I've got like 6 bongs and I don't use any of them. Oh, 7, 8. 8 bongs.
Now he's got.
I've got a glass one, a raw one up there on the shelf, but I don't use it.
See, he's got a bowl on it.
Yeah,
there.
he basically made it like it's in everything.
Yeah,
it's gonna smoke everything. Flour, concentrates.
Yeah, you can see he's changing it out, eh?
Yeah.
The drop.
You're a genius.
Yeah, he did.
Fucking brilliant. I wondered because as soon as I seen that, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, I've seen the hash kettle for years, but you look at the hash kettle prices, holy fucking shit. You could buy like 6 or 7 of the Happles.
Yeah.
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 Why would you buy that other thing?
Steven, fuck off.
There he is. Okay, yeah.
That's the e-nail.
With the e-nail on it. Yep,
Oh.
carb. Nice. Nice job, Dave.
Just beauty.
Yeah.
Very
Check out his Instagram. Check out his products. No doubt about that. It looks like it's multifunctional.
So that's the dewdrop.
Yeah.
Dewdrop.
Yeah.
How many dews does a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
I don't know. We'll have to ask Dave.
You should post that in our chat. Post a link to his Instagram in the chat here in the comments.
Yeah, but I think. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, how much dew would a dewdrop drop if a dewdrop could drop dew?
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just repeat to see if I could say.
She
sells
how much
by the
hash
kilo.
how much hash could a Happle hash if a Happle hash could Happle hash?
If a hash could Happle, or if a Happle could hash.
Sound drunk. Yeah.
JJ. Hi. Got a minute? All right. I've got JJ O'Brien with me. So what do you think?
I think it's great so far. I've just been making my rounds through the vendors, and I'm only about halfway through. So, but it's been very interesting. It's a great crowd here. It's very busy. So I'm just
Very busy.
slowly making my way through. Yeah.
I saw you up on stage during the seminar there.
Yes, I was very proud to be representing Education and speaking on the Sovereign Inherent Rights panel with my colleague, Jose Bourgeois, who's absolutely amazing, and with Kathy and Sturgis. It was a great panel, and I was very honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, good. Now, I guess you're spending the rest of the day walking around. Are you in any more panels?
No more panels today, but I'm going to walk around some more, and then I'll be seeing everybody in the consumption lounge later, and hopefully hitting it at the after party.
It was raining when I was outside last, so I came in, do some more interviews, but it was nice out there earlier.
I know. I'm hoping it's going to clear up, and we can.
It was crowded. It wasn't big enough.
No, I know, and they kicked a bunch of us out, so I hope we're getting back in.
I just have to move out of the way. All right. What else offhand? Can you let us know we're not doing anything independently, but I know you're with Education. Shout out to them.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Education. We're a nonprofit here in Canada that's dedicated to promoting responsible cannabis education in Canada. So check us out at education.info or send us an email. We do have a membership. We have a community and leadership membership. If you have some level of cannabis education, come and join us. Or if not, come and join us as well, and we can educate you.
All right, super. Thank you very much. All right, I'll let you go and make your way. Okay, you too. Bye-bye.
Coming up on today's show,
our word for the week this week is cherry.
As well, we're going to be looking at Timmy's top 5 yoga poses.
And part 2 of our interview with Olympic gold medalist Ross Rebliati.
You nailed it.
Thank you.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
Today we are celebrating Yoga Day.
That's right. I feel like Y-O-G-A.
Oh, I like that. That's cute. Do that again.
Really?
Yeah.
Y-O-G-A.
Well, it's kind of like a W. Put those arms up.
I don't.
Loud and proud.
Look. Do
what?
You see?
What, because your wrists go back? Oh, how did I never notice that before?
Really?
I think I just gave our producer probably a big loud earful there.
Okay, get this camera. Get this camera.
I've never seen that before.
Close your eyes.
How have I never? Wait, no. What? Oh, jeez. Wait, I think I just heard you twist. Oh my god! How did I not know this?
That's why I try not to put my arms up
How did I not
too much, because I'm like, wait, this is like
I
straight.
Not see it now. Oh.
And I don't even do yoga. Y-O-G-A.
I've known you for over 3 years.
Yep. You know I have different thumbs too, right? Like my thumbs don't match.
No, I understand that.
No, you seen that.
I'm not even close to my mic now. That was a legit.
He's like totally grossed out. That was awesome.
Look, there are some things on this show that we plan. Most of the show we don't. And that was one of those. How did I not?
When am I ever?
When do you ever do this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
For the longest time, I won't extend.
You can't not see it now.
I love you.
I said.
What was that? Right? I said I love you. That's funny. Remember that thing you said to me the other day? What did I say? You said, I don't need to understand you to love you. And that's okay with me.
I don't need to understand to love. Yeah, I love
so
you.
You don't need to understand that my arms go backwards.
No, I don't need to understand it, but I cannot not see it now.
Well, of course you cannot see it because I'm just got my arms like this.
No,
now.
I know, but now
you're looking at my arms like they're not real. Like
okay, so that was. I thought we were gonna come on. We were gonna talk about yoga because I regularly.
YOGA.
If you don't yet, after all the episodes that we've done, if you do not yet understand why you need to watch this on YouTube and not just listen to it
you have
in
no idea
podcast
what
form,
just happened.
You have just missed out one of many treats that can. Jeez. Okay. All right. So, guaranteed, if this doesn't alone let our YouTube views on this video go up with people going, "What just happened? What did she do?" Go check that out. Are you done? Do you have any other morphines that you need to do?
I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Now
I'll save those for another like 5 years from now.
Some people right now are going to think that this transition is going to somehow disprove my statement that we didn't plan what just happened. Because
what are you gonna say?
Well, I'm about to talk about extreme flexibility. I swear to you, I didn't know that was going to happen. When we sat down,
that's not flexibility. That's like disjointness. So
she said she was going to. What would you say you were?
I
wanted
to do a headstand.
She said she was going to do a headstand
on the chair.
We were talking about how we were going to make that happen here, and then we got counted in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She goes, "Look what I can do!" Oh no, that's not what we had planned. Look what I can do. Okay, so
like Stewart.
Look, what's his voice? I can't do it.
Look what I can do. That's good, Stewart. That's good.
That was on Mad TV, right?
Oh, I love Mad TV.
Okay, so
he's looking like a man. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay, so I want to say. I don't know. I'm trying to somehow get my mind off this. So let's just quickly transition here. So, I do yoga on a regular basis,
daily, multiple times a day. Sometimes
I will say this once and once only on this episode. I'll say it many more times on other episodes. Yoga changed my life. Okay, the flexibility, the strength. I thought it was just for women and for flexibility, guys. That was wrong. Wrong thinking. The first time I saw a bead of sweat drop from my forehead onto my mat, I was like, oh my goodness, this is doing something else. These yoga shoulders weren't there before. Just strength in general, just inner calmness, the breathing, the ability to do that, the flexibility, the strength all around, core, just all of it. We don't even have the space here, but check out our social media. I'm sure sometime during this week we will put something up there or a few things that show various.
Oh, I'll definitely be doing a
things.
headstand at some point.
So we go to check that out. But what I wanted to bring to the table on this one is the fact that I do what's called Yo-Jo yoga. Well, it's what I called Yo-Jo yoga, because I was the one who named it.
Yo-Jo.
I have my G.I. Joe set up. I have all my G.I. Joes. It was like one of my few prized collection pieces. And I do my yoga in front of it. I have some pictures on my my Instagram at The Real Timmy Boyle called Yo-Jo Yoga. And when
you told me an interesting fact about G.I. Joes and yoga.
I know.
And why you do the yoga in front of the G.I. Joes.
It's a good reminder for me. So this little guy here, I don't know what you can see on the camera. Black on black probably doesn't work, but so this is Torpedo. It was the very first.
I'm just gonna put that behind him because okay, there you go.
Back here. He was the very first G.I. Joe figure I ever bought. I have over 100 of these men in this nice little tin at home. He's got a little bit faded. You can see what color he used to be on the
It's
gray
like
there.
a little bit faded. It looks pretty much brand new. How old is that thing you said?
Oh, this would be what, early 80s?
Yeah, so
I think so. My guys are, because I didn't play with my G.I. Joes. I displayed them. So other than some dust, I think they're all in some really good shape. So this is Torpedo. My thing though that I found very interesting though is I was watching a show called The Toys That Made Us.
Yeah.
On Netflix. I think 1980s. And then for those who know me, the 80s is my jam. I'm an 80s prophet. But see the movement that they have, like the joints.
Can actually bend the elbows and the knees.
Elbows and knees and stuff. Okay. Before these guys came out, if I remember any of this correctly, but listen, we're not scientists. We don't even call ourselves truth tellers sometimes.
And we don't work for the toy department.
No, we will try to do my best to recall this. So the thing I found fascinating was before this, they had the 3-inch guys, the Star Wars characters came out in their late 70s. But their arms, they only did this.
Like the Barbies, the
Yes,
straight legs,
straight
and the
legs, straight arms.
Yeah.
So the G.I. Joe developers were trying to figure out, what do we do? How do we take this to the next level? And if I got the story anywhere correct, one of their people was walking down the street, looked in an art store, saw those mannequins that can move, that
The
are
little wooden
all
guys.
flexible wooden mannequins.
Yes.
Bought a whole bunch of them, brought them back to the workplace, whatever it may be, and basically said, this is what we need to do. And G.I. Joe, I believe, became, as a result of that, what would have been called fully posable. Now, they've gone another step forward. The ones later on, I think even the wrists.
The fully opposable thumb? Do they give you the thumb?
I don't think they have the thumb. But this extra joint stuff, the Star Wars guys didn't have. G.I. Joe brought this in, and it was all a result of, once again, great ideas sometimes come from places you're not looking for them. And he was just looking around, saw these things in the art store, and went, that's it. And hence these little posable figures were born. And so, Star Wars figures, Luke, he's a Jedi Knight. He can't do the splits. But Torpedo can, and I can almost do it too. Stay tuned. Try to watch that video, possibly on our social media as well.
It's funny, that wasn't the splits.
But this
That's
is
about
Torpedo.
as well as I could do the splits.
Look, you can do the full splits.
That's
Isn't that awesome?
more impressive than the Star Wars.
Yojo
for sure.
Yoga. That's what I do. Check out our social media. For
When
more
was the last time
information
you bought a G.I. Joe? Because maybe they do have opposable thumbs now.
Jeez, long time ago.
Maybe they do.
We're talking early 90s would have been the last. It could have been. I don't know.
I'm going to
90s.
have to Google this and see what a G.I.
When
Joe
I took all my
looks like
G.I.
now.
Joes out of their containers and stuff, they were all wrapped up to finally display them, because now I have space to display them for the first time. They were wrapped up in newspapers from 1993.
Wow.
So they are now out on display, not fully, but on their way to full display. But this is Torpedo, fresh out of that box.
Out of storage.
Out of storage. So there you go. So happy Yoga Day.
Thank you. And thank you for sharing one of your collectibles with us.
Thank you. My kids weren't even ever allowed to touch them. Although I think one of my kids has claimed all my G.I. Joes when I die. That seems to be, I think that was one of the things they claimed.
That's funny. Wasn't it just their birthday, too?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
But
Jade's
he's
birthday.
not gone yet. So you.
Yeah, you can't have my G.I. Joes yet,
Yes,
Jade.
but they are yours.
But I hope your birthday was great. Whose
Speaking of birthdays.
Yes, well, very good transition.
Right?
We're nailing the transitions today.
Yeah, we've got someone else who nailed transitions in High School Musical.
Oh, look at this.
Vanessa Hudgens.
Look, people, we may not be truth tellers, but we are professional.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Professional shit tellers. No, shit. No. No shit in there.
No.
No.
All right.
I can't think of the word. Anyways, not professional there. So Vanessa Hudgens turns 33.
She's a High School Musical.
Yeah, I believe so.
I am a Sharpay fan to the core.
That was the blonde one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's the only thing good of the Zach and Cody shows, too. Those Zach and Cody. I hated those. Zach and Cody, those twins.
Yeah.
Oh, one of those annoying TV shows.
The Sweet Life?
Oh.
Oh, no.
If it wasn't for what's her name that played the same girl that played Sharpay.
Okay.
What's her name?
I'm pulling a blank. I'm pulling a blank.
You
It's
think of
horrible.
that. I'm gonna.
Okay, so think of the next.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just see Sharpay.
Ashley Tisdale.
Okay,
Ashley
okay,
Tisdale.
okay.
Without her, Zach and Cody would have been the worst show possibly on TV. Is that even their name? Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
It, yeah. Horrible
Yeah.
show. Horrible show. Ashley made that whole show. Go ahead.
Okay.
And
And
happy
the last,
birthday to Vanessa.
The last birthday we're talking or celebrating today is King George VI.
King George. Now, you said that.
Yes.
And I looked up who King George VI was.
Okay.
I thought this was somebody who would have died back in the 1700s.
You know, like King George VI.
Yeah, right? Because it sounds like this, but
well, I thought so because I'm like, oh, he would have been 126. Like, that's old.
He
But
died in the 1950s.
What did he do? Like, was he the king of what?
I don't know who he was, but we put him
Is
on the
there a
list.
King George the Seventh?
Maybe that's Will and Kate's son. His name's George.
No, that's not right.
No? I don't
No,
know.
because then the dad, it would be like,
But isn't it weird though? I thought it was weird that there was a King George the Sixth that was born in the died in the 1950s. That just it sounds like medieval.
Like the artist formerly known as Prince?
Well, that sounds very 90s and 80s.
But that's what I mean. It was like, it's weird for King George the
Hi, I'm
Sixth.
King George the Sixth. It's like the 1950s. You're what?
I don't know.
That seemed weird. But happy birthday to that dead man.
Yeah, 126. Looking good.
Well, shall we get this thing rolling?
Oh, I'm always ready for that.
Roll it. Well, it is time for yet another word of the week. Mary Jane, what is the word? The word is the word. That was a song, right?
It's
the
a
bird.
bird.
Oh, the bird is the word.
Bird. How did you not know that? Well, everybody knows about the bird, yeah. No, I messed up the words. Moving on.
What is the bird, Mary Jane?
The word is cherry, or also known as the heater.
The heater.
The heater.
Give him the heater, Ricky.
No, you don't
Do you know
want
what that
the
movie's
heater.
from? You're always-
Trailer Park Boys?
She lives off of...
The only
like,
Ricky I know is from Trailer Park Boys.
She lives off of the thing of play me a little bit of a song or do a quote from a movie and always is like, what's that from? And I never ever know. And then she's always like, oh, how can you not know? And then it's a big, long, week-long battle. Anyways, I'm throwing it out here on the show. Give him the heater, Ricky. You
Trailer
don't know.
Park Boys.
No.
That is the only
From Major
Ricky.
League, one of the best baseball movies ever, Charlie Sheen, and the manager yells out, "Throw him the heater, Ricky!"
Okay, well, this is a different heater.
Okay, but I like.
You don't want to
this
catch
one.
this heater.
I always what I'm enjoying too is word of the week now. Is going into this every once in a while. There's like, this is the word of the week, which is also known as this word, which is also known as this word, which is sometimes known as this word.
Well, we could call it the cherry.
Oh yeah, yep.
But then you'd be like, some people call it the heater.
Okay, so it's two words.
Yes. Well, it's
bonus
it's the
episode.
Same thing.
Bonus
it's like
episode.
potato.
Okay, so I'm assuming there's a reason why it's called both the cherry and the heater. There must be a connection here.
Yes. Okay, so it's the red hot glowing bowl on the bong or the red hot end of the joint. So it's called the cherry most of the time because it looks like a cherry. It's red.
Yep.
It's round because it's either in the bowl or it's on the joint. They also call it the heater because it's hot.
Makes perfect sense.
Right? So I always say the rule of thumb, if it's red, it's not dead. Okay?
Like this record circle right there.
If it's red, it's not dead. We're still going.
How many times have we recorded when that circle wasn't there and then wondered what went wrong?
You know, the best is when we go over and hit stop and it's actually recording. You're like, oh.
Funny in hindsight, not when it happened.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, if it's still red, it's not dead, keep smoking.
Okay.
This also is the number one reason why you should not consume cannabis while in a moving vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
Don't smoke and drive.
Number one reason.
I feel like I should have another rhyme here. Like, don't drop the heater in your cedar.
That's a good one, actually.
Right?
Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Oh, how about this? If you drop the cherry, it's going to be scary.
I like both those.
Because it is. Like,
right.
you just don't do it.
This is more than word of the week. This is like literally like...
Life lessons.
Life lessons from MJ.
Yeah.
Literally.
And it's illegal. Hello. Reason number one right there.
I love how that was... Yeah. Okay, what was it though? Don't drop the heater in your cedar.
Yep.
And what was the other one?
If you drop the cherry, it's gonna be scary.
Drop the cherry. Yeah, drop the cherry is gonna be scary.
You're already tongue-tied.
I'm actually just surprised that this segment is already done.
We're done.
We ended. Those are two good phrases to end it on.
It is.
Yeah. There was your words of the week. Today's high five list is Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't know if I would ever have a high five list of favorite yoga poses.
Didn't you actually used to preach against yoga?
I used to preach against yoga. I was I thought it was for women. I thought it was for flexibility, and that was it. I didn't think you could get a workout of it. I mean, it is no secret that there was a point in my life where yoga was a joke, and it has now radically changed my life. But I am here to tell you that there are 5 very, very, very helpful moves that not only helped me with health and strength and balance.
Are you going to go to the shoulders?
Well, they did help create and form these amazing yoga shoulders.
I feel like I should
This is why you watch the show and don't just listen to the show. So if you've been listening on podcast form, thank you.
But you're missing the shoulders.
Namaste, but you're not getting the shoulders. So these were also, not only did I see improvements in my body because of learning these poses,
okay.
But they also, each one of them along the way kind of were signposts to show that yoga was working.
Okay.
Right? So it was like I would look around the room and be like, why can't I do that? Because there'd be like, when I first went, there'd be like, I don't know, like a 60-year-old woman who, I don't know, I don't want to guess their ages. They're older than me.
An older woman.
And I was sitting there thinking, I can do that. And then they'd be holding these poses and I'm like, I can't do that. But each one of these poses was a place where I was like, oh, wait a minute, I can do this pose now. And each one blew my mind a little bit more. And I realized this thing is actually beneficial.
Yeah, you took me to one of your yoga classes, and I don't know about the beneficial part.
It is for a special breed of human being.
Oh.
But your shoulders would be amazing. It would help with that back posture. So here we go. Timmy's top 5 yoga poses. Number 5 was the tree pose.
Oh, I like that one. I know that one.
Right? The tree pose, you stand like arms up in the air.
Are we going to put a photo up?
Yes.
Where are we going to put the photo? Are we going to put it like right here?
It will show up.
Here?
Maybe.
Ooh, what if we put it like right here?
Oh, right there. Okay. So if you're listening, you'll have to go over and see these poses. Also during the week sometimes they'll be on our Instagram page. So the tree pose. It looked really easy. So your hands are in the air and you do like this thing where you fold your one leg and you got to put your foot on the inside of your thigh.
Yeah, you got to like bend your leg.
It's like bending like a triangle thing. And it looks really simple. But I realized very quickly that I couldn't keep first of all, I'd have to like hold my leg and like lift it into position and move it into the right spot. And then, one leg was stronger than the other.
Isn't that the trick to the tree pose? Is the foot that is off the ground is to be rooted. I say rooted because that's like a yoga term, right?
And for tree pose, very, very appropriate.
To be rooted into your other leg so that way you can ground yourself with the foot that's on the ground.
Yes.
No pun intended. And
it should have been intended. It's very well done.
And so you need to kind of push that leg into your other leg or your foot into your leg.
When I first pulled that off and realized that I was able to have balance like this with my leg bent in, I was like, okay, I see this. Because I also didn't realize how important balance
was.
See, I do the swaying tree.
That's a good move, a good yoga move. The swaying tree. Actually, they call it yoga. It's funny. I always think it's funny when they say the reason why we call it yoga practice is because we're always practicing. We never get there. And so if you sway, that's exactly what somebody would say. Oh, that's okay. You're doing the swaying tree. Yoga is actually kind of very much, although it's an ancient form of health and exercise type of thing, it's very much fits in today's culture of everybody wins. It's like you can't do yoga wrong. Oh, that's okay. You fell over. You're the falling over tree.
That's not true, because I went to the gym one time and I signed up for a yoga class, and I remember I was in the didn't want to go in the back because I didn't want to draw attention to myself. I also wanted to be able to see, but I didn't want to sit in the front. But yeah, somehow she was like, "Are you okay?" And at that moment, I was like, yeah. Do I not look okay? And she says, not really.
Just doing my yoga practice. I'm practicing.
I'm practicing not to fall over and pass out, because I don't know what we were like.
But I've seen you do the tree. You can actually do a tree pretty well.
Yes, I do know that one.
Number 4 blew my mind, and it was the headstand, which you absolutely
that doesn't feel like yoga, although it does a good stretch on the.
So here's what it was that blew my mind. Number 1, I quickly understood the benefit of being upside down.
Yes.
We have an inversion table, and
I don't know why they call it that.
Just
you don't
hanging
eat
upside down. I guess you
should
could.
be a bed, inversion bed.
But just the gravity pulling on your spine, you feel it.
Yep.
And
all the way down your spine.
And you should spend some part of every day upside down, just because of, you figure.
But we spend all day right side up.
No wonder when you're 80, you start to crouch like this, because you've had 80 years of gravity, like pretty much pulling you down.
Well, fun fact, they actually say you're taller in the morning than you are at nighttime, because when you lay down at night, your back stretches itself out.
That's why people take pictures of themselves in bed. Makes them look taller. So the headstand, what was neat about the headstand for me was, and if you've never been able to try one, number 1, I had never done one before. So I put my hands on the table, and I was working with at Creekside Yoga in Sterling, Ontario. That's the place that got me going. And so it was just me, and so it was kind of like a specialty class, even though it was supposed to be other people there, but it was just me.
Or a 2-on-1.
So I go to do the thing, and you got to bend your knees and slowly straighten your leg.
Mm-hmm.
And I was amazed at how quickly I was able to do it. And the reason why I was amazed was because I shouldn't be able to just do something for the first time and do it decently like that. But then I realized how important the core workout was in holding yourself up in that position. And I had already spent at that point 2 years of doing regular yoga classes. And so I had developed the core strength to be able to do it. It's kind of like when my daughter, she learned to ride a bicycle the very first time she got on the bike. I didn't even have to hold the bottom, because she was on a tricycle for so long that and people be like, how, she doesn't ride a regular bike yet? I'm like, no, she's having fun on this little trike. That by the time she had got on a bike, she had she was older than most kids that try to buy a bike, but by then she'd already developed the motor skills and the balance and all that stuff. So by the time she got on the bike, I think sometimes we throw people into things way too early. And so we're like, oh, there's a learning curve. It's like, well, maybe there's no learning curve. Maybe you just put people into things way too quickly, because she picked it up like that because her body had developed.
I don't know. I know what child you're talking about. I think it was just she was having too much fun and going way too fast, that there was no not riding the bike. It was just.
She might have just been a really quick learner. But that's what the headstand thing was. I realized that at that time, I had developed some sort of core strength. Number 3 on Timmy's top 5 yoga moves is the cow facing legs. So the cow facing legs photo.
I'm all confused because, I don't get to see this photo, but is it like a cow facing a pair of legs?
Well, you've got your knees like this or like this. let's do it like, well, you can see. So they'll see the picture, but I'm
Yes.
doing this for your own benefit.
Okay.
But so it's like this. Your knees are like this.
Oh, no, I'm looking at the photo.
Stacked on top. Okay. So look at the photo.
Okay.
So the knees are stacked on top of each other. And then you fold over and touch, well, in my case, I touch my chin to my knees. I did not know the importance of your hips.
Sounds painful.
I think it's cow facing because it's like, it looks like carrying a cow's face. Anyways.
It's not a leg facing cow?
No. I mean, that might be the name of another. Believe me, the names that these things, and this isn't even the official name. It's probably called the Yaksui Salami thing. I don't know what the official name is, but the cow-facing leg was the best English translation they could come up with. But I didn't realize the importance of hips. Now, as a man, you are always raised up for things like, you want to, yoga shoulders, muscles. You see how many guys like spend their entire life so that their chest
they bulk
and their
up the
arms,
top and
right?
then the bottom with the little.
And some of that is health related. A lot of it is this aesthetics. Okay, it's like I look good. I want to be able to take my shirt off at the beach.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. At some point, that sort of muscle definition is no longer serves a purpose of health, except for the fact that when you get down to about 12% body fat, that's when the six pack starts to pop. And as much as you might go, well, that's just for aesthetics. I mean, when you get down to low body fat, it's a healthy place.
Yeah,
to be.
but we don't need to add more muscle to that percentage of body fat.
Very true. So I started to realize that there are days now where it's like, if I had the choice to do weights or stretch out my hips, I stretch out my hips every single time. It's an amazing feeling, and you would be amazed when you first start to try to do a move like this one. You go, wow, I didn't even know that my hips were in that bad a shape. And then you realize how important hips are for moving around and walking.
Well, it's flexibility, right? Like if your hips, like you're like, oh, I'm gonna choose my hips over my arms, but if you don't flex your hips, you're not gonna be able to walk. Therefore, you're not gonna be able to do anything, let alone work on your arms.
Don't underestimate the power of the hips.
The hips don't lie.
My hips do not lie. Number 2 on my list of top 5 yoga moves is the half pigeon. Now, the half pigeon, as you can see, is it's another hip opening thing, but with your leg kind of bent 45 right in front and leaning your entire body over.
Where are they looking here? Is this where it is?
The
Because
picture?
that's where you're describing, you're like doing
Yeah.
the hand things, but if the box is there.
Well, I can move the box up here if I want to. That's what.
But you can put it right here.
Right now, just so you all know, she is looking at this screen, but don't worry about it.
I'm going to hold the box.
That's fine. You can. Okay, so you will hold the box there. So you might need to hold it bigger for people to actually be able to see the image. So on this one here, though, I remember looking around the room going, like, I could barely like move 45-degree angle. And the more I did it, the more I got to the point where I could actually put my chest to the ground, and it feels incredible. I'm telling you, all of these moves, you go, I can't. Maybe some of you are like, that's an easy move, but it's probably because you've been doing it for a long time. But some of these moves, you're like, I could never do that. Every single one of these moves, at one point, I was like, I cannot do that, and it hurt, and it was like, there's no way I can get down that low, never ever. And then eventually I could, and it's a good lesson in life. Just right the first couple times you try something, it's so important not to give up.
I've done yoga with Timmy a couple times, and I'm not ashamed to say that I've cried multiple times because it was really hard. And for some reason, being in the silence of the difficult pose and the strain and trying to stay strong gets in your brain, and I find myself standing there thinking, this is like life. Life is going to throw difficult things at you, and you're going to have to be strong and stand there and not give up. And next thing I know, the tears are just rolling. I'm like, how much longer do we have? You're like, it's only been 3 minutes.
Wait, does yoga counteract the effects of cannabis on you? Because you talk about how cannabis, your mind's always spinning.
Mm-hmm.
Does yoga counteract that?
No, see,
Does
okay,
it bring out
my
something
mind
else?
my mind spins all the time, but when I'm forced to stop, like with yoga, I'm forced to stop and be sedentary. And it leaves me with, now I'm forced to focus on this, whereas most of the time I focus on this.
Mm.
So if I'm focusing on this, I'm not focusing on this. And when I'm forced to focus in here, then it creates things like, what did I start talking about last time we finished yoga? Trauma from past.
Right,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
was like, why? It was like 25 minutes, half an hour of yoga.
See?
It's weird therapy, but it's good for a stretch.
Well, I've heard similar things about cannabis, though, that cannabis doesn't it's not an escape, because people talk about how people use these things to escape life. That in fact, if anything, it reveals things that you don't want to be revealed. That it actually and you allows you to
I'm not
enter
saying
in.
it's negative either, though. Like,
No, none of this is. It's not negative.
yeah. Well, I just didn't want anyone to misconstrue. Like, yes, I cried when I do yoga and whatever, but like, that's what I feel like is a part of healing as well. Like in life and in our journeys, things happen to us. It happens to all of us. And a lot of times we push it aside. We didn't realize that it affected us as much as it did. And then something happens and it comes back. And now you're left to deal with all of whatever emotion is left. So I'm not saying it's negative. It was just something that I really feel the pain. It's the pain in my body that I'm literally, like Timmy says, the hips. I'm bent over and my lower back is hurting. And I'm thinking about the fact that I'm young and I shouldn't feel this sore. And why have I done this to myself? And now I'm hard on myself. And then it turns into a whole therapy session that I can't even.
Well, yoga for sure definitely reveals all the muscles and joints and stuff that you don't even think about for most of your life.
Well, no, because you don't use them on a daily basis.
You use them on a daily basis all the time, but not to the point of utilizing them to keep them, like, because our hips are always being used as we walk and stuff, but we don't realize that they're degrading over time unless we stretch them out more. And then we wonder,
strengthened.
The gift of life is not years 1 through 60. No matter how hard you live, 1 through 60, everybody can kind of get there. Yes, there's accidents along the way. The key, the true gift to life is quality of life beyond 60, I say. You know, I'm not a scientist. I'm just throwing this out there as a rough example to say that the stuff that we do now really does affect that later on.
I actually drank my water today.
And number 1 on Timmy's top 5 yoga positions, my favorite one all time is the crow.
I was going to say, I know this one because I've seen it almost anywhere that you can do it.
Anywhere I go, I will show people that. And it is literally, as you can see in the picture, people listening, it's a balance. You've got your knees on, you've got your hands on the floor.
I don't know where the photo is, but I want to leave lots of room
your
because
knees,
it's friggin' awesome.
Your knees go up onto your elbows, so you're balancing just on the palms of your hands with all of your body weight on kind of resting on your arms and stuff. I could not hold this pose for even a brief moment. I'd always have one toe touching down at any given time. And I'm looking around once again at these older women going, how are they doing this for like 10, 15, 20 seconds? And I was ready to give up the pose until one day my held it for like 3 seconds. And I remember, I think I cried that day. I'm like, oh, and then I did a 10 count one day. And that was just, that was actually the moment that I started to like preach for yoga and say, this has radically changed my life. I had tried weightlifting things and all these different exercise programs for years. The thing that gave me some upper body strength, it may not have built muscle mass, but the thing that gave me strength, which is very different than muscle mass, was doing poses like the crow. And I am stronger today than I was in my 20s because of a pose like this. So
I will say 2 times, very impressive times I've seen you do that. One was the last time when you did it at Lyft in
Yeah.
the unicorn onesie because it was really cold. And we had been outside for a really long time. So, like, I'm impressed that you weren't froze and you were actually able to do it.
Mhm.
And you did it for a long time. Like, I don't even
Yeah.
know, 25, 30
Yeah,
seconds. Like,
that
it
one
was,
threw me off.
I was
too.
like, are you just going to keep doing it until you fall? Like, what's going on here? And the other time was on Eric's boat.
Yes, on the front of a moving boat. I was very proud of that.
Well,
one.
it wasn't moving, but
it
it's
was
on
rocking.
water. It was just
So
going to
is
say
that moving
It
or
was.
no?
It wasn't moving. It was docked.
What's the definition of moving?
It was on a dock. It was like docked. However, like it's on water. I can barely stand and not fall on a boat when it's on the water,
So it
let
was
alone.
moving.
I'm not gonna argue, and that's how you keep it fresh.
It was moving. Those are my top 5 yoga moves. I suggest that you all begin to try those. And believe me, hang in there and you'll find incredible benefits.
Or don't hang in there and fall, but you'll still benefit.
You'll be the falling tree.
That's funny.
Namaste.
Namaste here.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to another episode of On the Spot with the Newbie and the Doobie. Our special guest today is Ross Rebliati. I've been practicing that all week. With all the passion that you obviously exhibit right now for cannabis and the industry and breaking stigma and all those things, was that also true about snowboarding? Like taking it back one step now? Was that an all-consuming thing for you as well?
Well, it was. I ski raced until I was 15.
Okay.
I started snowboarding when I was 15, the same year I stopped skiing, obviously, and that was 1987. In 1987, you weren't allowed to snowboard in Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
What do? There was no snowboard shops in Canada. There were no snowboard magazines. There was nothing. If you wanted to go snowboarding, you had to go to France, right? Basically, my friends went down to Oregon that summer of 87, around maybe it was summer of 86. Came back with snowboards from Oregon, and my friend from France who moved to Vancouver, where I was growing up, had a snowboard from France, and all of a sudden my friends all had snowboards and I got one. We started just snowboarding and like hiking up Cypress Bowl before it opened, and snowboarding on, or the local parks in Vancouver. Eventually my dad would drive us down to Washington, to Mount Baker, where they were already allowing snowboarding. But it wasn't until 88 that we were allowed to snowboard in Canada and in British Columbia. So there was snowboard prohibition. And then, so when we came, I was like the first person literally to go up the chairlift on Blackcomb. And at the time, Whistler didn't allow snowboarding. Just Blackcomb did. They weren't owned by the same people as they are today. And so opening day, 1988, I was like practically first in line out of everybody. And it wasn't like the mayhem that it is today on opening day. But I was literally like the first guy up Blackcomb on a snowboard. And there was so much discrimination by skiers. They hated us so much. We were like the skateboarders that somehow like tricked everybody to let them on the, and we were getting dissed. Like people were yelling at us off the chairlift. And, as a 15-year-old, it was great.
Why would there be so much hate?
Because they said
are
that
a certain brand, right?
It's like, listen, there's right-wing skiers all over the place, just like there is in any aspect of society, right?
Wow.
And so snowboarding was like the new like enemy, right? It was like the big, they're dangerous, like fear them. You must be afraid of snowboarders because they're just gonna come out of left field and take you out. But yeah, they did. They would take you out, but the skiers would take each other out. It wasn't a different phenomenon. It was just like, oh, it was a snowboarder, right? And then they're like, oh, they're wrecking the groomies. And, the next thing you know, they're building half pipes and snowboard parks, right? And like the mountains, literally at the time, if you look back in history, there was a huge recession, right? The stock market crashed. Ski resorts were going bankrupt. They had no choice but to do something to boost their ticket sales, right? Same thing happened to the Olympics. That's why in '94 they said we were going, because the kids weren't watching the bobsled, right? They didn't want to watch the cross country skiing or any whatever, legacy sports they wanted, and so the Olympics had to figure out, we needed snowboarding, and the same thing now with Shikari happened. She doesn't get to compete. Millions of dollars were lost on TV rights in that race that she was going to do, and the bonuses and all trickles down the line just because of the THC. So now they're reviewing the THC because like a big ticket event got affected,
Right.
and the bottom line got affected. And so now all of a sudden they're reviewing, which is great. I don't really care why they're reviewing it.
Yeah.
Get it off the list. It's not supposed to be there. It's only there because of prohibition, racism, discrimination, corporate, interests, and nothing to do with keeping a level playing field, and nothing to do with the spirit of sport. Let's just get into that for a second. The IOC supports, like just as an example, LGBTQ right across the board. Okay. Not all countries are behind that. The Olympics does it anyways, right? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing here with CBD and THC. It shouldn't be there. It doesn't matter if some countries aren't legal. It's the right thing to do. Get it off the list.
Agreed.
So I was talking to a friend a little while ago, and I have developed now friends on both sides of the spectrum. Obviously, most of my life was people who if they thought they knew anything about cannabis, it turns out they were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But I was talking to someone recently about the cannabis and I guess performance enhancement. And obviously, you're fully in that, understanding that world. My assumption growing up was clearly it can't be, because it should have a negative effect. It should make you lazy, like the guy sitting in his couch with chips on his stomach watching video games all day. That's the perception of what it should do to you. But then the other side of it, when I was talking to this friend of mine, was, well, what if you needed cannabis because you couldn't perform on that stage because you got so anxious? So it actually kept the anxiousness down, therefore enhancing your ability to perform. Is that performance enhancement? How do you see cannabis in this world? Is it enhance at all? Not enhance? Just what is your perspective when people bring that whole issue up?
Okay, it's all of the above, but just the last thing you said, the cannabis isn't conducive to being on stage. It's not conducive to having cameras in your face or being around people you're not comfortable with. It's just like doing acid. You don't want to be around people you don't know, and definitely don't want to be on stage on an international level, like with cameras and guys with machine guns standing around. Like, it's just not where you want to be, right? It does, but what it does do is it trains you to be calm over the period of time that you use cannabis, because you don't, like, I'm a healthy guy right across the board. Like, I used to drink. I don't drink anymore. I'm 3 years into not drinking. Loving it. I don't want to, like, we can dive into that, whatever. I don't care. Mm-hmm. But I'm just healthy all across the board. So it doesn't, like, you could take one thing away from me, I'm still going to be healthy, right? But the thing is about, I lost my train of thought. What was I talking about? This is
performance enhancement.
Cannabis is not conducive to
cannabis. Not conducive to crowds.
So, as a cannabis user, right? I like use cannabis on a regular basis. I have since I was around 20, and I've learned that it can be part of a healthy lifestyle for me. And I've learned in situations while I'm on cannabis that it helps me in so many different ways, especially with my family and my wife and my relationships with other people. It gives me pause instead of like quickly saying something, like having a sharp tongue, or and it gives me a chance to reflect on things, like when I'm rolling a joint and when I'm smoking a joint. It gives me that opportunity to reflect, and it's introspective. Like I like to say, cannabis introduces you to yourself, right? As an athlete, you often hear how much of a head game it is. It's such a head game. It's all head game. Everyone has the best snowboard, the best skis, the best bobsled.
Right.
The gear is hardly the issue anymore, right? It's all upstairs. And, of course, you need the right coaching and a huge amount of support. So there's a lot that goes into it to be honest. But it is really about, even if you have the best support group, if you're not feeling confident upstairs, and so here's the thing: our body has an endocannabinoid system. It's like our practically the biggest like organism in our body. It's like number 2 besides the skin, I think. Prohibition has caused us to be cannabinoid deficient. Okay, it's like being vitamin B12 deficient. It's not an excuse to be deficient in cannabinoids just because of prohibition. Our body needs this stuff, right? And mother's milk is super high in cannabinoids, but it's not. It's that's why babies are so like satisfied after feeding. Now that we have legalization in Canada, our bodies are legally allowed to run at their optimal level, right? So before prohibition, I would have argued, yes, it's performance enhancing for so many different reasons, okay? But now because of prohibition ending and legalization and our understanding of our endocannabinoid system, having it topped off with cannabinoids just allows us to run at the level we're supposed to run at. And by the way, they figured out when your cannabinoid system is topped up, every single cell in your body does twice as much as it does without that.
Wow.
Twice as much. And that's everything that your cells do, not just your skin cells or your hair or your fingernail cells. Like your whole entire body, your whole thing is working not just twice as much, but they're doing twice as many things. So it's an incredible, like, exponential amount that your body does for you when, okay, so when we talk about performance enhancing in the traditional sense of the word, you're like, okay, I'm going to smoke a joint, I can run faster, that sort of thing. I don't know. No one's really like done that test. I'd be willing to like do tests like that and see how it turns out. But I would argue that somebody who uses cannabis is going to have a much more even keel, is going to show up to training much more regular, and is going to perform at a better, optimal, is going to perform optimally at those training sessions. And at the end of the day, after years and years of training, all this positivity and the extra days of training on the rainy days and the cold mornings, and the late nights and being away from your family and somehow being able to handle all that upstairs without intoxicating yourself in a negative way, and that whole lifestyle that goes with it, lends itself to being healthier and performing at a higher level. And so you can see it from lots of different angles.
Right.
It all depends. Like people interpret, like in law and in politics, people interpret the same thing like a million different ways.
See, I'm glad you brought up the endocannabinoid system, because that's I'm all about teaching and the education, and I like to put things in terms that other people can understand, because like everybody has a car, right? We all have cars or vehicles or whatever. We know to check the oil. We know to, the windshield washer fluid, the coolant, the gas, keep all that stuff done. But did you know that there's a little fuse panel in there, and there's like little fuses, and they all have different numbers, and a lot of people don't know that. But they also don't know that, like you said, we have all these endocannabinoid receptors, and although we're feeding ourselves milk or dairy or cheese, all the stuff, the meat, all your vitamins, but you're not getting the proper cannabinoids. So that's why when Ross is saying, yeah, we're just getting what we need to be in this state of homeostasis, in the best state that we could possibly be in. And that will eventually help you perform better.
And guess what? When they made weed illegal, whatever it was, 80 years ago, that was like the birth of Big Pharma.
Yep.
Because cannabis oil was the base of almost every single medicine.
Yep. THC tincture.
On the planet was the base. And then they would add other herbs and things to that to augment it, to do different things, right? But the base was cannabis. And then all this issues that we're having with ADHD, anxiety, stress, depression, these are all symptoms of having a deficient cannabinoid system. And the Big Pharma has capitalized on lobbying the US government to keep it that way, for one thing, so that they can sell people their synthetic drugs I mean, the opioid crisis, perfect example. No one's talking about the cannabinoid crisis because they want you to be on those antidepressants.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
But the opioid crisis, oh, it doesn't affect me and you, so we don't give a shit. And who cares what the drug addicts do? And and they're just continuing to pump, regions of the country. Like Tennessee, for example, I think there's like 30 million people that live in Tennessee or less, or no, 7 million people live in the whole state of Tennessee, and something like 180 million codeine pills or whatever had gone into that state in the year before.
Wow. Yeah, that's
for
crazy.
only that 7 million people. It's like 100 pills per person. Per month or something like that.
Well, see, Dr. William Courtney, doctor in the cannabis industry, or cannabis user as a doctor, however you want to put it, he believes that cannabis is not just a vitamin, but it's a vegetable, and actually juices the cannabis plant and drinks it every day. Like not blends, but juices with the wheatgrass juicer. It's disgusting. I've tried it, but super healthy. And like you're saying, to get a really big boost of cannabinoids, and we're trying to make up for how many years. Like my mother was deficient, her mother was deficient, and it's just been bred into us. And I've got just what I smoke, so.
Yeah, well, it's a generational thing because we do have to deal with the stigmas and things like that, to move forward. And we also need the numbers that we weren't allowed to gather, before. And once cannabis has been legal for a certain amount of time, they'll have the hospital visits that are related. They'll have the car accidents that are related. They'll have the various deaths. Like everyone knows there's never been death like due to cannabis like on its own. But they'll have these numbers.
Yeah.
And before they have these numbers, of course, we have these child-proof lids, and you can't have like a picture that a kid's gonna like all of a sudden decide to smoke weed. Like there's no vodka bottle with a child-proof cap on it.
Advil 72 bottle does not come with a childproof thing. I can open it with one finger. And I called to ask them why this was so. And they said if I needed a childproof lid, that I should buy the smaller bottle because that one comes with childproof thing. And I was like, wait a minute.
Right?
This bottle is 3 times as much. This is going to kill somebody, but it's okay.
No, but it's up to good parenting.
Of course.
They're leaving it up to the discretion of which they should do. I mean, I'm a believer of childproof. Okay, I've got 3 kids. I get it. Okay,
but why should cannabis be different, though? That's my thing. Like, why do our cannabis packages have to be like ridiculous?
No, that's why they need these numbers that I'm referring to. So because the politicians don't know, they think this is like codeine or like a regular pharmaceutical drug because it started off in a medical. The only way we could get it through the courts was medically. And so it's been classified as a drug, but coffee is not considered a drug. Oregano isn't considered a drug. Rosemary or none of that stuff is considered drugs. It's the same exact sort of plant medicine that we're talking about with cannabis, and they're not classified as drugs. But the class 1 classification in the States has put it on the Schedule 1, and the prohibition that the States has spread around the world. Or else you can't be an ally of the states, has created this huge, like massive issue, right? And that's why, it's still federally illegal in the States because it's tied into so many diplomatic relationships that they have, and they have a hard time backpedaling. We're gonna have to.
I really appreciate just as you walk through the cannabinoid system, and it's one of those things, as I've been on this learning journey, it's been amazing of how much stuff wasn't told to me. And when you talk about that, it makes sense to me. And I've learned a ton as MJ talks about that thing. And it makes me think about, like, I'm anti pharma, whatever you want to call it. Like, there used to be a time when I would pop a Tylenol every single day because I get these stress headaches. And then 4 years ago, as a joke, I started to do yoga because I thought it was just for women and flexibility, and I wanted to do something on my Instagram that was funny. And now I swear by it. I haven't taken a Tylenol in 3.5 years because I was only dealing with the symptom, and yoga, a natural form of stretching, actually removed all the things that I was taking the pill to kind of just get rid of the headache for. And when you talk about the cannabinoid system, that to me makes it sound like cannabis is as much a performance enhancer as get enough sleep, do regular exercise,
eat
healthy.
Yep.
Like it, if
It's
somebody
part of a
is,
healthy lifestyle.
what's that?
It's part of a healthy lifestyle.
Yeah. If somebody is an athlete, if two athletes and one is on a better sleeping regimen, eating healthier and doing a better exercise program, technically their performance has been enhanced over the one who hasn't. And that's exactly what cannabis is. It's adding another element, a natural element. So if you want to call that enhancement, that's just called healthy living is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And in the sports like cycling, for example, like the Tour de France, like marginal gains are kind of what they're after. And running. Those guys from Kenya that run the Boston Marathon, they're literally down to like what shoelaces they're using to try to, and so it's these small differences that you can put together called marginal gains, and cannabis and water and potassium and all these things that you need as an athlete and as a normal person, just add up to being, almost unbeatable. And you do need all of those things because you're only as strong as your weakest link, right? And stress happens to be, and anxiety and depression happen to be very good friends of athletes.
Mm-hmm.
And not drinking and sleeping, going to bed early, waking up early, having a lifestyle that's repetitive, that is sustainable for years on end, like for your whole life. Like I don't go on a diet. I'm on a diet. Like I'm not on a diet. This is my diet. Like that's the concept that you have to think about. Like you don't go on a diet. You fix your diet so that you eat like that every day of your life, or and it's just a different mindset, really. And it's the people that are open to using cannabis that are also more open to those different kinds of mindsets and thinking outside the box. And it really does make you more comfortable when you're uncomfortable. And that's what we're getting back to as far as stress and things like that. You don't need to smoke a joint that day, but if you've been training yourself, like yoga, for example, like smoking weed is like yoga, right? Like over a period of a decade, you will train yourself to be more calm.
Mm-hmm.
And if you watch like interviews of me at the Olympics, like the reporters were like, "You're so fucking calm." And I'm like, I know, but I'm all torn up inside. Like you wouldn't believe what it was like being in jail. But yeah.
Wow. Well, I can tell you, quite frankly, I could probably say, look, the biggest win that you've had is I might walk out of this room and smoke a joint now because I'm healthy in all other areas of my life. And now I'm like, did Ross Gold just convince me to go smoke another joint?
Well, listen, if you do that, just remember dosing is everything. Like you match it to your tolerance.
Yeah.
Instead of having like a big puff, have a teeny tiny little hoot and flick that joint as far away from you as possible.
Well, it is that time again.
Time for a smoke?
No, unfortunately, it's time for us to say goodbye.
Oh, well, thanks for joining us today.
Please take a moment to join us on our Patreon page. Become a patron. If you've been enjoying anything that we're doing, a little bit of money monthly can go in there to help us continue to do the things that we're doing, go the places we want to go, and continue to grow this show. As well, you'll have access to full interviews of the people that we have interviewed, hence they're called interviews. Those will be available there because you only see clips on these episodes. As well, there'll be other extras and stuff available there too. So go to our Patreon at the Newbie and the Doobie and help support what we're doing here.
And you can also connect with us on social media, Facebook and Instagram at the Newbie and the Doobie.
And of course, be sure to subscribe on our YouTube channel and as well your favorite podcatcher. Whether you want to watch us or listen to us, we always recommend watching based on things that you even saw in this episode. But go on to there at the Newbie and the Doobie. Push little bell notifications, whatever it may be, so you do not miss anything coming up.
And while you're there, why not share with your family and friends, whether they're a newbie or a doobie?
And on that note, with this, I close.
Our podcast is a weekly podcast?
I was getting there. I was being more dramatic.
Okay.
With this, I close. Our podcast is a weekly podcast. So we will see you next week. But until then, please remember,
stay lifted
and keep on laughing.
Hey, Thomas, how you doing? Good. I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you. Ask
away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, well, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me in the 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients can have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today?
Excellent. How are you, Peterborough?
We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good.
Thank you for. There you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right?
We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough.
How was 420 in Peterborough?
I'm gonna let goes here. We're gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dreams, Pace, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more, for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows the commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but this year we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct, right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go out to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay, then. I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at, I
just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video. Too.
My fiance,
Excellent.
Mary Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show
Damn.
up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park. And you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on this.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No. But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the
So Peterborough, July 1st, about the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
you'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
see the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh, got to do. Yeah, come on up. We switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered. But we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. Herb for Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah. We had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's people.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized. legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So puff up, pass, and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour seeds of purple crystal-berry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it, so we can end the debate and end the hate. And no one should be so irate, because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, start using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, the law is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it so throttle. Let's name some names, just like the Hanukkah song. But instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke groups. So then for me, Queen, Perez Hilton, we all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? Feedbacks aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. Save all smokes and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on, like Michael Phelps on Capacity, Sacha Baron Cohen, and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society building. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word.
We
out.
also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all of
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It'd be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for meshbacks and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative's child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
Got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys, and
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriel, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history. So we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years, and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So, we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and You're awesome.
Definitely like
Yes,
that.
thank you.
You guys are awesome too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're gonna have to let you go. We're gonna close.
It's actually.
We're
All
closing
right.
the place up here.
Thanks
so,
for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful
You
night.
too.
You too.
Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's November the 28th. Welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education and News. I'm live here from the Legacy420.com news desk and at paceradio.net. Yes, I'm alone, but Cindy will be along shortly. She's just at an appointment and she's running a little bit late. And she says, get started and I will jump in when I arrive. So I said, sure, let's do her. So I'll get things going and Cindy will jump in when she gets here. So we'll chat about things when she arrives. So other than that, I will get started with the news. And the first story here is a bit of a follow-up from Monday's broadcast, because at that point we reported about fungi, the dispensaries for the magic mushrooms was closing their 30 stores in Canada, and most of them were here in Ontario. And we talked about one in Sudbury that had just opened. That was a follow-up story in behind that. So today, I'm going to tell you all about the fact that CBC News is reporting that the Magic Mushroom Shop in Sudbury asked to close its doors after 2 days. Didn't last very long. Let's see what happens. A store in Sudbury that sells magic mushrooms, which contain the psychedelic compound psilocybin, was open for just over 2 days before the police visited Tuesday and asked an employee to close the shop. Instead of just coming in with guns barreling, that was good. According to the employee, they told CBC News that, to me, it sounded like the police were fairly certain that they were going to charge me. However, it was still up in the air. CBC is withholding the employee's name due to the concerns for his family. And in an email to CBC News, a spokesperson for the Greater Sudbury Police Service confirmed officers were at the Shroomies store in downtown Sudbury on Tuesday morning and spoke with an employee there. In the email, they said, the store is closed and officers will continue to monitor the store to ensure compliance. Now, under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the sale, possession, and production of magic mushrooms containing psilocybin are illegal unless authorized by Health Canada. Now, Health Canada can authorize the magic mushrooms use in a few instances, and I guess say a few, because a lot of people wait in line for these, with the support of a regulated healthcare professional for clinical trials through a special access program, and in rare cases under individual exemptions if prescribed by a doctor. Yeah, it is rare, and it is a big battle. Friend of the show, Allison Murden, she keeps it's she's applied, still waiting, not getting anything. There's lots of others that are waiting to get into the SAP program, and unfortunately it's not doesn't seem to be very efficient in helping people out. So now the story continues with magic mushrooms can cause hallucinations, can affect people by distorting their sense of reality, mixing up their senses and altering their sense of time. Now, Health Canada says the risk related to magic mushrooms Use includes what's commonly called a bad trip, which can happen with a high dose. The agency says bad trips can lead to paranoia, loss of boundaries, and a distorted sense of self. For individuals predisposed to or with existing psychiatric conditions, there may be an elevated risk of side effects. This association is still being evaluated, Health Canada says on its website about magic mushrooms, and that's what they and then it's basically cannabis. At one time they were talking about it causes it all the time, but a lot of people come out and reports and science and stuff like that say it's more about the predisposed of it who may already have that condition, and magic mushrooms are saying the same thing. Now, the employee at the Sudbury Shroomies location said he wasn't certain whether the store would reopen in the coming days. If the open sign is on, then it will be open, he says. The employee said he got involved in magic mushrooms retail as a way to protest current laws banning the substance in most cases. He says, I'm willing to do this because magic mushrooms, psilocybin mushrooms, have helped me as a person develop. They've helped me see things from a different perspective and definitely stop living in my own head as much. The employee added that he refuses to sell the mushrooms to minors or to people already under the influence of drugs or alcohol. He added that anyone who plans to use magic mushrooms should consult with a doctor or a psychiatrist first. And there's some of their product there on the shelves. Shroomies has several stores across Ontario, including Toronto, Ottawa, Barrie, and London. So this isn't just their only store. In a statement in CBC News, the Downtown Sudbury Business Association said it doesn't have the power to regulate what businesses open in the area. In a statement, they say, we are aware of their opening and are monitoring the impact and in discussions with our stakeholders. The Shroomies employee confirmed with CBC that the store does not have a business license and could face municipal bylaw fines as well. Roxanne Zook, the CEO of Monarch Recovery Services in Sudbury, said there's a huge difference between cannabis stores and stores that sell magic mushrooms. Let's see what they say. The cannabis stores are regulated. They have licenses. They are safeguards, but in place so that, the product they are selling is going to be what they say they're selling, just like pharmacies. Zook says the drug crisis in Sudbury is very concerning, although alcohol and opioids are the drugs most commonly used by those addicted to substances. And, cannabis and mushrooms can help with that. So, alrighty, that one's done. No Cindy yet. Moving on to the next story. And this one comes to me from, where does it come to me from? Cannabis.net. And the headline says, lifetime cannabis use not associated with later IQ decline, says a new medical study. It's right here. I'll just bring that headline up so you can see it. There you go. And it says that lifetime cannabis use is not associated with the IQ decline, according to the study. He said, your brain on drugs. How many times have we heard this phrase accompanied by the infamous image of an egg frying in a pan? I've seen that commercial zillions of times. The mantra that smoking weed kills your brain cells has been driven into our collective consciousness for decades, repeated by well-meaning parents, teachers, and authority figures alike. It's not their fault. They were simply passing along what they believed to be scientific truth. However, reality paints a different picture. Some of our greatest minds have been cannabis enthusiasts. Carl Sagan, the legendary astrophysicist and science communicator, was a passionate advocate for cannabis. Steve Jobs credited his cannabis experiences as highly influential to his creative process. Even Shakespeare may have sparked up a bowl or two with traces of cannabis found in pipes excavated from his garden. Today, countless professionals, from Silicon Valley engineers to medical researchers, incorporate cannabis into their lives while maintaining razor-sharp cognitive abilities. Now, I'm not suggesting, according to the author here, Cannabis is completely harmless. Everything we consume carries potential risks. Yes, that's right. Even drinking too much water can lead to hyponatremia, a potential fatal condition. The key lies in understanding real versus perceived risks, separating facts from fiction, and making informed decisions based on evidence rather than fear mongering. The notion that smoking cannabis inevitably leads to lower IQ has been repeated so often, it's taken on a life of its own. That's right. You can just repeat things over and over and over again, and then eventually they'll just become true. But what does that science actually say? A fascinating new study from Denmark, following over 5,000 men across 4 decades, has not only challenged this assumption, but turned it on its head. Surprisingly, the research suggests that cannabis users experience less cognitive decline over time compared to their non-using counterparts. That's right. People who use cannabis were better at it than their cognitive function, which is a word I'm having problems pronouncing, than the non-smokers. Interesting. Let's take a deep dive into this groundbreaking research and examine what it means for our understanding of cannabis' long-term effects on cognitive function. Buckle up, fellow cannabis enthusiasts and skeptics alike. You might be surprised what the data reveals after your favorite herb's relationship with your gray matter. All right, let's see what it says. The Danish study, published in the journal Brain and Behavior, tracked an impressive cohort of 5,162 men over more than 4 decades. What makes this research particularly compelling is its longitudinal nature. Participants' IQs were first assessed in early adulthood, average age about 22, and then again in the midlife, average age 62. Well, it's good to know I'm in late midlife. This extensive time frame provides a robust window into long-term cognitive effects of cannabis use. The findings were eye-opening. Not only did cannabis users fail to show increased cognitive decline, but they actually demonstrated significantly less cognitive decline compared to non-users. While the average cognitive decline across all participants was 6.2 IQ over the 44-year period, cannabis users showed a 1.3 fewer IQ points of decline than non-users, even after controlling for potential confounding factors. It says, among cannabis users, no significant associations with age-related cognitive decline could be demonstrated for age of initiation of cannabis use. The researchers noted this is particularly interesting because it challenges the common assumption that early cannabis use is especially harmful to cognitive development.
I'm back.
I hear Cindy. I see Cindy.
I'm here. These results don't stand alone. A British study of over 2,000 teenagers found no link between cannabis use before age 15 and lower IQ scores once confounding factors were controlled for. Similarly, studies of adolescent twins have consistently failed to demonstrate any causal relationship between cannabis use and cognitive decline. A recent review in JAMA Psychiatry even concluded that the cognitive deficits associated with cannabis use typically disappear after 72 hours of abstinence. The importance of longitudinal studies like these cannot be overstated. Unlike short-term studies that might capture temporary effects, these long-term investigations reveal the true trajectory of cognitive function over time. They also allow researchers to control for various life factors that might influence cognitive performance.
Interesting. These findings stand in stark contrast to a similar longitudinal research on alcohol consumption. A Swedish study of 49,321 males found that lower IQ scores were associated with higher alcohol consumption, both in terms of total intake and binge drinking patterns. Even more telling, lower adolescent IQ scores predicted moderate to high alcohol consumption in middle age. The research showed an increased odds ratio of 1 0.20 for every step decrease on the IQ scale for being a high consumer versus a low consumer of alcohol.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
This comparison raises some fascinating questions. While alcohol use shows a clear negative correlation with IQ scores, cannabis use appears to have no such relationship and might even be associated with better cognitive prevention over time. Could this suggest that the societal stigma against cannabis has been misplaced, while the risks of alcohol have been underappreciated? Oh, heavens, maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe. Of course, coalition doesn't equal causation, and more research is needed to fully understand these relationships. However, these findings strongly suggest that the traditional narrative about cannabis killing brain cells or causing inevitable cognitive decline needs some serious revision. As Normal's Deputy Director Paul Emerito Meniteno, I don't know, noted these results, there we go, these results contradict one of the more prominent and long-lasting stereotypes about cannabis and cannabis consumers.
Well, it's certainly reassuring to know that your weekend wake and bake sessions aren't turning your brain to scrambled eggs. These findings carry far more weight than mere personal validation. Studies like these serve as cornerstones in policy making, with lawmakers frequently citing scientific research to justify their positions on cannabis legislation. The relationship between research and policy is precisely why we should scrutinize who funds these studies and to what end. Major corporations routinely pour billions into research designed to support their interests. Just look at how tobacco companies spent decades funding studies that downplayed or denied the links between smoking and cancer. Similar tactics were employed by fossil fuel companies regarding climate change and pharmaceutical companies concerning the addictiveness of opioids.
And other medications that they put out. This Danish study adds another significant weight to the scale of cannabis liberation, tipping it further towards societal acceptance and integration. We've been battling a tsunami of misinformation since the 1930s, 1923 to be exact, when Harry Esslinger first orchestrated his racially motivated campaign against marijuana. Remember Dr. Robert Houth's infamous monkey studies, the ones where he essentially suffocated primates with cannabis smoke and then blamed their brain damage on the plant itself? This kind of pseudoscience has been the cornerstone of prohibition for generations. The government's bias becomes glaringly apparent when you examine the research funding patterns. For decades, an astounding 90% of all government-funded cannabis research has focused exclusively on finding potential harms and dangers. This isn't scientific inquiry. It is it's a witch hunt with a lab coat. Less than 10% of research funding was allocated to exploring therapeutic benefits or industrial applications, despite hemp's remarkable versatility and cannabis's documented medical properties. And if I remember, a lot of the studies that the government did that they were searching for all the bad stuff, all they could unearth was the good stuff.
It's just that's what people have been saying over the years. All they do is study looking for bad stuff.
Yeah, and then all they found was good stuff.
Yeah, exactly. But that's not what they were searching for. That's what it actually happened. So yeah, and they hide it. So, but here's the beautiful irony: despite this coordinated campaign of suppression and misinformation, truth has a way of breaking through like a persistent cannabis plant, growing through cracks in the concrete. Each new legitimate study that debunks these old myths serves as another crack in the foundation of prohibition. Hear, hear. The Danish study isn't just about IQ scores or cognitive decline. It represents another victory in the larger battle of truth in cannabis science. It stands alongside other research that has already debunked claims about cannabis being a gateway drug causing lung cancer or leading to widespread social decay. Each of these evidence-based refutations chip away at the edifice of prohibition built on decades of deliberate misinformation.
That term gateway drug is the cornerstone of a lot of the speeches that I have given in the past. The government has always tried to tell us that it was a gateway drug. They have one word wrong in that: drug. It is a gateway. It's a gateway medicine. It's a gateway to better health.
Yeah,
it's a gateway
we
to
actually
better mental health.
we have an article on that
Yeah.
That we're going to
Yeah.
touch on. This
Yeah.
one's been really long.
Yeah, I didn't think this was going to be that long. Policy is ultimately a matter of perspective, shaped by the information we choose to acknowledge and act upon. While the unholy alliance of government agencies and private interests has long tried to maintain cannabis prohibition through selective research and fear-mongering, the narrative is crumbling in the face of objective scientific inquiry. The truth about cannabis is finally emerging, not because the powers that be want it to, but because it's becoming too obvious to suppress any longer.
Yeah.
That's because more of us keep standing up and getting loud.
That's right. Exactly. So the bottom line is, according to this is an opinion piece, obviously. It says, I think it's time that we put the cannabis kills brain cells myth in the same dustbin as reefer madness and gateway drug therapy or theory. Not only does cannabis not turn your gray matter into Swiss cheese, but this latest research suggests cannabis users might actually maintain their cognitive function better over time than their non-using counterparts. Who would have thought that decades of government propaganda might have gotten it completely backwards? But here's the thing. We shouldn't even need these kinds of studies to justify cannabis use. The fact that we're still debating whether cannabis makes you dumb, while alcohol, a substance that demonstratingly destroys brain cells, tissues, leads to violent behavior and kills thousands annually, remains socially acceptable and celebrated, is a testament to the power of cultural programming and corporate interests.
Yeah, let's see how we can control everybody. You can't do that with cannabis. Let's be real. Cannabis is objectively less harmful than alcohol by virtually every metric we can measure. It's less addictive. You can't fatally overdose on it. It doesn't generally lead to violence or risky behavior. And now we know it doesn't turn your brain to mush either. Yet somehow, in much of the world, you're still considered a criminal if you prefer a joint to a martini. And in some countries, they will kill you for it. While this Danish study adds another brick to the wall of evidence supporting cannabis liberation, the real issue isn't about proving cannabis is safe. It's about recognizing our fundamental right to cognitive liberty, the right to decide what substances we use to alter our consciousness. Should it be a basic human freedom, not something we need to justify with IQ scores and brain scans. I can't hear you, Al.
I know why, because I muted myself. I was coughing. I didn't want to disturb you.
Okay.
So here I go again. Still, in a world where policy decisions are supposedly based on scientific evidence, every study that chips away at the evidence of prohibition brings us one step closer to full cannabis liberation. Let's hope this research helps accelerate the process. After all, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that cannabis prohibition has always been more about control than public health, and now we have the IQ points to prove it.
Yeah.
There we go. Hey, doctor! Just so you know, a doctor isn't in the train. I don't know the doctor, but doctor, what if you're still there? What do you think? Cannabis helping out with the maintain the IQ of its consumers. And g'day, Limestone City Hydroponics. Thanks for the like. And from there, let's move on to our next story. I'm just going to load her up here. And there we go. Okay. She's up. She's ready to go.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment. Trump's CDC director said marijuana is a gateway drug and thinks it's lunacy to believe cannabis has medical uses.
The next head of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, that's the CDC, could be a voracious opponent of cannabis reform if the former congressman that President-elect Donald Trump selected for the job is ultimately confirmed. Trump tapped former Rep. Dave Welland to lead the CDC. While the agency's role in dictating federal cannabis policy is somewhat limited, it has proactively taken steps to impose access to information about cannabis use in recent years and is now positioned to be controlled by a person who clearly opposes reform.
During his time in Congress from 1995 to 2009, Weldon voted 5 times against spending amendments to protect state medical cannabis programs from Justice Department's intervention. He also voted in 1997 for a 1997 resolution expressing opposition to medical cannabis legalization that stated the consequences of illegal use of a Schedule I drugs are well documented, particularly with regard to physical health, highway safety, and criminal activity.
It further said, Congress continues to support the existing federal legal process for determining the safety and efficacy of drugs and imposes efforts to circumvent this process by legalizing cannabis and other Schedule I drugs for medical use without valid scientific evidence and the approval of the FDA. Whelan's views on this issue came into sharper focus during the House Government Reform Subcommittee hearing in 2001 when he said it was virtually lunacy to believe cannabis has medical value, accusing advocates of being of a veiled attempt to legalize another substance for abuse, including by using cancer and AIDS patients as a prop in their agenda.
Oh, this guy makes me angry. I am. I've got anger kind of going through me and it's making me move. I don't, in my clinical experience, recall ever seeing a medical indication for cannabis, Weldon, who is a physician, said, and that the drug, when smoked as recommended, probably causes lung cancer. Probably. He has no freaking clue. Why on earth would this nation want to unleash another dangerous substance on our population? There are thousands. This is a quote, people. This isn't us. This isn't even the news reporter. There are thousands and thousands of people who will not use cannabis because it's illegal, who will start using it if it's ever made legal, he said. To contend that there are medical indications for this drug is, in my opinion, patently absurd. Oh my gosh, that was hard to read.
Yeah, he also says what is really going on is people are trying to legalize the smoking of cannabis, and they are trying to use cancer victims and AIDS victims as their prop to enable them to get it through. And in my opinion, it is shameful. He said that he only encountered one patient who used medical cannabis to treat symptoms of lymphoma. But it was pretty obvious he was getting high, at least based on my clinical assessment.
Of course he was getting high. It's one of the side effects. And it's not necessarily bad if you're dealing with AIDS or cancer or any other like traumatic disease. Like,
yeah,
wouldn't you want to be able to smile and laugh?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah. When you think about it, there are a lot of countries in the world and there are a lot of pharmaceutical companies all over the world. And if there were some real potential for this drug, I would think that somewhere it would be researched and studied and demonstrated scientifically. Oh, so he doesn't read. Weldon also peddled the gateway drug theory while acknowledging it's very hard to scientifically prove that cannabis leads to heroin.
But you can clearly demonstrate by just interviewing heroin users that a significant percentage of them start with cannabis, and therefore it is reasonable to conclude it's a gateway drug. Weldon joins a cast of prospective cabinet appointees with mixed views on cannabis.
Booze is the gateway drug, and that's what they start with before cannabis. But okay, shut up, Cindy. For example, Trump's pick to run the Food and Drug Administration is also a medical marijuana skeptic, promoting claims that cannabis use is linked to cardiovascular issues and mental health problems for youth. He has also suggested that cannabis is a gateway drug. In contrast, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the president-elect's choice for Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services that oversees the FDA, supports ending cannabis prohibition and legalizing certain psychedelics for therapeutic purposes. Go RFK Jr.
Meanwhile, pro-legalization former Rep. Matt Gaetz was recently replaced by former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, who opposed medical cannabis legalization in the state as Trump's choice to be the U.S. Attorney General. A non-government advisory body that Trump is putting together will have two familiar names helming the ship. That's Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And while both are proponents of cannabis and psychedelic reform, giving hope to some reformers that the new entity will recommend scaling back the costly war on drugs. And Ramaswamy has previously insisted on expanding the DEA. Yeah. There you go. That's the end of the story.
Yeah.
Done. Okay. We got one more before we go to break.
Okay.
And then we'll take break. Things
Sounds
are a
good.
little bit off today.
They are. But we're still here.
It's been a busy morning, I'll tell you. away from the screen. Okay, the story is up.
Coming to us from Business of Cannabis, Luxembourg moves to roll back access to medical cannabis flower.
Luxembourg is set to restrict access to high THC cannabis flower on prescriptions from next year as part of a longer-term plans to phase out flower-based products altogether. What? As of January 2025, patients in Luxembourg will no longer be able to access cannabis flower containing high levels of THC on prescriptions, according to the country's health minister. Well, I hope they explain why.
There are also reports of plans to restrict access to high CBD cannabis flower in the future, leaving only oils and other formats of cannabis-based medications available for therapeutic use. A law allowing personal possession of non-medical cannabis and the cultivation of up to 4 plants per household for personal consumption, approved June of 2023, will not be affected by the proposals.
It sounds like they want non-smoking methods for the
for medical.
Yeah.
Yep.
Medical cannabis has been legal in Luxembourg under strict restrictions since 2018 and is currently prescribed for advanced or terminal chronic patients causing severe and untreatable pain, chemotherapy-induced nausea, or vomiting as part of cancer treatment and muscle spasticity associated with multiple sclerosis. Health Minister Doreen Deprez has now supported a proposal by the Pharmacy Division of Health Directorate to restrict access to flower on prescription.
The decision comes following a 2022 report which found some evidence of the prescription process being abused, while Deprez has also highlighted concerns about the lack of evidence supporting cannabis flower treatments and the challenges of standardized dosing with this delivery method. A significant consumption of cannabis can constitute great dangers. In addition, no medical conclusion proves the effectiveness of this treatment. The dosage and administration are also difficult. The Christian social minister said in Parliament on Wednesday, November 13th.
We have reconnected with all the stakeholders concerned and decided to launch a transition phase in 2025, they say. This phase will reportedly allow officials to assess the need and adapt the program if necessary.
Luxembourg officials are said to be following the examples of France, which is expected to prohibit flower on prescription when it rolls out general legalization of medical cannabis in the coming year. Meanwhile, Spain's draft decree for the regulation of medical cannabis also excludes flower. The move has received criticism from Luxembourg's De Grange Party MP, Joanna Bernard, who described it as a striking step backwards that calls into question all the achievements in terms of policies related to the legalization of cannabis.
Former Minister of Health, Paulette Lenert, with the support of the former Minister of Justice, Sam Tansen, has taken several steps towards the legalization of cannabis in Luxembourg. Patient representatives have also expressed concern about the proposals, saying any potential abuse of the system is outweighed by the benefits of patients.
The Patient Council of the International Association of Cannabinoid Medicine, the IACM, described it as a huge blow for those living with chronic pain and other complex conditions who benefit from the fast-acting effects of inhalation. I've got a friend who the only way that it helps her pain is to smoke. A spokesperson said cannabis flower makes it possible for people to use a vaporizer when administering cannabinoids, which is the most immediate form of consumption, meaning that relief can be achieved in moments compared to the long action time associated with other forms of consumption, such as oils or edibles. This is a huge blow for any patient that finds the convenience of inhalation preferable, whether they are supplementing oils or other methods, or whether it is being used on its own.
Yeah, I know of a patient that bongs, they got to use a bong. Joints just don't help them give them that relief as quickly as a bong, where it's a quick bang hit, right?
Yep.
Yeah. They have also pointed out that cannabis is a personalized treatment, with patients requiring varying levels of CBD and THC to treat the symptoms effectively. Yes. And limitations on levels of cannabinoids is to the deterrent of patients, they continue. Exactly.
Some patients need very high levels of THC. Others need very high levels of CBD. Most need a combination of both, not to mention the other cannabinoids and terpenes that are found in the plant. CBG and CBN are like being highly studied right now.
Yeah.
Any medical professional who has the experience in cannabinoid medicine will tell you that no two patients are alike. The maximum amount of flexibility in the system will always offer the most promising results. We need more choices, not less. More freedom, fewer restrictions.
Yeah, for sure. Not allowing the smoking of cannabis. And I know that Florida had that in their medical law there at one time. I don't know where it's sitting right now, but yeah, where patients couldn't smoke. And thinking, wow, that is the quickest way for patients to get relief. So, All right, time for us to take a break. We'll be right back. After that, we'll talk to you soon. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier.
everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, we're back for a medication break. We got 5 stories. We're gonna have to really fly through these to get done. But it is what it is, right? Okay, here we go. It's up.
Coming to us from Incision, the CBSA officers in Halifax seized 425 kilograms of suspected cannabis. 2 individuals charged by police.
Yep, Canadian Border Services Agency is committed to stopping the illegal flow of drugs through Canadian borders. Today, the CBSA announced 3 seizures totaling 425 kilograms of suspected cannabis recently intercepted at ports of entry in Nova Scotia. They're just down the road from you.
Just down the road. On October 22nd, the CBSA officers at the Port of Halifax, with assistance from intelligence officers, conducted an examination of a marine container destined for the Caribbean. During the examination, 574 packages of suspected cannabis totaling 347 kilograms and 1 package of suspected hashish weighing approximately 1 kilogram were discovered concealed throughout the container. All evidence was turned over to the Nova Scotia Royal Canadian Mounted Police Federal Serious and Organized Crime Unit for further investigation. And then on November 13th, the CBSA officers at Halifax Stanfield International Airport intercepted 2 large suitcases containing approximately 49 kilograms of suspected cannabis, destined for London, UK. 1 individual was arrested by the CBSA for smuggling out of Canada. The individual, Quinn Alexander Cole, was then transferred into the custody of the Special Enforcement Section of the RCMP Halifax Regional Police in Integrated Criminal Investigation Division, along with all evidence.
Cole was charged under the Cannabis Act for exporting, possession for the purpose of selling, and possession for the purpose of distributing. He will be next be in Dartmouth Provincial Court in January. And on November the 14th, CBSA officers at HSIA intercepted 2 suitcases containing approximately 60 kilograms of suspected cannabis destined for London in England. CBSA arrested 1 individual for smuggling out of Canada. The individual, Alexander James Mahar, was transferred to the custody of the Special Enforcement Section of the RCMP Halifax Regional Police Integrated Criminal Investigation Division, along with all evidence.
It's nice to know that our Canadian cannabis is wanted all over the world. Mahara was charged under the Cannabis Act for exporting, possession for the purpose of selling, and possession for the purpose of distributing. He will be in the Dartmouth Provincial Court later on in January. Although cannabis is legal in Canada, the illicit cross-border movement of cannabis is a serious criminal offense, and it is punishable with imprisonment of up to 5 years under the Customs Act and up to 14 years under the Cannabis Act.
Now, Dominic Malati, I believe that's his Malati, says, I am proud of our officers for identifying and intercepting these attempts to export cannabis illegally out of our country and working with our local police partners to keep our borders safe. The work taking place on the front line in intelligence supports public safety, not only within Canada, but globally as well.
CBSA border officers work tirelessly to prevent the illegal importation and exportation of drugs. Thank you for keeping our borders safe and hold those who violate Canadian laws accountable. And that was the Honorable Dominic LeBlanc, who is the Minister of Public Safety.
Yeah. All righty. So bunch of busts going on down the street from you.
Yeah, 3. I actually I went looking for a different story, which hasn't been written or published yet. I drove by a raid on an Indigenous dispensary last night on the way to visit friends. And that's what I've been looking for when I found this story. So we will eventually have a story that happened in Lower Sackville on November the 27th. There were 2 raids that happened last night kind of at the same time.
Oh, that'd be interesting. We'll wait to find that report. Alrighty, on to the next story.
Okay, coming to us from StratCan. Australian Senate rejects cannabis legalization bill.
Yeah, they voted to do so on yesterday, on the 27th. The legislation legalizing cannabis bill 2023 was initially introduced at first reading in August of 2023 by Australian Green Senator David Shoebridge. The bill intended to establish a national framework for legalizing and regulating cannabis across Australia. Following an hour of debate at the second reading on November the 27th, the Australian Senate voted 13-24 against continuing the bill. All 7 Green senators, plus independent senators Liddy Thorpe and Tammy Tyrrell, voted for the bill.
The bill proposed to create an age of access of 18, allow growing up to 6 cannabis plants per home, and allow for retail sales in cannabis cafes. Ooh, I'd go to a cannabis cafe in Australia. That could also service outdoor consumption spaces. It included provisions for production and retail licenses and proposed that any applicable fees for such licenses would not apply to Indigenous Australians. It also would have sought to establish a national agency, the Cannabis Australia National Agency, to regulate production and retail licenses, import, export, and more. The agency would also have maintained a registry of cannabis strains.
In response to the bill's failure to advance, Senator Shoebridge said Labor and the coalition once again teaming up to vote down law reform the community wants. He said this in a post on X. He says, "We see so many positives of legalizing cannabis. We don't pretend the drug is without harm. We just know that legalizing it will radically reduce the harm," says Shoebridge in his closing comments during second reading of the bill. He goes on to say that we can see from North America, from Europe, and from countries in our region that there are different ways of legalizing cannabis, and our model understands the best evidence. We don't want rampant advertising. We want to get rid of big pharma, big tobacco, and big alcohol, and have them play no part in this industry.
Yes.
It's happening over here, though.
Yeah. Canada received specific mention in the debate as well when an opposing senator, Paul Scar, argued, referencing a Deloitte study, that since the illegal cannabis market has not entirely disappeared from Canada, legalization doesn't work.
There's still bootleggers out there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I want to address a few points which have been touched upon in the debate, said Scar. The first is in relation to organized crime. We should be very clear that the evidence from overseas is to the effect that regulating the recreational use of cannabis and marijuana does not deal with the organized crime issue. We have the benefit in this place of looking at the lived experience in other jurisdictions, and I refer to 2 of them. The first in Canada. I want to quote from a study which I refer to in my additional comments in paragraph 1.25, Clearing the Smoke, Insights into Canada's Illicit Cannabis Market. It's the study of the Canadian market, which involved data source from 624 legal private recreational cannabis stores and 57 illicit online stores between May and June of 2023. So this is quite contemporary data.
Yeah, so we better not legalize it, because where they've legalized it hasn't completely eliminated the organized crime.
Imagine organized crime finding a way to get anything.
Let's not reduce the organized crime that's involved in the cannabis industry now, or in the cannabis end of things now. That's basically what he's saying.
Yeah.
The estimate for illicit players' share of the market ranged from 25% to 52%. The illicit market, which is predominantly organized crime, accounts for somewhere between, and we don't know, 25% to 52% of the Canadian market. Exactly. We don't know. These figures are somewhat out of date and misleading. However, since such figures are difficult to estimate, the Statistics Canada most recent Canadian cannabis survey from 2023, about 73% of cannabis consumers reported purchasing their cannabis from a legal source, a number that has continued to increase since legalization.
Only 3 to 5% of people in the survey who said that they had used cannabis in the past year reported using an illegal or unlicensed purchase source. About 3/4 of those who had used cannabis in the past 12 months, 69%, reported in the survey that they always obtain cannabis from a legal or licensed source, while 10% responded they mostly, 6% responded sometimes, 6% responded rarely, and only 9% responded never. Senator Shoebridge said his party will continue to work on legalization cannabis in Australia despite the Senate's rejection of his bill.
No, that's good. That's good. Keep the fight up, buddy. Don't shut her down now.
Yeah, we're with you.
Yeah. You know, it doesn't always happen overnight. You got to keep working at it. So.
Well, it took us, 97 years to get it legal? 97, 94.
Like
94 years to get it legal.
Something like that, yeah. Yeah. All right, next story.
Coming to us from Marijuana Moment, DEA judge won't remove agency from marijuana rescheduling hearing, but raises concerns about alleged unlawful contact with prohibitionists.
This is an update to a story that we had the other day. And it starts off with the DEA judge has denied a motion to remove the agency from its role in an upcoming cannabis rescheduling hearing, though he sharply criticized responses from DEA and a prohibitionist group over allegations that they unlawfully communicated during the cannabis rulemaking process, which we reported on. With the initial rescheduling hearing set for next week, DEA Administrative Law Judge John Mulrooney has been addressing multiple motions from the interested parties, largely sitting around witness participation in the proceedings.
But one motion from 2 designated participants, Hemp for Victory and Village Farms International, made an especially bold assertion. It alleged DEA effectively conspired with Smart Approaches to Marijuana, an anti-cannabis group that was selected to serve as a witness. And that alleged ex parte communication, coupled with the DEA's apparent indecision over the proposed rule, should be grounds to remove the agency as the designated proponent for the rescheduling rule. Mulrooney had already indicated that it's statutorily beyond ALJ authority to take that action, and he formally denied the motion on Wednesday, yesterday.
He said he can't do it. There is no question that the allegations raised by the EPM are distasteful and arguably unhelpful to the public's perception that the proceedings will be transparent. That said, this tribunal is without authority to grant the supplementation and removal relief sought by the movements. But the judge also took the opportunity to more substantially address the allegations of unlawful communications between DEA and SAM, rebuking both parties' response briefs that categorically denied the claims of this misconduct.
He said that in view of the nature of the allegations, the denial of the EPM does not finish the job. After describing Ex parte statute of the Administrative Process Act, the APA, and Controlled Substances Act, the CSA, Mulrooney challenged DEA's bold declarations that it was innocent of violating the rules. He wrote that these seemingly courageous proclamations are quickly all but ever stated by the government's surprising qualification that this proclamation of innocence extends only to the DEA Council of Record.
That is, DEA denied the improper contact, but only for its counsel of record in the hearing, whereas the motion that raised the allegations were not limited to only those officials. Thus, the government defended against an allegation that was never actually leveled and never dealt with the true gravamen of the factual allegations of the EPM, the order says. Stated differently, the government responded to an allegation that it created, not the one that it was an issue.
Of course. As discussed, supra, the applicable APA provisions are not so slender or lacking in common sense as to limit their applicability to the government trial team, who was never alleged to have made the communication in the first place. In its peculiar semi-blanket denial, the government did not happen to address staff members who actually may have made the the dog's yelling, purported communication, or those who have been advising the administrator at the time she was making decisions about whether there would be researching action, or who, if anyone, would sign the notice of proposed rulemaking. I have to go let the dog out.
All right. The judge also noted that there's no indication in its DEA's response that the government has made even the mildest attempt to ascertain the truth and disclose it to the public and this tribunal. Mulrooney took Sam to task over a separate response to the allegations. The prohibitionist group maintained, for example, that any ex parte communications would have had to occur after the notice of proposed rulemaking was published, signaling that Sam President's Kevin Sabat's talks with confidential sources at DEA that he posted about on social media ahead of the notice would not qualify as unlawful under the statute. The order says the argument misleadingly omits from its analysis that portion of the relevant APA section that incorporates the critical qualifier, unless the person responsible for the communication has knowledge that it will be noticed, in which case the prohibitions shall apply beginning at the time of its acquisition of such knowledge, according to the order.
Yeah, the judge said it would defy reason to suggest that Dr. Sabat and whoever in the DEA he may have spoken to were not aware that decisions in this matter were imminent. Such decisions would include not only whether the DEA administrator intended to sign and support the goal of the NPRM, but also who would be ultimately identified as a designated participant, or at least what criteria would be used in reaching that determination, he said.
By Sam's reckoning, even if prospective party to be a rulemaking proceeding were to spend hours advocating its position to the decider on the day before publication to the Federal Registry, the public servant, who would clearly have had knowledge of the publication, would have no obligation to reveal that to a soul, not to the public, not to the parties who were not invited, not to the administrative record, and certainly not to any reviewing courts. This indeed would be a very restrictive view of the ethical obligations of a public servant, and perhaps less transparency than the public might expect from its government.
Sam also contended that there's no evidence that the alleged communications with the DEA concerned the merits of the rescheduling proposal, so they cannot therefore be considered ex parte. Mulrooney agreed that merit is a key component in the statute at play, but as is often the case with secret communications, by design, the act of shielding the contents from others inhibits the ability to discover their contents.
There is no context as to the conversation surrounding Dr. Sabat's social media announcements regarding his two confidential sources inside the DEA, or why those sources would be close enough to the administrator to render their obvious validations of their confidence to be deemed reliable. It is also challenging to interpret the comments Dr. Sabat alleged posted as a status check, likewise requiring some level of creativity, is reconciling Sam's argument that rescheduling proceedings had not commenced with its current position, that Dr. Sabat was performing a status check. Stated differently, if there are no proceedings yet in existence, why would Dr. Sabat have been checking the status of?
Sam dismisses the allegation essentially on the basis that others, including some who publicly favor the NPRM, were equally loquacious on social media, the order says. And an inescapable point here is that, unlike Sam, none of those others are DPs in this case. And based on the motion practice to date, many of those not selected to participate do not seem to have an understanding as to why that is true. In light of all this, the ALJ said his job was then to determine whether the allegation of illegal communications justified an order to have the government and Sam prove their ex parte innocence.
As appetizing as this whole misadventure appears, the remedy test for improper ex parte communications is whether the communication materially affected or will affect the way a given case is or has yet to be decided, he says. Dr. Sabat, for whatever his reasons were, elected to alert the world through social media that he was receiving privileged information from those close to the agency leadership. When he told the world, he also told the movements. The movements knew about Dr. Sabat's online bragging before these proceedings began. At this junction, this question hinges on whether, as a result of improper ex parte communications, the agency's decision-making process irrevocably tainted so as to make the ultimate judgment of the agency unfair either to an innocent party or to the public interest that the agency is obligated to protect.
Here, because I have concluded that, at least based on the papers I have, there is insufficient basis to support such a conclusion, even if every fact alleged in the EPM were assumed to be, accurate. No order to show cause will issue, he said. That is, without an ultimate judgment being rendered by in the rescheduling proceedings at this stage, the judge said he could not order the DEA or SAM to further establish that they didn't engage in the alleged conduct.
Meanwhile, in a pre-hearing statement submitted to Mulroney on Tuesday, DEA previewed the testimony that its own witnesses plan to provide at the upcoming hearing, without clarifying where it stands on the rescheduling proposal. The agency also said that the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, which carried out a scientific review that informed the proposal to move to Schedule 3, rejected its request to provide witnesses.
While the initial preliminary hearing is scheduled for December 2nd, the merit-based proceedings were delayed until at least early 2025 after Mulroney notified DEA that it provided insufficient information about the 25 selected witnesses that DEA Administrator Ann Milgram submitted. Separately, the judge last week denied a request from a cannabis and psychedelics researcher to postpone the upcoming rescheduling hearing over the agency's alleged improper blocking of witnesses, while arguing that the process should be halted at least until President-elect Donald Trump's administration comes into power so it can review the rulemaking.
Mulroney also rejected a veterans group petition to participate in the rescheduling hearing. That is VAC, the Veterans Action Council, who has appealed this decision, just so you know, by the way, which the organization called a travesty that excludes voices that would be affected by the potential policy change. This is a really long story.
Very long.
Yeah, I think maybe we should shut her down at this point.
Okay.
But what I'm sort of curious and wondering here, they did ask for in this case for the DEA to be removed. I wonder if they could ask for Sam to be removed.
Yeah, just Sam.
Just Sam. Have Sam removed just because of the appearance of things that look wrong.
Yep.
Versus, yeah. So, all right. Oh, we heard back from the doctor. He's back from cutting down
that Thai weed.
All righty. We got two more stories here we got to cover. We're running a little
okay.
Late. All right. Here we go. It is there.
Okay. Business of cannabis. New era for medical cannabis in Denmark as government announces plans for permanent legal framework.
Which is good news for everybody as far as over there. Denmark's 6-year medical cannabis pilot scheme could soon be expanded into a fully legalized market following a surprise announcement from the government last week. The Danish pilot scheme has been running since 2018 and has continued to expand in both scope and part patient numbers over the past 6 years, with 4 different access schemes now operating.
Following the publication of comprehensive analysis of these programs, Minister of the Interior and Health, Sophie Lode, last week met with the parties behind the trial scheme to discuss plans to make the scheme permanent. Danish medical cannabis oil producer Stenocare tells Business of Cannabis that while the structure of the new framework is not yet clear, it's likely to see a significant expansion in the market.
They say it's going to grow the market. Medicinal products are primarily prescribed by specialists, while the pilot program allows medicinal cannabis to be prescribed by GPs. So there's a larger pool of prescribers out there. I think we'll see an increase in treatment. Its CEO Thomas Chauveland. Oh,
Schleisenberg.
Yeah. Last week, Ms. Lohan announced for the first time that the government planned to extend the pilot scheme permanent.
Yeah, in a press release, the minister said that 1,800 patients had accessed the various schemes over the last 3 years, collectively redeeming around 20,000 prescriptions. This number has been increasing, with prescription numbers now at their highest level since the start of the trial.
I would think they'd have more than 1,800 after 3 years, but various side effects have been closely monitored and reported by the health agency. No new knowledge emerged with that treatment with medical cannabis has negative patient safety consequences. No new knowledge. As such, on behalf of the government, Ms. Lohan invited SF Liberal Alliance
and disgusted
and alternates to negotiations on the trial scheme on medical cannabis on November the 19th. So that happened a while bit.
According to just a second, I want to go back up and get the first name. I did not. Oh, it's gone. According to Mr. Schleisenberg, the announcement was completely unexpected and came out of the blue, following radio silence from the government on progressing the scheme throughout the year. He explained that late last year, industry, doctors, and patient organizations were contacted to provide input for the evaluation report, which was published alongside this announcement.
Yeah, it says that at the time there was a rush to get to gather feedback, suggesting an eagerness to move forward with the evaluation and make a decision based on it. Then suddenly, everything went quiet. Many industry organizations and shareholders reached out to politicians to ask, what's happening? Only to receive vague responses like, it's not a priority, or we'll see what happens. That has been the tone ever since.
Jape Krog Ramusen, who is the CEO of Danish medical cannabis operator Dancan Pharma, believes the announcement was a matter of political strategy. He told the Business of Cannabis that the time now appears ripe for addressing the pilot program on medical cannabis. The timing is, after all, reasonably appropriate, considering that the scheme does not formally expire until the end of next year.
Yeah, the evaluation report, which includes input from various industry stakeholders, provides a number of key recommendations that could point to how Denmark's medical cannabis framework now develops. Primarily, it recommends transitioning the 4 pilot programs into a permanent cohesive framework by 2025 based on the positive outcomes of patients during the trial. Positive outcomes.
Currently, Denmark operates under 4 distinct frameworks for prescribing medical cannabis. Pharma products, including drugs with marketing approval supported by robust clinical trial data, phases 1 to 3, like Sativex. Pilot program products. These include medical cannabis items approved under Denmark's pilot program, including Stenocare's oil range. Unlicensed products. These are not formally approved, but are available through special dispensaries like Nabalone and Marinol. Oh, that Nabalone's a terrible drug.
Those are pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, no, and it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Magistral products, custom made by licensed pharmacies to meet individual patient needs with no other alternative is available.
The report suggests that this framework needs to be streamlined and standardized across all 4 schemes, while the licensing process for new products should be simplified. Sending and reimbursement was also a key issue, with the report suggesting that disparities between the schemes require an urgent review.
So I only see one thing there that's like in those 4 things I read that's actually not a pharmaceutical. Like Sativex is a pharmaceutical. Nabalone is a pharmaceutical. And they're talking about pharmaceuticals in the last one. So now they're only talking about this oil
Naboline. Yeah, and they talk about Naboline, Marinol. They're all pharmaceuticals. Yeah.
Currently,
Maybe that's why they only got 1,800 people. Maybe it's
maybe. Currently, magistral products receive an 85% subsidiary, while pilot program products are subsidized to 50%, creating major inadequacies across the scheme. Mr. Schlesenberg, I really don't think I'm saying the name right, but that's as close as I can. Yeah, commented. From my perspective, based on limited understanding I have of how politicians think and act these days, I would expect the decision to focus on topics that impact the health budget. Politicians are likely to scrutinize whether the proposed changes might negatively affect the overall cost of medicine allocation within Denmark's healthcare system. This will likely be a key area of political deliberation and decision making.
Cost-benefit analysis have also been recommended in the report to identify savings opportunities and made suggestions that Denmark should leverage its regulatory reputation and begin generating revenue through exports. Mr. Rasmussen says he hopes that the content of the framework will be revisited rather than simply made permanent, highlighting some key issues like issues he believes should be addressed to improve conditions for the entire ecosystem.
Along streamlining the approval process and harmonizing reimbursement, he hopes physicians will be given greater flexibility and reduced liability, citing an unsustainable level of responsibility they currently face. The report highlights the need for better education for prescribing doctors, along with updated clinical guidelines enabling doctors to prioritize specific products.
In a promising addition, it also recommends prioritizing investment in research, which is good, including collaboration with international projects that need for continued collaboration with patient groups, healthcare providers, and industry representatives, and the need to strengthen the domestic cannabis industry in Denmark to expand options for patients. Hey, what about some smokables? Many of these more technical issues, like the use of pesticides and how prescriptions should be defined, Mr. Schlagenberg suggests are more likely to be addressed by an expert panel outside the political system.
A comprehensive evaluation of these considerations is now due to be published by the end of the year. And did you want to go into the impact on the market?
No, I'm looking at our time here.
Yeah,
we're running along, and we got this last story out. Just so you know, Doctor says Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you too, Doc. We are up in Canada. Our Thanksgiving was back in October, but we also like to acknowledge yours as well. All righty. We get rid of that one, and we're going to move on to the last story of the day. And
coming to us,
we were talking about this earlier in the show. So there you go.
Coming to us from cannabis.net. Weed, the new exit drug. Gateway drug theories get reversed with cannabis legalization.
Remember the good old days of anti-drug propaganda? If you took one hit of the devil's lettuce, you'd finally find yourself on an unstoppable spiral into the depths of hard drug addiction. The gateway theory was the pearl-clutching favorite of every DARE officer and concerned parents throughout the 80s and 90s. According to this narrative, cannabis was basically an express train to heroin town with stops at Cocaine City and Meth Village along the way. The logic went something like this. You smoke a joint, you like it, because of course you do. But then your tolerance builds up. Suddenly, cannabis just isn't doing it for you anymore, and you start prowling the streets looking for stronger highs until, bam, you're selling your grandmother's TV for crack money.
This is hilarious. There was just one tiny problem with this theory. It was complete nonsense. Decades of real-world evidence have shown that the vast majority of cannabis users never graduate to harder substances. Sure, there are folks out there who will snort anything that fits up their nose, but that's more about individual predisposition than any mystical properties of cannabis. Now, after nearly 20 years of various forms of legalization across different states and countries, we're discovering something fascinating. Cannabis isn't a gateway drug at all. It's more like an exit ramp. Fresh data suggests that good old Mary Jane might actually be helping people reduce their dependence on genuinely dangerous substances like alcohol and opiates. Talk about a plot twist, hey?
Yeah. Let's dive into the evidence that the turning the gate that turning the gateway theory on its head and explore how cannabis might just be the off-ramp for many people need to escape the highway of harder drug use. Let me tell you about a fascinating study that just dropped from our Kiwi friends down in New Zealand. We're talking about a massive survey involving 23,500 participants, not just small sample size that prohibitionists love to dismiss. These researchers at Massey University College of Health in Auckland wanted to understand how cannabis consumption impacts the use of other substances, and boy, did they find something interesting.
The numbers don't lie, folks. A whopping 60% of participants reported using less alcohol after incorporating cannabis into their lives. That's more than half the people surveyed saying, you know what, I'd rather spark up than get drunk. But it doesn't stop there. The same percentage reported reduced use of synthetic cannabinoids, thank goodness, while 44% cut back on morphine and 40% decreased their methamphetamine use. Wow, I just gotta say that when I learned about edibles and I started taking fecal oil on the regular, I got sober. It got me off of 9 different prescription drugs. So this is a story that's hitting my heart.
Yeah.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Young adults aged 21 to 35 were particularly like to substitute cannabis for booze and meth. The researchers suggest this might be because this age group has greater neurological development and often accumulated real-world experience of alcohol and other drug use, including related negative consequences of polydrug use. In other words, they've been around the block enough times to know what works better for them.
Now, let's be real for a minute. I'm not sitting here telling you that cannabis is some magical substance without any downsides. About 20% of participants reported increased tobacco use with cannabis consumption, and some folks definitely struggle with dependency issues. I've known plenty of people who've had to take a hard look at the relationship with the herb. But here's the thing, and the study authors back this up. Cannabis tends to be a much gentler mistress than the alternatives. As they noted in their paper, cannabis may provide a lower risk option than heavy alcohol use among young adults who are in particularly hedonistic phase of their lives. Translation: if you're going to party, you're generally better off doing it with weed than whiskey.
100%.
100%. 100% agree with that. Yeah.
The researchers even suggested that harm reduction programs could benefit from offering free or low-cost cannabis to disadvantaged people experiencing substance use issues. Imagine that, using cannabis as a tool to help people step away from more dangerous substances. We've come a long way from the gateway drug hysteria, haven't we? Yeah, we sure have.
Sure have.
And, you know, we've discovered that in Canada, the CSP and other programs have been going for a long time.
My exact same thought. CSPs, cannabis substitution programs that we have here that patients are actually going out and helping people on the street by giving them cannabis as a substitution to hard drugs. Yep.
Yeah. Look, breaking free from addiction isn't easy, regardless of the substance. But when you're trying to kick something like meth or opiates or alcohol or cigarettes, having a less harmful alternative can make all the difference. Cannabis might not be perfect, but it's a hell of a lot easier to put down the pipe when you're ready. Plus, you're far less likely to wake up in a ditch, missing your shoes and your dignity. Not that I'm speaking from personal experience or anything, but I am.
That's not good. The data is clear. Cannabis isn't leading people down a darker path. It's actually helping many find their way back to the light. And in a world where substance abuse tears apart countless lives every day, there's something worth paying attention to. Yeah. Let's get real about addiction for a minute. It's easy to point fingers at substances and say, that's the culprit. That's what's ruining lives. But as someone who's danced with their own demons, I can tell you it's never that simple.
No. You see, addiction is like a twisted web of interconnected threads. Sure, there's the physical aspect. the way certain substances hijack your brain's reward system and turn you into a chemical puppet. But that's just one piece of a much larger puzzle. Having kicked a 15-year tobacco habit myself, I can tell you that breaking free from addiction isn't just about dealing with your physical withdrawal. It's about confronting the stories we tell ourselves. You know the ones I'm talking about. I need this to relax. I can't be creative without it. It helps me to deal with stress. These narratives become our prison guards, keeping us locked up in cycles of dependency while covering us, convincing us the walls are there for our protection.
Then there's the environmental triggers, the friends you use with, the places you associate with using, the rituals you've built around your substance of choice. Hell, I've used to get cravings just walking past certain street corners where I used to smoke. That's the habit too, right? Your environment can be like a minefield of memories and association, each one threatening to blow your recovery efforts.
This is where cannabis enters the picture, and it's fascinating. Well, nobody's claiming it's completely harmless. Like, let's not kid ourselves here. Like, we are inhaling plant material when we smoke. The data suggests it could serve a kind of step-down substance for folks battling more serious addictions. Imagine that. It can be a gateway medicine. Yeah. Think of it as a gentler alternative while you're doing the heavy lifting of confronting your demons. And speaking of demons, here's something they don't teach you at DARE. Sometimes the best way to deal with your shadows isn't to fight them, but it's to invite them to dinner. Sit with them, understand them. Integration beats resistance every time. Cannabis, with its tendency to facilitate introspection, might actually help some folks in this process.
For someone trying to break free from heroin's death grip or alcohol's stranglehold, having access to a less destructive substance could mean the difference between life and death. Is cannabis perfect? Hell no. But when you're drowning, you don't complain about the color of the life preserver. The trick, of course, is to not simply substitute one crutch for another. The real world still needs to be done. Real work still needs to be done. Confronting trauma, rebuilding healthy coping mechanisms, restructuring your life. But if cannabis can help someone keep someone alive and functional while they're doing their work, isn't that worth considering?
So much. Just something to think about while we're all sitting here pretending we've got this whole human existence thing figured out. Because at the end of the day, maybe it's not about finding perfect solutions, but better alternatives. And maybe, just maybe, that plant we've demonized for so long could be a stepping stone to healing for those who need it most.
Great article.
Oh, yeah. No, it had me in tears. It's that was a really wonderful article. I'm really glad we stuck around a little bit longer to read it.
I should have put it earlier in the segments of the news, but I figured it might be something that could be something we end up talking about through it. And
I'm really glad that we stuck around long enough to do that story. It's a story near and dear to my heart. And like I said during the story, cannabis got me clean. I was on 9 different prescriptions, opiates and benzos, and Naboline was one of them that I was on. And one day somebody gave me cannabis oil caps and said, take 2 a day, 12 hours apart. And 3 days into that, I started giving up without even a thought. I just said, I don't need these painkillers anymore. And that was the beginning of my joyous getting sober.
Yeah.
Thanks to cannabis. And all it did was enter my body and show me a new way.
Yeah, exactly. I know issue 11 of Treating Yourself magazine, there's an article in there of a lady who used cannabis in order to get off of hard drugs. So check it out. I was co-author, so I know it's there. But yeah, and I know myself, I had that, when I got my Crohn's and they offered me opiate drugs. They gave me a bottle when I left the hospital the first time. And I said, I got on the phone and I called my friends. Hey, I need some proof that cannabis can help me with my Crohn's. And sure enough, That was. I only had 2 prescriptions for opiates, and both of them while I was hospitalized. And if people know that they have a choice, take that choice. If you can take the cannabis, give it a try.
100%.
Give it a try. Don't make it your last choice. Make it your first one. All right, Cindy. Anything else offhand?
No, that's really about it. Sorry we were late today, folks, but glad we got through it.
Yeah, we got through. All right, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News report for today. And for our buds at the Camel for Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, Legacy420.com, and at ease.ca. In closing, we'd like to say thanks for tuning in and watching. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.